break it down.
In terms of, I'm driving. I'm not going to. I don't want to be quoted on it, but we know what the laws of distinction are.
No, but help me on this, because like I was giving examples of taking out transportation depots and the systems of communication, and so what's acceptable to cripple a country to its knees? Like, how would you do it?
I'm not an attorney.
No, I'm not an attorney. I don't practice the law of war. I'm just curious, like, how do you do it?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but I wanted to preface it by saying I'm not an attorney.
TC, let me let you answer it, but I do want to add something to this. But go ahead, just answer it and do what you need to do. Go.
Based on my layperson's understanding, right, you can target infrastructure that's being used to foment war. If it's considered a target that is used to, for example, transport military or military technology, if it's used to fuel military infrastructure or technology systems that are in place, those can be considered legitimate military targets, even if they're also being used for civilian purposes as well. So, for example, a military target like a hospital, right? So you, as an enemy combatant, cannot go in to a school and say, I now commandeer this school and now I get sanctuary from being targeted militarily under Geneva Conventions because it's a school. No, you've effectively turned that school into a military target. So when you're talking about locomotives or if you're talking about transportation and that type of thing, is being used by enemy combatants to effectuate war, those become legitimate targets. What I'm suggesting that should not be the case, okay, is that we don't use any type of distinction when we're evaluating whether or not a target is a legitimate military target, such as what was being proffered by the previous speaker, that we just go in and blow up a whole bunch of shit. No, we have law in this country. Like, that's what stops us from being the very tyrants that we seek to eliminate from
I never said anything that you said. I said
you were promulgating tyranny is what you were promulgating.
I never said carpet bomb, you fucking idiot. God damn, you're dumb. Stop fucking straw man, you faggot.
I looked up.
Let me add my question really quick. Yeah.
Sorry, what now?
I looked up the rules of war if you want me to read it to you. It's not that long.
I simply said they should have hit the IRGC harder. Yeah. I never said anything about civilians. I said they're a casualty of war, and it sucks. But the same thing that Israel's doing in fucking Gaza is justified. And they're showing the fucking proof of the pudding.
Justified. What they did in Gaza was not
existing.
Alistair Crowley,
Hamas doesn't exist, you faggot.
Please timestamp this. This is a man with 140 IQ. This must be
141.
Studied. Yeah, 141 claim.
Yeah, don't steal my 1 point.
Okay, Sean, hold on. Let me ask TC. If the generals and the powers that be that make our decisions, I'm assuming they go in always thinking that what they're doing is to win, right? If something comes down the pipeline where they're told that, okay, if these X, Y, and Z decisions are made, we're automatically winners, regardless of what we're doing. There's no way they're not going to do it. That's kind of like that's the counter argument to what you're saying. Unfortunately, we're there to win. It doesn't really matter at what cost, actually, in some sense. Do you see that at all or not? I know you're going to.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you that no other international party can hold America accountable. That's correct, right? We answer only to our U.S. Constitution. However, our U.S. Constitution place certain demands that America is bound to through international treaties like the Geneva Convention and makes it the supreme law of the land in the U.S. That's in the Constitution, right? And so if the Geneva Conventions that the U.S. is party to in that treaty says that we have to engage through distinction and we cannot just go in and say, oh, that's just the casualties of war, collateral damage. Oh, well, no, if that's the case, then when those...
Can I ask for clarification?
I disagree legally. I disagree legally. The supreme law of our land is not the Geneva Convention, and nor does it overshadow or trump, excuse the pun, our Constitution whatsoever.
I agree with you on the second part. I disagree with you on the first part.
No, it's not. Firstly,
the international treaties
when
does
was
not
the
trump the Constitution.
This was the point.
John, I'm engaging with Abby for a second.
Spoken long enough.
All right, so hold on, Sean. Let me respond to Abby specifically.
That who would hold them accountable?
While I
disagree
U.S. armed personnel that the United States is not treaty to international constitutional.
Where was the Geneva Convention violation when Obama instructed his fucking
I'm not fucking defending Obama.
No, I'm not talking about you're defending it, you dumb faggot. You fucking said, oh, well, the people that stopped it be the armed service personnel. But where the fuck was the court martial? Where was the goddamn trial for the fucking armed fucking, the military, the fucking airmen who were instructed to take the fucking drones and airstrike fucking U.S. citizens? Where was the court martial? Where was the Geneva Convention fucking trial where they had to go and fucking before a tribunal because Obama instructed them to fucking drone strike U.S. citizens? You said they wouldn't pull the trigger. They surveyed armed personnel and they asked them, would you fire on U.S. citizens? 70% of them said yes. They said during martial law or a lockdown or a severe situation in the United States, they would engage U.S. civilians as combatants and fire on them. What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you done, dude?
You're a fucking idiot. You said,
are you done?
The military would stop them in the Constitution. Well, didn't fucking stop them when Obama said, hey, drone strike that motherfucker. Did it. I want to see where the fucking court martial and the trial was. You dumb fucking faggot. Stop straw manning. I never said carpet bomb anybody, faggot.
You got it. You got your point out.
Goddamn dumb cunt.
Now let TC rebut it.
And let this stupid midwit
Come
faggot
on,
talk.
man. Rich,
I should have.
Stop it. Go ahead.
I should have never gotten down to this level because I know I'm not going to be able to match that level of idiocy. But I'll at least try and respond. So there, and I'm driving. I'm happy to grab the sources once I'm done driving. In the Iraq War, I can't remember exactly what the situation was, but apparently there was some situation in which a few of our soldiers went in and...
No, it was in California. It was a guy who killed a cop, too. Don't forget about that.
Our guy,
a fucking black guy. There was a black guy that was running roads.
I don't have to hit you for this.
In California, and they drone striked him on U.S. soil. You fucking retard. I'm not talking about Iraqi combatants.
I remember that.
There was a black guy who went and fucking murked a fucking cop, and they drone striked his ass.
Chris Dorn.
Yeah, the guy that was running through the forest. They drone striked his ass.
Yeah,
the guy in California is running through the forest like playing fucking.
No, they burned his house down. He was in a log cabin, and they torched the building, and they roasted him.
Where was the tribunal? Where was the court martial, you dumb faggot? Where was the fucking airman that said, I'm not going to do that because it gets the fucking Constitution?
You know what's interesting about all of this is that ideologically, I kind of align with what TC is saying to an extent. I do think Gaza was wrong, and I do think killing civilians is bad. But unfortunately, because we needed and did go into Iraq.
Yeah, they have free elections in Iraq now.
Hey, because of what we were going to do in Iran, and it should have just been, again, overwhelming force from day one, because this sends the worst fucking
Senior,
message
what makes you think that it wasn't overwhelming force on day one? What makes you think that? Because they put down an incredible amount of firepower, and so apparently it's not enough firepower for you. Well, how much more firepower would you require to satisfy your complaint?
To satisfy my complaint,
I
want honestly, jokingly / not jokingly, I want enough firepower that I don't go to buildings standing in fucking Tehran. That's what I want.
So you want to nuclearly obliterate an entire city full of innocent people? Wow, that sounds like black supremacy and black fascism to me.
It's what Reagan threatened, correct?
Nobody would have held us accountable. They all would have been fucking happy when the RGC was completely eliminated. Just like everybody's going to be happy when Hamas is eliminated 100%.
Let me ask you a question, Senior, since you put this on the table, Senior. What do you think the unintended consequences of that action would be? If we did do what you're suggesting, which is to flatten Iran, what do you think?
I don't think that's what we said, though.
I thought he said.
No, he said flatten fucking IRGC and the 10% would support them.
No, right.
No, he said
civilians.
building in Tehran.
He wanted the bomb.
Yeah, he said all the ones that are part of the IRGC are the 10%.
No, that's not what he said. That's not.
I gave clarification. He said yes. That's exactly what I was saying. Because they said don't talk about it.
Senior, did you say? I thought you said you didn't care much about the civilian casualties.
No, he said it's a casualty.
I'm less concerned about it. Yeah, I'm not overly concerned about.
Would it been okay if we dropped a nuclear bomb and eradicated Iran? Would you been okay with that?
No.
Yeah, see, there you go.
So what's the balance here? What did you want to see?
If I'm gonna be asked for what sort of overwhelming force would have satisfied me from the beginning, jokingly / non-jokingly, I would have said level all of Tehran, or at a very minimum, every address that we have for where someone who was in IRGC lives, the whole fucking building came down.
Yep.
If there's a guy in the IRGC who lives in your apartment building, it all comes to the fucking ground.
Okay, and what are the unintended consequences of taking?
That's sick.
I mean, listen. Hold on. I'm not going to sit here and say that there's not going to be any unintended consequences or there's not going to be bad consequences from it. But I think for America, because that's where my concern is, the consequences are going to be now. We look like we can't fight no fucking body now.
Yep.
We look like
weak.
We look like the fucking Iranians are able to hold.
Yeah, but man, Infinity, the point is, like,
do you think they're looking
Israel's
at the consequences? Hold it, Rich. Do you think they're looking at the consequences of what happens to American citizens when they threaten death to America and when they get the nuke and they have long-range ballistic missiles that can hit our shores? Do you think they really care about the damage to American citizens?
No,
they surely didn't care. Wait, let me just finish my sentence. They surely didn't care about the damage to the Israeli civilians on October 7th with their proxies. They went in and they caused all kinds of damage to civilians. They didn't care, nor do they care when they shoot their ballistic missiles into Tel Aviv and into Jerusalem. And they hit civilian targets like universities and hospitals that don't have military installations. They don't care. So why are we?
That's the balance.
Okay.
Wait, and let me just say one last thing. Yeah. On the other point, the Constitution is our supreme law of our land, and it overshadows foreign treaties, legislative. The supreme law of the land is the Constitution. So. It needs to be clear on what you were saying.
To a treaty, it becomes the supreme law.
It does not become the supreme law of the land.
Do you want me to get you the chapter?
I will tell you what part of the Constitution
Israel's the size
makes it
of
very clear that the Constitution.
They've been claiming that they were going to bring him up on war crimes and fucking throw him into Hague and shit like that. It's never going to happen.
The supremacy clause, so if we talk about what part of the Constitution, we can go through Article 6. And we can talk about the supremacy clause. Treaties that are made under the United States are supreme over state laws, but not over the Constitution.
Abby,
yes,
you're not gonna be able to debate me on this.
Yes, she can. Yes, she can.
Okay, thank you.
How many years have you been practicing law?
This is a moot point here. We both agree. The international treaties do not trump the Constitution.
Thank you.
If the dimwit allowed me to speak earlier, he'd be able to understand what I agreed with and what I.
You said they were co-equal.
The Constitution.
Come on, TC. TC. When you call him a dimwit, TC, that's just ad hominem projection, TC. Come on, TC. No ad hominem projection, please, TC.
Why are 10 people ganging up on TC?
We're agreeing on it.
If you're
but it has to go through
why are you having a debate with 10 people and one guy? Like, because he's being answer 10 of you. It's irrelevant. Just ask one at a time.
He said that the armed personnel
I don't care. Just have one
would
at a
not
time.
they would not fucking violate the Geneva Convention, and that they wouldn't
I don't care.
commit fucking war
crimes.
I
care.
But then Obama drone strike an American citizen in California.
Okay, great. You know what? I would have fucking shot him too.
Yes, so would I. So would I. We agree with you, Brad.
Conducted a drone strike on U.S. soil. You
said they looked at their superior and said,
there has never been a lethal drone strike on U.S. soil. You are a liar, sir.
What, Bree?
There has never been an lethal drone strike in U.S. soil. I said lethal.
Oh, lethal. Yeah, there has.
No, there hasn't.
Yeah, there has. There was a guy that was in the fucking log cabin in California. You're a cop. They drone strike you.
You're a liar.
You're an idiot. Go look it up, retard. You're also drunk.
What's U.S. soil to you?
California.
Is a U.S. based U.S. soil?
Yes, 100%. So is the embassies.
Is it territory?
Correct. Yes, 110%. Yep, Guam. U.S. Marshall, Marianas Islands, American Samoa.
Great. Why don't you let TC finish what he was originally saying? Then you guys can rebut him.
Yeah, this is hard to do because I'm
driving. And the U.S. Virgin Islands.
But I'm going to put this in the chat now so that we can read it. This is what I was saying. I don't disagree with you, Abby, that it does not trump the Constitution. But the Constitution is clear, and I posted it in the chat. I'm driving. Any questions on that, you can take it up with the Constitution. It clearly says, all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. Take that and shove that up your ass, Sean.
But it also is very clear that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Yeah.
Treaties have to be self-executing. They have to either be self-executing or they have to be, which means they're implemented by Congress, or they have to have legislative action.
And the one that we're talking
TC's
about,
equivalent argument is where the Muslims say, "Oh, well, the contracts, so we don't accept it."
In 2013, Christopher Dahmer, a former LAPD officer who killed 4 people, including law enforcement, waged a revenge campaign against the department, ended up in a California mountain cabin standoff, but no drone strike was used to kill him.
Like, conservatives, we have to do better. Like, if we're going to be as dumb as Sean, at least mute him so that we can correct the misinformation that's spewing out of his mouth.
Can I leave it at this with you?
At the very least, we can have some credibility and mute him when he's spreading bullshit.
Although the treaties will have certain status, they can't supersede it.
Again, TC, please stop with the ad hominem projection, TC. You keep projecting your ad hominem onto Rich, and Rich is making valid points.
Probably more relevantly than most people, because I know that I'm an American citizen. I have the Constitution. I joined the Army, and I was under UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice, which stripped me away of having my constitutional rights because I was now underneath the UCMJ, but also because I was a medic. In order for me to be a medic on a battlefield, I had to take the Geneva Convention license. I am certified to be, but like, I have my Geneva Convention card, I have the Constitution, I have the UCMJ, and like, y'all are completely, dude, I'm 100% on Abby's side with this thing. Like, if you are a civilian, the Constitution
lasted 42 minutes.
Let me ask you, people who have served
45 minutes,
because I do want to get a real world example. So just real quick, if there's a person in a house, a high value target, right, in a house, you know, we need to get him. We can't do it like with special ops, let's say, and
he's building a nuke.
Okay, maybe. Just hold on, Rich. We'll get to that maybe. But the person's doing their business there, and there's family members and what have you. What is the rule there? Like, what are we doing here? Like,
well, that would be like when
that was for Abby, not Bree.
We cornered Uday.
Bree, it could be Abby and.
Let's hear Abby, so we don't have to hear about Bree doing teardowns.
Rich, you
know,
chill.
No, but when we cornered Uday Hussein, right? He was with his family in like one of these little small palaces. We surrounded it. Like, they had people that were in there, plus his family and all that shit. And we were taking fire from them. We surrounded that motherfucker, and we got tired of it. So we dropped a JDAM on that motherfucker.
So is that a war crime? Like, are those people in prison?
No.
And
but TC said they wouldn't do that.
That was my question to TC.
We do that. So in HVT,
that was the whole point, Brad.
Okay, dude, chill. I'm talking. All right, chill. You can talk after me. Just take a breath. So, like, in HVT, if it, depending on who's ordering it, I mean, and we're talking, you said high level, some guy that we, like, Soleimani type. Yeah, we will take out the house, we will take out the children, we will take out the wives, we'll take out everybody if we have to. If that's the last and best option to go ahead and do this, yes.
Even if he's a U.S. citizen?
Jesus Christ. Even if they're a U.S. citizen, fuck. People act like we didn't drop fucking bombs on top of an apartment building because Black Panthers were in it. Like, spare me your outrage. So this HVT, if they're an asset that we deem that has to be killed or removed from the field, yeah, they're gone. So are their children. And unfortunately, in the days of modern warfare, the way they hide amongst children and they put family members around them, Bree is right. Like, you're going to, yeah, we'll try to snag you in a way, but if it doesn't work out and we have a limited window, yeah, you're going to get a JDAM, you're going to get a tomahawk, you're going to get something coming through the window to come put that warhead on the forehead. So it's going to be a lot too.
So far, Bree, Brad, and Senor and Rich are all right.
So is it fair to say that they have immunity of some sort going on here? I mean, how is this not being applied to, like, pretty much a lot of these things? I don't know.
Because crimes are determined by, well, to be honest, the winners. If you really want to know the truth.
TC, what do you make of what you're hearing right now?
But man, that's your point.
He's on a point, man.
That was our whole point.
Yeah. Do you guys want an example on, or TC, do you want an example? Oh, he's on the, I put a case in the chat.
Don't worry, as soon as TC gets off the phone, he'll tell us about his multi-million-dollar deal that he was just doing right now.
So I'm not, okay, I guess the difference is that was like a sick event, you know, it's one person's versus, say, 100,000 people.
Look at it this way, man.
Is that the difference, Brad?
Yeah, like, it's one person, plus they're not, generally, like, an enemy of the United States or a combatant against the United States is not granted the same constitutional rights you may be. Hence why we still have Guantanamo Bay, waterboarding, having people stand up and stretched out for days on end, tight little boxes, having to shit in their own hands. These things, they get a little murky on it. The UCMJ does govern us, but if Top Hat actually says, go ahead, it's cleared, Top Hat's going to get what they want. They're going to execute. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where you run to. So, like, for those saying it's a war crime, yeah, but who's going to actually enforce it? Because the U.S. The U.S. doesn't agree to any of that. Neither do a lot of the countries. They have their special provisions. Like, France is never going to turn over Macron for a war crime. France has committed war crimes, but no one calls them out. England, I guess you could throw Tony Blair under it. You think England's going to give up Tony Blair? Putin? You honestly think Russia's going to hand over Putin to a world court without any enforcement mechanism? It's just a virtue signaling court. That's it.
How about like a scenario? Let me just grow it out a little bit bigger. And if we want, we can throw in Rich's scenario there of a nuke. Let's say there's a gathering, say, of 500 people to, I don't know, 800, and they're all like in a factory working on various nefarious activities.
Physicists.
And we go in there and we just completely, bomb the fuck out of it. We're still in the clear, because the whole point, like I was mentioning to TC, is if there's a way to win the war, we're going to do it, right, Brad? I mean, it's just the way it is.
That's what we did in Japan. We targeted resources. Like, here's a simple construct of how the military operates. We'll attack you from the front. We try to dominate the skies, and we take out your threat aerially because we don't want the aerial threat to exist. And then what we do is we hit your resources. We cut off your supply lines. We cut off where you're going to manufacture your bullets. Who manufactures those bullets? Civilians. We're going to bomb them. We did that in World War II. We did it in Vietnam. We did it in Gulf War I, and we did it kind of in Gulf War II. So the U.S. has a three-tiered prong attack.
We did it with the ballistic missile facility in Iraq.
Jesus, Rich. And if it's at sea and it involves a sea element or a naval element, we will do it at sea as well. We absolutely fucking destroy civilian areas. We cut off, we do chokeholds, and we will starve, eradicate. We will blow up watersheds, infrastructure projects, water pipelines, energies. We absolutely will. Like, total war is not in your video games or your fucking Hollywood movies. Like, war is war.
And we win at all costs. There's no, like, honestly, there's nobody going, well, because so and so is there, we can't do it if it's not, like, it's. I mean, unfortunately, that's just the way it probably goes down, right? I mean, I don't know. Like, Beam is going to come off the mic. Beam, I know you're there, and like,
but no, it's not
full throttle.
Matt, it's more of this.
Against this or what? Come on.
No, it's the problem is that now you have these groups that embed themselves in the civilian population. So think about this. Would you, like, every American in this room, let's say Iran blows up, I don't know, LA, and Karen Bass doesn't get to rule over that. All of a sudden, you have a total war. We issue war on Iran. Fuck every Iranian there. We're coming in. We're going for blood. We're taking scalps. Now, all of a sudden, the IRGC, all the Houthis and whatever ABC alphabet group that wants to exist under them, they're going to hide amongst the civilian population. Do you think your sons and daughters deserve to die because of a war that was, regardless of how you feel politically, but your sons and daughters should have to go in and fucking go through room by room? Fuck no.
Matt, real quick, you mind if I?
We're not gonna. The whole idea of war is to kill the other side or kill enough of the other side until they surrender. That's the end goal of war. How you do it doesn't matter. Really,
the issue that we had with TC is TC's exact statement was that they're bound by the U.S. Constitution, and our armed personnel will not do that. They will not violate the Geneva Convention. And it's like, no, we do this all the time. Like Brad said, we bombed the fucking ballistic missile facility and killed civilians in fucking north of Tehran. We had no fucking problems or qualms with doing it. But he's like, oh, that's a war crime. Our people like Brad would never pull the trigger. Yeah, the fuck Brad would. Brad gets a fucking command, pull the trigger, he pulls the fucking trigger. Because that's what he's supposed to fucking.
Yeah, I would probably pull the trigger. Depends on the
If
scenario.
I control the ballistic missile and they say push the button, you push the button.
Oh yeah.
If you're a Minuteman, you would do the same thing.
But I mean, here's the other thing too. Like we abide by it, but I mean, fuck. You're talking about like the Germans wanted us to get rid of shotguns because they thought that was such a horrifying weapon. Like really? We abide by a lot of rules. Like we generally, like Abu Dhabi, or whatever it is. In the prison up there, we had, that was torturous and people paid the price. We have various other black sites that now exist in other places. So you just don't get to have your like feel good feelings and your virtue signaling, because I hate to tell you this. The other side is going to kill you. Like you may not like the grittiness of war. This is why it's a calling, not, you're not forced into it in the United States. You get to call up and you get to go do it. And you better let the men and women that can do it and sleep okay at night, you better let them go ahead and do it, because quite frankly, you're not prepared for that kind of fight.
This is just a side note. Out of curiosity, because I'm just going to try to, since Beema is not going to do it, or maybe she will here in a minute. If we didn't have a army or military or any kind of defense, how quickly, this is kind of a little bit off topic, but I've always had this question, how quickly would we be invaded on the mainland, do you think, Brad? I've always wondered this, actually.
What, you mean if we didn't have the ponds on either side and...
Like anywhere, I guess.
Oh, no.
If we were in Europe, we would have been invaded multiple times already. If we were like Poland, yeah, we would have been fucked with a long time ago. The U.S. is saved by topography, it's saved by distance, and it's saved by,
rednecks with shotguns and beers and pickup trucks.
How quickly would we be, like the mainland, like if all of a sudden, like we woke up the next day tomorrow and all of a sudden, for whatever reason, we don't have any military, I don't know what happened, but how quickly would China just be like, fuck this, we're going to the mainland?
I don't know if China really would. It's a dangerous crossing. They got to cross the pond. They have to find an entry point. And by then you'd have a civilian population that was armed. Yeah, they could probably launch some missiles. They could do some damage. But would they be able to suppress the entire territory of the U.S.? Fuck no. I mean, you would have to get mechanized units. You'd have to get supply lines over the Rockies. Fuck, good luck with that one. You're going to have, if you decided to come from the West, the East, good luck with that, because you got fucking Europe sitting right there that would fucking actually go ahead and start knocking on their door, along with some of the South American and Central Americans. They would start fucking putting out, an arsenal.
So kind of like
you need the Arctic, though, Brad. To be fair, right? So that's why we need Greenland. I'm being honest,
how about
because
Russia? Would Russia move on us, or like? So here's the thing, like it kind of goes.
There's 120 guns for every 100 of Americans.
So Matt, I think
we have more guns than people.
Wait, hold on, I'm talking. What the hell? You're talking over me, man.
I know, but Matt, I think your actual question that you should ask.
You asked a question. I was answering.
No, I didn't ask a question. I'm not asking a question right now. I'm actually doing a follow-up. Okay, so I'm just trying to think. Okay, so first of all, now you made me lose my fucking train of thought.
They would take Taiwan, Japan, Hong Kong,
okay,
Mongolia.
My question is, how quickly would that happen? So are we saying it would happen, right? Or are we saying it wouldn't happen?
A total invasion, Matt, or takeover?
God damn it. Okay, my point is, this kind of goes to the favor of people who are like, anti-war, anti-military. If they're not going to do anything, then maybe we don't need a military. That's what I'm
about batteries and beavers back.
Go ahead, take it. Go for it.
Okay, so Matt, a takeover would probably take, a year and a half. If you were really talking about really invading the U.S., maybe 2.5 years, 1.5 to 2 years, to get your resources, to set up logistics. Like, people don't realize how big the U.S. really is. I know a lot of you don't, but trust me, it's fucking massive. Its terrain is so diverse. You go from desert to fucking tundra. Yeah, we'd probably lose Alaska. Hawaii would probably be taking over parts of California and probably stop at the Rockies. On the East Coast, they'd probably get to about the Adirondacks, and like the Appalachian Trail thing, and then they'd probably stop there, just because it's so vast. That middle prairie is not something you want to contend with. Like, fuck, it takes you 2.5 days to get through Texas. That's just one fucking state. And that's driving at 85 miles an hour. Try moving a mechanized unit of like 100 fucking men, supplies, resources, fucking water. Like, you have to know where water supplies are. I mean, shit, these guys would be drinking from cobalt ponds in the back of fucking, electric plants, and then they'd be fucking dead. So, I mean,
So is our military mostly to be overseas doing our business, not mostly protecting the homeland?
Oh, we have a really strong protection, dude. Like, it's massive. Wait, like, our defenses.
What did you say?
Oh, our defenses are massive. Like, trust me, no one's invading us. Not for the next 100 years.
I just play like a devil's advocate role here, because like if we're safe here in the mainland and we don't need it, like if we didn't have a military, then why do we have a military?
Well,
hold on.
Hold on.
Like, if we're okay here, like, what the hell? Like, we're just sitting here, no one's going to do anything. Go for it.
Well, Matt, I had a question, and maybe Brad can answer this, but, the only vulnerability, and it's not really a vulnerability, but the Arctic is the area where the Chinese have tons of ships right now, or at least tons of income there. Same with Russia. I mean, it is an area where the U.S., Canada would get attacked first, but the fact is we're right there. So it's an important area that I think that's why Greenland is so important. And that's why other presidents, including Truman, have looked at Greenland as a strategic stronghold. And it's probably the only chance that any country would really have to try to come into the U.S. Doesn't mean
you're under the impression that we would be pretty invaded by China.
No, not quickly. I'm saying that's the only place that would stand even a 1% chance to try would be that area.
Okay. Huh.
Because Greenland is protected by the Danish, which in 5 minutes could be destroyed, right? So I know we have bases there and stuff like that, but we don't have our full strength there that we would have on the West Coast or East Coast. So to hit the mainland U.S. is going to be really rough. But if you're going to come in through the Arctic, you may have a shot at least.
This is a really interesting thought experiment. I know it was kind of off topic to what we were just talking about, war crimes and what have you. But I've always just been wondering about that because if we're, maybe, just maybe, I'm just playing that part out, that maybe
she's not taking the bait, Matt.
I know. Well, you try to get Bima off the mic. I'm trying to find something here to support the people who think that we should have less military. And if our mainland...
All right, Matt, tell them that they're going to kill all the plants. They're going to kill all the plants and all the flowers and chuck them up.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Matt, why is the U.S. Army older than the United States of America?
Way older? What?
Yeah, the U.S. Army is 1775. The United States of America is 1775.
He's not lying on that.
Okay.
1 year older.
Why? I mean,
well, the answer is because it took the military to make the United States. And the reason we have the United States is because we have a military that will fuck shit up.
That's true. No, I don't disagree with that. Okay, Chaos wanted to jump in here. Go ahead, Chaos.
Slumdog Millionaire.
Is that Chaos and Chillism?
Yeah, it's a Slumdog Millionaire Chillism, Chaos.
Yeah.
Andrew's
been a while, Rich. Yeah, so it's a really good topic. I do love talking about stuff. I think, I do think that America can't be invaded at the moment. I feel like you guys have a really good geological advantage, which would prohibit any force at mass to accumulate and attack. And a couple of things. I think Matt, you asked how why does America have a huge military? I think I want to draw comparisons to Rome. I think Rome, and it became from a local regional power. The superpower, the military just expanded completely. I think we could draw similar parallels with America as well, where after World War I and World War II, I think it became from a regional power to a superpower. And I think we could draw parallels like that. So that's one thing I want.
USA, 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 USA.
So, is there anybody here that thinks that we should have less of the military? Just out of curiosity.
I still try and look at it.
I just want to see. I
think she's sleeping, bro. Or not.
Amazing she's not chiming in.
Well, I'm not chiming in because
I felt guilty.
Hey, I wasn't trying to bait your Bima, but I actually have a question, Bima. Do you have, and you don't have to answer if it's too personal, do you have family members that are in the military or were in the military?
Yeah, the man that I'm with served almost 20 years.
And so what's your impression of the military?
Well, it's shit. It's shit.
He took it shit, the guy that served?
Yeah, he does. And he recognized that when he was out serving in war, when he was over there, and he was told what to do.
Where did he serve?
Not alone. He served in Iraq and Afghanistan. He went to both. He did both. At first, he was in the front lines. He did a bunch of stuff, but it was you could talk to him about it. But ultimately, he saw that there were different narratives that were being played from the recordings of what, they would record news articles and news stations here, send them out there, and then they would play them over there. And when they'd be playing them, the narratives of what U.S. was being, what we were being told back home was completely different from what he was experiencing out there.
Also, what would play? Would it be curated just for military, or would they CNN or Fox or what was it?
All of that stuff.
All of what?
All of CNN, Fox.
So how is that curated differently for the? How is that curated differently for the military?
Because it didn't match what he was experiencing. He wasn't against a bunch of terrorists that were trying to kill.
Turks.
And he was him along with all of his members there, they were experiencing something much different. And
so anecdotally, he had a different experience.
Right, he had a different experience.
Was he in a command position?
At one point,
a captain level?
No, never, no. He couldn't get that far because he was causing too much trouble. He's like me. He's hard-headed, and he's a good person, and he refused to do things. But they knew that he was a good person, that he wasn't refusing to do it out of, I don't want to follow command. It was a genuine, like, I can't do this. I can't morally do this.
So what happened? Was he court-martialed for it?
No, never. Everybody that was always in a bigger command position than he was, they would try and do whatever they could. He tells the story of them taking him on long rides, having conversations with him, putting him in different positions where he wouldn't have to do the things that he was asked to do in other positions. He got into land nav because of it. They took him out of the front lines, and then he got into land navigation. And
he wasn't in a command position, and he wasn't privy to those levels of strategic information.
You would have to talk to him. I don't know what
Brad might do. He's better to ask this than me.
Yeah, I've never heard. I'm sure Bree's going to back me up on this. I've never heard of like a captain taking me out because I wanted to refuse an order. That shit just doesn't happen. Fuck no.
Well, I mean, it did. So
No, it didn't. The story doesn't make sense to me. Like, there's something misaligned.
Okay, well,
I'm not saying.
I'm not going to try to.
I'm not. I'm just. I gotta ask the question so you can chill.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
There's something that doesn't add up because that's not anybody's experience in the military. If you refuse an order, that's trouble. You're in an article.
Well,
and they don't take you out for a ride and go, here, you can have a new job. Like, you don't get these things. Like,
right, just like I'm sure people in prison don't have weapons and phones and telephones.
But your story doesn't make sense.
Right?
All of us that serve.
Would you agree that people don't have cell phones but they do.
That has nothing to do with one. That has nothing to do with it. You're just making up a story.
Okay, then I'm making up a story. Then don't talk to me about it. It doesn't matter just because.
But your experience is wrong. Like, it's flat out. I hate to tell you this. He either didn't serve.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you, but you can't just
say that. You can't say that he protested in the fucking military. You don't do that.
You can't say that. You understand that? You can't just say it and believe it to be true. I mean, sure, of course you could say it, but it doesn't make it true. And you, as loud as you are, or as loud as anybody else is going to be, it doesn't make. Okay, sure, that's fine. You can deny it all you want. If it's too difficult for you, to process that something like this happened, then that's fine. Listen, I have no desire to prove myself to people on Clubhouse or to try to prove that somebody else's real life experience wasn't the truth. Like, it's just.
I want you to find a military. I'll shut up. Any veteran on here who served, I want you to tell me. Military and get to drive out. When's the last time you got a cushy ride by an 06 to fucking go on and talk about your life choices?
Maybe you guys aren't good people. Maybe you guys aren't good people. Maybe you guys are just trash human beings.
He was a tier 1 operator. Don't fucking forget it. Put some respect on his fucking name.
Especially out of a combat role. Like, fuck.
Hey guys,
well, I know that you're scared, but it does happen because we do have good people, and we even have good people serving in the military. We do have people that are in command positions that are still good people. We do, and that's just the fact of the matter.
Entire military shit. So that meant all of us, and then you went on to proceed to say that you're soft.
No. The concept. No. I don't think that the people. I don't think that the people. No. The system, Brad. The system. The system.
I'm gonna call cap on it. The story doesn't add up.
That's fine. You can call whatever you want. I don't care. I don't care. It's not gonna make it that it didn't happen.
I got beat off the mic. I accomplished it. Thank you, Bima.
Hey, long time no see.
What's crazy is that I feel like you guys are so disconnected.
You know who this is?
That you think that this isn't the experience of so many people and so many soldiers that we had to add. No, not that. I'm talking specifically that there was. Hold on, Brad. It absolutely did. Okay. Okay. Sure.
That doesn't.
Sure. Okay. Well, guess what? Guess what? I have evidence where he can prove it to you. Do you? I mean, like, how far do you want to go? Like, you're just. It's stupid. It's no point. But I mean, and then what? How far is he gonna? He's gonna dox himself up to 10. I mean, come on. Like, this is ridiculous. I understand that it is. I understand. Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't. I call Cap. I call him out. I'll say, if that's the story made up, then he's full of fucking shit.
Beeman, can he come on the app sometime?
Yeah, he doesn't lie.
Can he come on?
He did with telling you that story, girl.
Can you hear me?
I promise you, he doesn't lie.
Bree, if you were active duty and you protested, what would happen? Throw in the break?
Dude. The only time that I ever we had war crime in my unit is this one captain. He lost 3 squads in all of 2 weeks, and from this one guy that was making courtyard IEDs. Well, he ended up getting a guy at the end of it. After that, they figured out where he was at with the command deck and all that crap. They found him. And they handcuffed him, and they took him out, or zip-tied him, and took him out to the desert, and he walked up and shot him in the back of the head, execution style.
Yeah, but what's the punishment, Bree, if you
he went to Leavenworth. Can I answer?
Yeah,
because he told a kid.
Bro, we don't need the whole story, your fucking life story.
He told a kid.
You protest.
You need to shut the front door. You need to shut the front door.
You throw in the brigade and be court-martialed. That's it.
No, he told a kid to shoot the guy first, and the kid wouldn't. And the kid would not do it.
Believe your stories, but fuck, we don't have to.
Second Cavalry. It was a war crime. It happened in 2008.
Even when he's sober.
Okay, Machiavelli, you've been trying to talk. Who are you? I don't know who you are. Go for it.
Bro, I mean, dude, if you want to know the truth of it, he disobeyed the order, but it was an unlawful order. He did not go to jail. The captain went to jail for killing the guy.
Calm down, brother.
You ask a question, then you don't want the fucking answer.
No, we asked if a person protested while they were active duty. What would be the punishment?
We got it. Take a guess, man. Take a guess at who this is, brother.
There's somebody trolling you, man.
Wait, is that BB?
No, it's not. Dog, take a guess, man. Take a fucking guess, brother. Who else was black that was in the space that was infamous, bro? Who else? Who else used to set Clubhouse ablaze?
No.
This started creeping out a little bit, but yeah.
Matt, it's my fashions, man.
Oh, fuck. You know, I wanted to go there, but
I'm waiting for it, my fashions.
It's me.
I'm back from the dead.
Crazy. I was wondering if you were still out there. I was wondering if you were still out there, but that's pretty cool, man. Welcome back.
Oh man, Oh no, man! I'm just back for a short time, not a long time. I see that you guys are fighting. I like this. Continue.
All right.
No, we weren't fighting, and I just wanted to clarify to Brett too. Brett, I don't want you to think that I was saying that you or the people that serve for tracks. That's it. Please hold on. That's not what I was saying.
What were you saying?
That's not what I was saying. What I was saying was that the way that the system is and the way that it preys on people and ruins people's lives, that's what I was referring to. Not the people that serve. I feel that the people, do you know, Rich, you're a piece of trash. You honestly are always a piece of trash. No, you are trash. You are trash. You are the only person here that's trash, Rich, is you. Okay, all you want to do is start trouble, try to humiliate people. It's just trash. It's just trash.
on him too. Don't worry.
It's so annoying. He's so annoying. So that's what I'm saying. The way that the government ruins people's lives and targets and people that are in the military. The large majority of them are victims. That's what I was getting at. I just want to.
So I loved every day that I was in the military. Were there shitty days? Yeah. Was it the greatest job I ever had? Absolutely. I would give anything to go back and go hang with my brothers. I miss them to this day. Yeah, there was bullshit. There was politics. There was fucking dumb shit all around. Getting issued fucking broken down equipment. Waiting on fucking.
Hurry up and fucking wait.
Yeah, hurry up and fucking wait. Fubar, fucking fucked up beyond all recognition. Snafu, situation normal, all fucked up. Like all of that and a bag of chips. But the idea that now I would never. I call Cap because in this day I have been on Clubhouse for a long time. We have found people who have said fucking they were SEAL Team Delta fucking Rambo operators from fucking. Marsac and that they were snipers all in one fucking time. So many times on this app and so much in real life that I'm like, even guys who have served, I just kind of take a step back now and just like watch what they say, watch what they do. I can honestly tell you, and I'm saying this as not a mean guy, nothing harmful. Whatever it is, whatever story people want to tell, it's their story. There is no fucking way in a combat zone that you, let alone in the rear, wherever you're at, on a base, you're going to tell some officer or a gunny or a chief or what does a fucking army have? Whatever those idiots have. You are never going to tell them, no, I'm not going to do something, and you're going to get played. You're going to get kid gloves on. It just doesn't happen that way. And I'm just telling you, you may think me telling the story wrong. I'll accept that. But if that's exactly verbatim what he told you, there's a lot missing on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I can accept also that I think that this is an extreme exception. I think he's an extreme exception because he's just a very different individual. He's not like most people, and he's just I don't just all together. He was different. So I don't doubt that, and I don't think that it wasn't good for me to tell this story at all because I think that hindsight it shows weakness, and it's just a bad idea overall. So yeah, I'll just put it off to I lied and the story was bullshit. I think that's fine. I don't care. But ultimately, I still will hold to everything else and say that I think that the government targets young minds, ruins lives, and is trash overall. I think I'm happy that you had a good personal experience, and I'm glad that the brotherhood, and that's good for you. But I know way too many people, way too many lives who have been completely ruined, destroyed forever, and affected generations. I can't ever. I worked for the National Purple Heart Museum. So you could just imagine what that was like, right? Documenting the soldiers' stories over time and talking to people up close and personal for a long time. I worked inside. Well, I'm not going to dox myself, but there's a lot of, I'm in a military area. I'm just going to say that, okay? And the exposure that I've had to people and conversations, I'm telling you, maybe it was one too many for me, but overall, I just don't think the military is a moral actor for exactly the reason about before, right? And this is what Matt wanted to get me off the mic for. I don't think all of this stuff about leveling. Listen, no law is going to tell me what to do when it comes to self-defense. So no UN document, no constitution, no nothing. As long as it's declared definitive objectively factual, identifiable, confirmed, clarified, verified fact that it's self-defense. Once that happens, you've lost all sphere of protection, any type of limitations, any type of, you're done. Anything goes at that point for me, right? Much different. But with that being said, also, I am not going to ever advocate for a nation, right? Because we remember that we're ruled by the ruling elite and that the large majority of us are just people trying to live from day to day, to harm innocent people that specifically had nothing to do with the ruling elite's decisions to do whatever they're going to do. You can't kill innocent people and to your way. You can't kill innocent people in some sort of attempt to attain moral legitimacy. It's never going to happen, right? You identify the aggressor, you identify the situation, and you take care of it. You don't cause more innocent people to die. I reject largely war theory. I think the war theory is trash, and I think we need to update our compass. But at the same time, like I said, don't think that I'm a pacifist, because I'm not a pacifist. As soon as it becomes self-evident that this is self-defense, pray.
Well, that's a great question. I don't know if we can keep going back and forth, but I was kind of curious. Is there anybody here who is just pro-war, just gung-ho, any?
Do you really have to fucking ask this question, Matthew?
No, I gotta ask it. I really want to.
Seriously, I'm on stage and you gotta ask dumbass questions.
Well, I don't know.
You should just address Rich and be like, Rich, okay.
Okay, what are you? Okay, go ahead and answer the question.
Oh, yes. I'm for wiping out every fucking combatant on fucking Earth and just decimating all the fucking combatants.
So you're for any war? We should get involved in any war. What?
Oh, somebody muted me. Sorry.
Okay. So you're for any war? You want to be involved in all the wars that go on?
Oh no, I'm not like a war hawk. Want to go out and just fucking strike, but I'm saying any enemy combatants. Like if they pose a fucking imminent threat to the United States, we should kill them all.
Okay.
And I'm saying we should invade fucking Paris and kill all the.
Right.
Matt.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Young men go to war, young men that don't know each other, because of old men that do know each other. We need to make these old men that want to start the wars that send young men in, we need to put them on the front line and make them start this shit. Back when kings used to be on the battlefield with their men. We need to go back to that kind of shit. Because, right now, you're literally just sending the youth to go kill the youth because of old fucks that want to make money off of the war machine.
I'm going to be honest, you kind of pissed me off because you went back all the way that far, like George Washington didn't lead his men in the war, you son of a bitch.
Well, where are our leaders that do that? George Bush, you didn't see George Bush in Battle Rattle.
No, but you saw Schwarzkopf.
Hey, I love me some General Schwarzkopf.
George Washington was a straight
You haven't had a president lead troops into battle.
George Washington was a straight up gangster.
Should that be a
requirement? Most gangster president ever in life.
Who's that?
There will be another president who was like, fuck that. I'm going to stand on the front of the boat while we cross this icy river. And I'm going to look gangster as shit with a cape on, showing a flask on with the red, white, and blue. Nigga, ain't that more gangster than that?
That's true. Good point.
With the teeth pulled out of his own slaves.
And he had a big old musket ready to blow.
Marshall, you raise a good point. Should our presidents be on the front line? Would that change the whole dynamics of war for them if they're out there doing the business too? I don't know. What are your thoughts, Marshall?
Let's go back to the ancient world. Fuck it.
Okay.
Realistically, it would probably bring in some kind of moderating. It would probably bring in some kind of a moderating influence because they would have to be there and fight themselves.
Exactly.
But no, realistically, modern presidents are not getting back in the field. The last president we had that led men into battle as like a general thing, like as a full commander was Andrew Jackson, but you also had Zachary Taylor, who was a general. Eisenhower was a general, right? Now they might not have done any fighting themselves, but that experience certainly taught them how to manage the military as well as United States expectations internationally. So, should they be on the front lines? No. Should we require some sort of military training? Probably not going to pass Congress, but I have a feeling if you had military training, you'd probably use the military a whole lot less.
I'm not going to lie.
That's a surmise and a historical guess on my part. Brad, what do you think?
I want Trump on this one. He's on the phone.
Brad's on the phone. First,
what's up, Marshall?
I disagree with Harley because George Washington caught fucking bodies. Like this nigga was dropping niggas in the field. Like, bro, this wasn't no regular. Bro, as far as I think George Washington was a fucking alien.
Wait, Machiavelli.
I think this nigga was an alien, bro. George Washington was dropping niggas in the field, bro.
Wait, hold on, Machiavelli. Based on what you just said, are you saying he was dropping slaves in the field?
No, you know what I mean. Stop being fucking little.
Oh no, I was just curious.
No, he was pulling the teeth out of slaves to use them as
bro,
tools.
He was fucking blicking people, bro. This man he was shooting motherfuckers off of horses, bro. He was blaming motherfuckers, bro. There was nobody more gangster than that. Whose president caught a body?
Yeah, but
like, whose president has caught a body recently?
We also have to keep aware. At the time, he was not president. He was just a regular general. Like not even King George III at the time led his troops into battle. I mean, Eisenhower didn't lead troops into battle. Eisenhower commanded them.
No, not as president.
Not as president. The last time you had somebody who commanded men in battle, I think, was Andrew Jackson in the War of 1812. Right? Like, you had other presidents that served, like George H.W. was a fighter pilot.
Dude, he was in the Texas National Air Guard.
No, I'm not talking about W. I'm talking about H.W. H.W. World War II.
I'm throwing my hat
before you
I'm throwing my hat into this ring. I agree. I think that president lines. Why? Because it forces the presidents to be physically fit. And it will also force a representation to men of how we're supposed to fucking be. That's also going to set a precedent for men in America as well.
I threw it into AI. So, sitting presidents to lead troops, the only one was George W. Bush as president, right? He led the Continental Army to put down the Whiskey Rebellion in Pennsylvania. Presidents who led troops and saw combat before presidency was Theodore Roosevelt, who led the voluntary cavalry known as Rough Riders. And Andrew Jackson served in the Revolutionary War and commanded forces during the War of 1812, but he wasn't president at the time. Ulysses S. Grant led the Union Army in victory in the Civil War. William Henry Harrison commanded American forces at the Battle of Tippecanoe. Other presidents with combat experience, Harry Truman led troops as an artillery officer in World War I. JFK, John F. Kennedy, served as Navy lieutenant in World War II, known for his actions in PT 109, and H.W. Bush was a Navy pilot who saw combat in World War II. Several other presidents saw combat or were in the military during wartime, including James Monroe, Rutherford B. Hayes, James Garfield, and Dwight D. Eisenhower, who commanded Allied forces in World War II. There you go.
But again, it goes back to old men that start wars that know each other, but young men are the ones that don't know the person that they're fighting on the other side. Yeah. Like for all I know, like when I was fighting people, if it would have been given a chance to sit down in a coffee shop, I might have enjoyed having a conversation with these people. But no, we're shooting bullets at each other. Like, it's young people fighting young people because of old people that do know each other. And like, war is gonna be a bitch. It really is. And if you worked on the military order of the Purple Heart Union, you can look me up. I'm Brian Pat. I'm Chapter 1000 Military Order of the Purple Heart. I'm not talking shit. when I'm talking about the military. I mean, dude, it was the worst thing going through it, but the thing that, like Brad said, I want to go back to so bad. Like, it was shit going through it. But it's the thing that I missed kind of the freaking most.
Because it's a man thing, nigga. It's a man thing. Bullets, gunfire. You smell that gunpowder. I wasn't even there. I wasn't even fucking there. You understand? I'm not
Did you say it's a manfinity? He's here.
I would use 1% of the interest.
Yes, every battle ever is based on infinity's proven track record.
See, there you go.
Why? What comes in
it is what it is, bro.
Wait, welcome to the stage, LC. How are you, Al?
Fantastic, Naveen. How are you? Good to hear you.
Wow.
Hey, I would be very confused if I didn't ask Mephasis what does he think of Trump right now. I gotta get your update on what you're thinking because you went hard. What do you
Oh yeah, I was on that. My thing and there would have been some other ice cream different types from Oliver, probably talk about watching television, and nothing gets done. So like, I hate how everybody's complaining, but it's like, motherfucker, this is what it is. And I've always said, that, you know, how they say Republicans, Democrats, birds can stay home. I've always done this, but it's what I would actually say. Democrats are smiling in your face. They play nice, they act like they're behind, like this is actually fucking up. The Republicans, they tell you exactly who they are. They're going to tell you you're on the path. You got to make a way for yourself. And whatever happens, and they're going to expose the ugly of the world, whether you like it or not. So be ready. And that's what he said. So I don't understand why motherfuckers are all afraid and scared.
And on the left side of the screen, it was like a
cool
panel
up, go
where they
get you
put
a gun.
information
I got a fucking automatic AR-15, nigga. I'm ready. I'm not loaded. I'm ready to go. Like, you feel me? Like, it is this time, bro. And this is the problem with people, too. People have gotten so fucking strong and gotten so bitch-made. They forgot what America was really like from the beginning. Nigga, we came from the days of the Wild Wild West. We came from the days where people rode on horses and shit. There was
Randy today is slightly different.
An unexpected repair could wipe out your savings fast. Protect yourself with a home warranty from Cinch Home Services. In the end, people are awake that something happened during COVID that was unholy. So that was an important victory. And this hantavirus story, if it is just people talking themselves into a frenzy, fine. But if officialdom is playing games again, they are probably playing them for a reason. And we need to know what that reason is, because hantavirus is not a natural for this role at all.
Well, it's easy to strip people of their rights in an emergency.
Exactly.
I mean, the Moderna vaccine story from 3 days ago is crazy, dude. How can you even begin to say it's a coincidence? It's maybe it's a coincidence, Moderna. Maybe this just happened to happen within a week. Maybe it was a slow news day on accident. Maybe they didn't stifle the news for 3 days to let the hantavirus story go wild. Maybe they didn't do that.
Well, I think people need to understand that whatever else it may have been, the COVID pandemic was the debut of gene therapies dressed up as vaccines. That's what
they changed the definition of vaccine.
I know they did.
It's wild, huh?
It is wild, because if they had said to people, we're going to require you to take a gene therapy, people would have said, huh?
What's the value of the gene therapy? Assuming steel manning the argument, you get some badass mRNA treatment. Like, what's the good upside of it?
Well, you want to know?
Yeah.
From the point of view of the vaccine making industry, it is the ultimate cash cow for multiple different reasons. It streamlines the process of creating a vaccine, and it cuts right through the regulatory apparatus, because the argument that they're going to make is, we tested the platform, it's safe, so we just loaded a new gene in. The only thing we have to do is test that new gene and the antigen it produces. As long as they're safe, then the whole thing is safe. Now, the fact is, none of it's safe, and it can't be made safe. Anything you load into that mRNA platform is going to be dangerous. It's going to do the same damage to the body that the COVID shots did, and it's going to show up in the heart.
I want to show you guys this post from Jack Posobiec. He tweeted, "What if instead of a vaccine, we just were able to get exposed to a weak version of the virus that enabled us to build the antibodies we need to fight the real thing?" Of course, Jack's point was that mRNA vaccines were totally different from the, what is it called, 10 years, is that what it's called? Yeah, vaccinations, which were in the past what vaccines would do. And Jack was making that point. And this guy, Dave Jorgensen, said, the anti-vaxxers went so far right, they looped around and invented vaccinations. These people, I'm wondering if the real left-right divide is sub 70 IQ versus everyone else. And I'm being intentionally mean. These individuals had no idea, and to this day have no idea what is actually going on in the world. They see this post from Jack, and they are so far removed from the context of the real conversation around this technology, they genuinely believed the COVID vaccinations were attenuated virus vaccines.
Yeah, they weren't at all.
No, they were mRNA vaccines.
Were any of them attenuated? Were those DNA vaccines? Is that the difference?
No, the DNA were also gene therapy.
But there was a different, wasn't one of the other ones
Johnson & Johnson.
No.
It wasn't attenuated virus, but it wasn't mRNA, right?
It wasn't mRNA. It was DNA. But the question is, what language did you write the gene in? It's still gene therapy. In the Johnson & Johnson, they wrote the gene into DNA. In the Moderna, they wrote it into mRNA, but it's almost the same difference. Now, the mRNA platform has a special vulnerability, but you can't, maybe I should tell you what that vulnerability is. The mRNA is basically a RNA gene wrapped in a lipid nanoparticle. That lipid nanoparticle has no addressing mechanism on it. They inject it into you, it flows around in your blood and your lymph, and any cell that it touches may take it up because it's basically just coated in fat. Your cells are made of fat, like dissolves like, it goes in. So the problem is, by design, that shot tells your cell to make a foreign protein, in this case the spike protein. That foreign protein ends up on the surface of the cell, and your immune system, when it sees your cell making a foreign protein, it thinks virus. Why? Because that's the only place it sees that. It's a viral pattern. So what does it do? It destroys the cell that made the protein. Now, if that cell is in your muscle or your liver, not a big deal. If that cell is in your heart, it's a big deal, right? Your heart is not supposed to have a viral infection. They're rare. Your body decides, well, killing off heart cells isn't a good idea, but leaving virally infected heart cells isn't a good idea either, and it kills off those cells. That's where your myocarditis is coming from. And myocarditis itself is misleading, because what myocarditis means is just heart inflammation. This isn't just heart inflammation.
And pericarditis.
Right, but these are itis, inflammation. It's not inflammation. This is inflammation, which is the symptom of damage to your heart, which has an extremely low capacity for self-repair. So why is it that a soccer player is running down the field and his heart gives out? Because he's got a wound in his heart he doesn't know about. He's running under pressure, and suddenly something gives way.
Real quick, though, you said the heart doesn't usually get viruses?
Yeah.
Can you explain more on that? Is this like your immune system just won't let it happen? Or
no, it's very well protected, right? Your heart, it's really important that it not get viruses, so you would expect the protections to be turned up. It's also pretty well insulated, right? Your lungs aren't. Your lungs are exposed to the outside world. So in any case, I'm not saying it never happens.
Is that true for any other internal organs? Like your kidneys are less likely to get an infection?
Well, your kidneys can get infected because they're also exposed.
But I mean, your blood, it's like your heart. You know what I mean? Like sepsis.
It happens, but it's very serious when it happens.
Right.
To clarify, you're saying O means they would put the
pathogen in the body, and the pathogen would be there in the body, be like, immune system, kick on, go get it, and now you strengthen. But these new mRNAs, they attach to a cell, healthy cell in your body, and then make it seem like it's a virus, and your own body destroys its own healthy cells, and that's supposed to knock up to create an immune response.
What if it's built in? And so what the whole thing was predicated on was the shot stays in your arm, right? If the shot stayed in your arm and their little pseudovirus infected your cells and then your immune system cleared those cells by killing them off, it wouldn't be a huge deal. But one of the things that Steve Kirsch and Robert Malone and I talked about on that podcast in June of 21 was the fact that the biodistribution did not suggest that it stayed in the arm at all.
Are they working on figuring out a way to make these lipid particles address properly now?
They won't acknowledge the problem. So I don't know if they
that would cure cancer, wouldn't it?
Well, cancer's a different matter. If you have a terminal disease and we've got an mRNA shot that might address that disease, you might be willing to take that risk, right? The risk of the shot might be low enough and the benefit of the shot might be high enough. So,
but let's just address the theoretical nature. If they were to create the addressing mechanism, as Ian was asking, targeting for destruction cancer cells, specific cancer cells, because not all cancer are the same, they inject it into your arm or whatever, it floats through the body, but specifically only attaches to the cancer, your immune system that destroys those cells. Is that possible?
Now, your immune system already has a tremendous amount of capacity to fight cancer.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't. That's when we find out about it, right?
Yeah.
When the thing isn't properly addressed. So yeah, and I would cautiously say I don't trust these people. I'm not necessarily going to buy what they tell us about how effective the thing is, but I'm open to the idea that in extremely dire cases you might be willing to take such a shot. But I'm not open to the idea that it's a vaccine, and I'm not open to the idea of preventing infectious disease with it because the platform itself is terminally flawed.
So we're going to go to Rumble Rants and Super Chats. One quick last question, though, is how much information can be delivered to the cell? I mean, could they reprogram a cell could they repair damaged DNA or RNA?
With the mRNA platform?
Yeah, so imagine they took like a stem cell of yours, they had like a perfect DNA strand or whatever. Could they inject it into your body so that it tells the cells to reproduce perfectly, so that basically destroys the aging process or ends the aging process?
Well, we're not going to end the aging process, and we'll have to talk another time about why that is. They're
political reasons or biological?
Biological reasons.
Oh, let's talk telomere. Could they make the cells reproduce perfectly again? Like it's a damaged cell, but they give it the program it to reproduce.
You're kind of coming at the story upside down, because the promise of gene therapy was very much like what you're describing, right? The idea is you might have cells that are doing the wrong thing for some genetic reason, and if you could get genes taken up into these cells, you could get them to do the right thing, and you might cure a disease. It never panned out for reasons like this addressing problem, right? The problems never worked, and so the huge investment that we biologically put into gene therapy never returned on that investment.
Yeah, but if you were able to do like one clinical test on, say, like 5 billion people, you get all of that data at once to solve for this. You dispatch various batches to key regions, make everybody. I mean, could you imagine if something like that happened where they were doing a mass clinical test like that?
Yeah, but what I would tell you is that what can be done on paper is spectacular. What happens when you try to deploy these things in the layered complex systems that make up the human body is you end up with all sorts of unintended consequences.
I understand that. I'm saying, so imagine if you could do 5 billion clinical all at once, with
like between the year of 2021
and 2024. And you're like, how do we get the data? And they say, well, it's going to take 20 years.
You're asking whether or not COVID was an experiment.
I never said that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying that instead of doing a bunch of human trials where you can't figure, it's from the 80s and you're like, why can't we get this addressing problem right? So only if we could test it out 5 billion times in a short period and get all the data. We're going to go to your Rumble Rants and Super Chats, so smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. The uncensored portion of the show will be up in about 12 or so minutes at 10 p.m. Rumble.com/TimCastIRL. In the meantime, what say you? HS Disturbed says, just found out I'm pregnant with my 4th child. I'm 42. My last pregnancy was 10 years ago. Please pray for us as I attempt to bring another God-fearing patriot into this world. Thank you so much. I love you guys.
That's so great.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. Oh, you're gonna be so excited when you get another baby. I just know it. Running around. J Dirt Biker says it's because Lindsey Graham is a progressive Republican, which is still a progressive. Glenn Beck covered that today. I am surprised Ian didn't mention that.
Or is he progressing too? That's what I care about.
Off a cliff.
Maybe. Time to regress, Linz.
Monkey King says, wow, Brett even cut his hair for this interview. Thank you, Tim.
Nice hair, by the way. No, I had someone else do it.
Correct. All right. K-Toth Swiss says, feeling bad for stupid people is what got us here, Brett.
This is tough.
Do you press the red button or the blue button?
What is that a reference?
You know this one?
No. Oh, you mean the sweating?
With a what? There's a red button, a blue button. If more than 50% press the blue button, everyone lives. If more than 50% press red, anyone who pressed blue dies. Moral dilemma.
Yes, it is one.
And everybody just says, like, just press the red button.
There's a big leap of human evolution some 300,000 years ago where they discovered the first human bone that was actually looked like it had been repaired. Before that, if someone broke their leg, they were just left to die. And that was very bad for us as a species. Once they started taking care of their weak and their wounded, we evolutionarily leapt. So we're sort of in a situation like that. I mean, I think that's your argument. I'm trying to steel man your argument.
My argument actually is that the transhumanists, and there's lots of people who fall under that banner who wouldn't label themselves that way, but the transhumanists have sold us a bill of goods, and I think many of them have lied to themselves. And the story that they tell themselves is that there are people who are so broken, there's just nothing we can do for them. And they're half right, okay? Once a person has gotten through development, it's very hard to help them. Before they've been damaged in development, it's very easy to protect them by delivering an environment that looks like their ancestral environment, so their body knows what to do, their mind knows how to develop, and that's what we ought to be targeting. So I just want you to separate two questions. What do we do for the broken people on planet Earth today? And the answer is that's going to be a tough one, and we're going to be less successful than we would like by a lot. What can we do for the generation that has yet to emerge? Everything, and it ought to be our obsession. Right? We can start dealing. You don't need to have children who need orthodontia. We know how to solve that problem. We're just not admitting it, right? It's solvable, right? It has to do with a feedback. When you chew as a child, you put information into your body, and your body reshapes your jaw based on that information. All of this giving children baby food and formula and making sure they don't chew hard stuff is causing our jaws to collapse. There's not enough room for the teeth. They come in all crooked. And the fact is, most children now need orthodontia. That doesn't need to be. If you wanted that problem to be solved 10 years from now, we could solve it, and we wouldn't create massive numbers of new people. You need a tiny number of orthodontists for the few people who have.
What are you saying? Kids should be eating hard stuff?
Yeah. Look up Mike Mew.
Mike Mew.
Mike Mew.
What do you mean? Like, my baby doesn't have teeth. You know?
Right. But your baby, and you should go to Mike Mew for the exact advice on what to feed when. But your baby naturally wants to chew on things, right?
Yeah, she does.
And if the instinct is, oh, they don't have teeth, it better be pureed, then what you're going to do is you're going to cause the wrong information to register. Her jaw will collapse. She'll need orthodontia. And then you know what the orthodontist will tell you? It's genetic.
But
which doesn't make any sense.
She gets puree sometimes, but we were told by all the doctors to give her stuff to chew on, so she chews soft things.
What about, do you ever do like a frozen strawberry and a little net thing? That stuff's awesome.
Yeah, she's got one small tooth coming in.
My son loved that stuff.
Mike Mew calls it the big bolus chewing, involving chewing a large ball of 5 to 10 pieces of gum to strengthen the masseter muscles and develop the gonial angle, the jaw corner. But how old, how young do they start?
Ask Mike Mew. Right. I don't want to pretend to be an authority.
Problem is today,
I'll ask AI to analyze his work.
And she was rather enjoying her beets. But I was eating cheese, and she saw me eating cheese.
And she knew that cheese can't be beets.
And she reached over and she went, And I looked at my wife, and I was like, should I give her some? Should I give her a little piece? So I gave her a little piece of cheese, and then she took the beets and threw them on the floor.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what happened.
You got to mix the beets with the cheese.
And she's like, now I don't have to eat them. And then we were like, you're done. You're not eating. And then she started crying.
He says the earlier the better. The earlier the children start, the better. That's an interesting philosophy. It makes a lot. I mean, just basic, duh.
The most important thing, though, is that we handed her a flute, and she instantly figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just going, burp, 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 and we're like, yes. Oh, I got to tell you guys this story, totally unrelated. We went to Guitar Center because we went out to eat, and there's a jazz band playing. We were in Baltimore before we went to Phil's show, and she was staring at the jazz band, obsessed, and she kept reaching for me. So my wife was like, okay, and she let her watch, and then bring her back over to eat, and she would start freaking out again, wanting to go back to watch the jazz band, and we were like, okay, she likes music. So we went to Guitar Center, and we showed her piano, and she immediately, I put her sideways on the bench. She immediately spun to the keyboard, and she was going bang, 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 bang on it. And we were like, she knew right away what to do.
To buy the piano.
Yes, and when we told the man we're going to buy it, and picked her up to put her in a chair, started reaching for it and yelling and complaining, and then started arching her back, refusing to go into her seat because she wanted to play the piano. So we're very excited,
dude. Yes.
And then,
Is it already delivered? Is it all in the house now?
yeah, it's
all the time.
we've had it for 2 to 3 days.
Love it.
And she just goes bing, 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 bing.
That's so
You know,
great.
she just mashes it. She's one. So it's pretty obvious she loves music.
That's fantastic.
I mean, Alice and I both play guitar and sing, and so she sees us and we play music for her. So we've created that, but naturally.
In all of your studies as a molecular and evolutionary biologist, do you get deep on music and the value of music?
Oh my God! First of all, I'm not a molecular biologist, though I am made of molecules, so I suppose there's an argument. But
you are molecular and a biologist.
Yeah, when somebody asks about a microbiologist, I often wonder how small they are. But the question of music is fascinating at an evolutionary level, and I will tell you, it goes all the way back to Darwin. Darwin wondered about it, and this is a place where I have a long-standing annoyance with Steven Pinker, who declared that our love of and pursuit of music was the result of the fact that it combined a bunch of other things that we love, that it has no meaning of its own. And he compared it to, he said it was, I think, musical cheesecake.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And so this is a giant mystery where we can't admit that the answer is it's for something really frickin' important, but we don't know what it is. And I have my own hypothesis, but let's just say the fact that all human cultures have music, the fact that both males and females participate in music, that every human being until recent times has had their own individual relationship with music, the fact that you hear a song, even a sad song makes you feel sad, but you want to hear it again. That's why you disagree with which part?
Not all music is the same, and some things people describe, like Ben Shapiro says rap isn't music. He's unmoved by it. He doesn't connect with it emotionally.
I'm not defending every piece of music or every genre of music.
Well, so what I would say is the important thing is to reduce it a little bit and say every society has some kind of emotional communication through sound.
Speech, for instance, it's like an evolution of music.
I would argue that mumble rap is. I understand it as music functionally, but it's actually it's nails on a chalkboard to me.
Yeah,
it fills me with rage.
Right.
I will strike the person doing it. You know what I mean?
So let's just say
I feel that way about spoken word.
Spoken word poetry. Yeah, I do too. I'm not a fan.
No, it depends on how it's spoke. Sorry to interrupt.
I mean, it's not that the occasional piece.
We have a couple more minutes. I'll get a couple of these, and we'll come back to this for the uncensored portion because this is fun. Freedom Stripe says, I know Brett is not a big fan of Trump, but he must know that science is better with him in office at this point.
Well, my relationship with Trump, who I've never met, so I don't have a personal relationship with him, but my relationship with him is complicated. I certainly voted for him. I would vote for him again. I think
the alternatives are disastrous.
It is so terrifying that just even the fact that you have a person who is in possession of his mental faculties, who you could haul in front of Congress and ask questions, that can make a decision if the phone call comes in the night and, Mr. President, the missiles are on the way, what do we do? Is so far and away better than having a empty suit puppet or a demented old man or any of that stuff that covers the cabal on the blue team. It's no contest. Nonetheless, I very definitely voted for no new wars, and I am not happy that we are involved in a new war.
But didn't you know that Miriam Adelson was backing Trump for the purpose of helping Israel annex the West Bank? Donald Trump had stated numerous times he would never allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. He killed Soleimani He fired 59 Tomahawk missiles into Syria. So while I agree he was the better candidate on the war things, and I think it is fair to point out we didn't want him to start a war. And I'm not saying it's a view, but just generally speaking, I mean, we all knew the possibility, the probability was decent.
Well, I think we'd be at war either way, and I think what we've really learned is that we don't have a choice on that one.
Yeah, I agree. My response is like, what was that? A president started a war in the Middle East? I'm so shocked. Oh heavens!
I think
can't believe
there's a very good chance that that America's waging of foreign wars facilitates our peaceful existence here.
I think there's a couple big
reasons. Or at
reasons.
least our leaders believe that.
I actually think one of the reasons the war started is because the economy is burning in a very, very bad way. I want to say it's on fire, but I don't want to imply that it's good.
Defense production is a great way to lift an economy, and being at war and spending all this money on weapons, that's a great way to lift the economy.
So
that's how we got rich. That's how we got rich.
It's artificially inflating, but the general idea is stealing the resources from other places to inflate our own economy. Well, and I don't mean currency wise. I'm saying we took Venezuela. We've now got spy planes over Cuba, just like we did before we took Maduro out. So Trump said we'll take Cuba.
Right.
The goal is, I think the economy was really, really bad, and there's a plethora of factors involved. But I think largely it's, okay, it's time for a war again and take other people's stuff so that our economy can be better.
Did you see the thing about how lithium was found in Appalachia?
Oh, no.
Like 300 years worth of lithium, like massive lithium deposits.
We got to go to the uncensored portion. We'll talk more about this in music. So smash the like button, share the show with everyone you've ever met in your life. You can follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. Brett, do you want to shout anything out?
What are you asking for?
Dark Horse Podcast.
Oh, the Dark Horse Podcast, of course. And find me on X at Brett Weinstein, and Brett has one T.
What's the newest book?
Well, the only book that I've published is A Hunter-Gatherer's Guide to the 21st Century, which I co-wrote with Heather. And if you're one of those people like me who likes audiobooks, Heather and I read the book for the audiobook. So if you want to hear us tell you what it means, you can hear that too.
I'm Ian Crossland. Follow me on the internet, Ian Crossland. I was actually talking to Brett about graphene a little bit before we went live on the Discord show. I'm doing a documentary with Jim Tour and the folks at Rice University about graphene and all sorts of banging nanotechnology. So go to graphene.movie, sign up for the mailing list. When that goes live, you'll be notified. And follow me at Ian Crossland.
I want to clarify. We talked about graphene, but we didn't do it.
Well, technically, every time you breathe in smoke, you're breathing it in. Did you know?
That's right. Now let's
start funky.
You can follow me everywhere. Carter, thanks. Brett, thanks for coming on. It's been an honor and a privilege, and I can't wait to get into the after show with you, Libby.
I'm Libby Emmons. You can follow me on Twitter at Libby Emmons. And tomorrow, my new podcast drops with Jan Yekelin and Chloe Chung, all about crazy things happening in China and how we should watch out for them here at home.
Brett, have you ever smoked DMT?
I haven't. I'm interested in that.
I want to ask you about mass population reduction and the mass genocide of people over the past several years, which will be available at rumble.com/TimcastIRL in about 10 seconds. We'll see you there.
Ashley, go. Plant the device.
But then she's like, I don't understand. No shit. We know you don't understand. You're fucking dumb. Literally dumb. The dumbest of the fucking doornails, but yet you mob these rooms that have hundreds of people in it. And I don't understand why. Like, the only reason I go in is to listen to how dumb they are. So when I encounter these dumb people in real life, I'm not shocked and appalled because I hear the dumbness here on Clubhouse. But I don't understand why. You see, like them, I just don't understand why. People listen to them as if they have the authority on any information that comes out of their mouth because they are some of the most ignorant, dumb people. Dude, Bando has become so Islamophilic. Like, he sits there and he talks about Islam the way Tucker Carlson does now. So it's really interesting to see how everybody has shifted so much. What was his name? Goat, right? That was his name?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. He used to be a friend, to pretend to be a friend of the Jews, but he never was, ever. Hi, guys.
Well, I said this from the beginning. Being a blackface to anti-Semitism is not. It's not a good look. It's never worked out very well for anybody.
Funny though, since you changed the title, like, we really do have more people in the room.
Do you think that a lot of those accounts in that room? Do you think a lot of those are real accounts?
You know, I never actually thought about that. Like, how does the bot thing work on Clubhouse?
They just come and park in the rooms, but if you look at their engagement of the chat, it's just the same people arguing with each other.
True, because every now and then I do jump in the chat.
Hey, I got a general question. BB, doctor, alumni, feel free to answer it.
Oh, I'm an alumni.
Oh, my apologies. Didn't mean to mispronounce your name, ma'am.
It's okay. You're fun, dumpster.
Thank you. You know, me personally, I don't have no issues with Jewish folks. I don't, personally. I'm a Catholic man. And, you know, but I don't understand what the problem is that a lot of people have against Jewish folks.
I hate Jews, man.
Well, why? They ain't doing nothing to y'all.
He's missed out.
No, actually, it has nothing to do with me being sad. I just hate the Jews, man, because Nick Fuentes told me they fucking control the government, and they control the media, and they push the homosexuality in the goddamn schools. They want all our kids to be tranny.
So you listen to white men. Like,
I listen to Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Dave Smith. Dave Smith is a goddamn Jew. He told me, fuck the Jews.
I thought it was mainly black urban males that are spreading awareness of, you know, the transgender movement. I mean, they're the ones fucking them the most.
No, man, no goddamn tranny boy.
They're the ones fucking them the most.
I don't like to go on the goddamn slide. I ain't no goddamn homosexual. Hey, calm down. I support the Jews, man. Let me tell you something, dumpster, right? I watched a documentary of goddamn Hitler, right? And they translated his speech. He was like, but when you hear this shit in English and they translate it, I'm like, Hitler ain't really that bad of a guy. Hey, are we gonna be here to troll, or we gonna have a conversation, sir?
I'm being for real, man.
I don't think he's trolling.
I was gonna say though, it kind of feels like he's making fun of how stupid all of this is.
I ain't making fun of. Listen, man, Nick Fuentes told me, "Fuck y'all, motherfuckers," and he brought very good points. I'm like, you know what? Nick Fuentes is a goddamn virgin, but you know what? This virgin, he might be gay even. Fuck, who fucking knows? But he makes some fucking sense. Fuck the Jews, man.
Oh, so you.
But you sound retarded, bro. Like, honestly, like, how do you? I don't even know how you chew with that fucking mouth. Like, you sound like you're missing teeth, everything. Like.
And now you're gonna come
and you
and
said
make
the
fun
same.
of the Goyam. The Goyam.
This guy said the exact same shit the other day. The same.
I'm the smartest guy in the room. The Goyam's retarded.
You shouldn't beat the
This is what they do. This is what the Jews do, man. They just think everybody's beneath them. Fuck you, baby. We're not beneath
Watch
you.
this.
Hold on.
Holy shit. Yeah.
Thank you, for making my audience.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
This is a goddamn honor to have my. Wow.
Because you're a good guy.
You know what? I'm actually.
Wow, thank God I made a mistake there. Holy shit.
Oh my God, thank God that was
Well, okay. My thing is, baby, I think it's quite foolish to target someone's religion and think that they're trying to take over everything. You know, I'm a Catholic man, okay? I don't have no ill judgments towards Jewish people, don't have no ill judgments to atheists. I do have concerning issues with Islam, but because the direction that they're going is directly targeting Jewish folks, Christian folks, and anybody that doesn't pertain to that. I have never met a Jewish woman or man in my life that gave two fucks that are not Jewish. They just go, I don't swing that way.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And I was just starting to like you guys. You gave me mine. I was like, holy shit! Like I'm starting to like the Jews. But then you moved into the fucking audience.
No, Lumi's here. He hates Jews. He hates Jews.
Oh no, I actually hate the Jews, but then I like the Jews because BB gave me fucking mine, and then he put me down.
I'm sorry. If you don't mind,
no, back fuck the Jews.
Greetings to everyone on the panel.
You understand that.
I just want to correct something when it comes down to Kitty. I apologize if I offended you regarding the whole friends thing.
He's a fucking Hamas.
I don't mean that I'm not friendly. I'm just saying that we're acquaintances.
Do you understand, Lumi?
Not that we're enemies. So
she don't sound like she likes you very much.
Yeah, it's because I said we're not friends on this app. We're acquaintances, and she's taking it way too seriously.
Understand this, Lumi. As long as
I didn't mean like that we're not friendly.
We're not going to be friends if you hate Jews. Got it?
Nothing.
Kitty,
I don't hate
with
Jews.
titties
I don't know
like
what
that,
you think
I
a
just
Jew
might
is.
become a Jew. I ain't gonna lie to you. With titties like that, you can make a nigga do anything.
But I just want to be clear: if you're being passive aggressive because of the comment, I didn't mean it that way.
Listen, man. When I see titties like titties, man, it makes me want. I don't want to be an anti-Semite no more. Fuck it.
When was the last time you saw some titties, Sam?
I'm a Semite, so I can't really be anti myself.
I kicked that dude down.
He's in the Middle East. Wait, I like Simp better than Illumi. Like, Simp he could stay.
It was another Illuminati.
You fucking stole my name, you piece of shit. You fucking Hamas lover. You get fucked in the ass by fucking Hamas. It takes your fucking pieces of shit.
Amen.
Fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
He's the good girl. Islamic fucking terrorist piece of shit. Stop doing your shit, Illumi, and that way people that have cool names like Illumi won't have to fucking beat the shit out of you. And I won't have to titty slap you in the face.
There is only one Illumi. And Illumi cannot be
It's not
mimicked.
You. You're a fucking piece of shit. It's not you.
Well,
fucking
I'm not here to shit talk with a woman that I don't even know.
I love you, Islamic terrorist. Oh yeah.
If I wanted that, there's $100. I'll go down to the Vietnamese massage place and I'll get a happy ending.
I don't think you know how to talk to women. What the fuck just happened?
I think I probably have a
you have
pretty
a pussy.
good record with women.
Are you married?
Have a pussy. You get fucked. You get fucked.
What's up? How you doing?
Be friends till you're nice to Jews.
You can't even define a Jew. What are you talking
In
about?
the Middle East, do you understand? You can't define a woman.
Yeah, what is a woman?
Pussy.
Yeah, tell him, ask him.
Yeah, what he said. Look, he had a lion in his flag. He was okay. He had a lion. Yeah. That's
see.
It says, I don't hate Jews, I hate Zionists. Bully shitty? Wait, bullshitty? Nah, I hate Jews. I love Jews. I'd rather be fucking. Okay, I took it.
Address. Don't you have kids, Kitty?
No, why? You want to make some tonight?
Okay, so why, BB, why am I confused that she's your cousin? There must be someone who sounds like Kitty or looks like Kitty, and I'm confusing them.
Okay, he is from England. I am from America. Do you know where America is? Do you know where England is? They're different countries.
No, he thinks you sound like Dickie.
There we go. What's her name again?
What's her name?
Nikki. That's what it is, bro. It's
I never
tripping me
met
the fuck up, man.
Well, then just get off the app. You can delete it. Just hold down the Clubhouse app on your phone and go delete. And just delete it. It'll be fine.
Rafi.
Yo, I just woke up. What the fuck is going on?
We changed the title and Sparks started.
Talking about why we fucking hate Jews.
I need help staying awake tonight, Rafi. I have a lot of work to do, so I needed some friends to keep us entertained.
That's all you. Whether we have a fucking Chinaman, a fucking Hindu man, or a Paki who came on stage to Lumi.
Yeah. You're pretty accurate. And an Islamic terrorist.
Me, a Chinaman? I'm a Semitic man.
We have a Hamdullah Louis and who's Bahudi.
Tiger be going Jackie Chan on motherfuckers. Like,
I'm
not to
what
start
you
no
wish
shit
you
with
were,
this.
man.
Call me Bahudi.
I'm what you look in the mirror and pretend to be.
What the fuck is Bahudi? You know Bahudi?
It's like, what is it, like rubbing on my boo-hoo-hoo-tea? What? I don't know. Who?
We know. Wait, what's this? Do we actually know him? He's good?
I don't know.
Probably don't have an ass to me.
He's got... You get cracked in your ass by fucking Islamic terrorists, so shut the fuck up.
Oh.
Bodhi.
There's a lot of homosexual in doing this.
You are a homosexual, yes.
This person is sexually frustrated.
I'm a homosexual.
What the fuck? You, yes, this person, meaning you. But we're not talking to you. We're talking to Bodhi. Hi, Bodhi. Who the fuck are you?
Greetings, Bodhi.
I'm a individual who ascended with Jesus, and he made me come back to Earth to save you all. So...
Can you start with the Islamic terrorists?
I like your stuff on TikTok.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, the Jews fucking killed Jesus, by the way, just so we all know.
Goddamn Jews.
Yeah, we have a rule. We try to leave us, we kill you. That's the rule. Just like how the Muslims have. You know, you can't leave it once you join it.
No, what happened is that actual Earth
literally
is Jesus existing forever, giving us heavenly experiences and enlightening us for all eternity. And then these fucking Jews who were pissed off because he wasn't their God came and killed him.
Yo, but who?
I don't think you're the
stuck in
only...
that dumbass.
We got a bunch of heathens pretending to be Jews. They can't define what a Jew is.
I'm a Catholic man here, dude. Don't disrespect our direction. Have some decorum, my guy. Have some decorum.
My guy, are you in a what branch are you, my guy? Because I can tell.
People continue to repeat that narrative that the Jews killed Jesus.
Because they did. Romans was put in the Bible by Paul, who didn't fucking exist before 2022. So that we would remember that the Jews killed Jesus and it wasn't the Romans.
Why'd you guys drop Illumi?
Please show me a picture from before 2022.
What is that emotional stuff, bro?
Do that for me.
Wait.
I want a timestamp.
I was going to tell the guy.
Yes, it's not
United States Marine Corps, sir.
Be careful, Rafi.
Can y'all control this? I don't even know who this person is.
Narrative like it's ridiculous. He was killed by Italian.
Right there, just
down.
Hey, sir. I was going to tell that Lumni guy.
Hey, Rafi and BB, just take note that he just said he's blocking me, so if you're going to have him on your stage.
Who's blocking you?
That could be modded, first of all.
Who's blocking you?
No, it's just the fake-ass Illumi piece of shit.
I don't thought, bro, you better be careful. He's going to start wearing your wigs and your underwear soon.
Yeah, but
I don't know what these guys are smoking, but shit, man, you need to change your plug, bro. Change that plug.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes,
you asked me a question, and United States Marine Corps, sir.
United States Marine? Okay. Just the way you're talking, guy, and all that, I can tell you're military. Air Force. Tactical aircraft maintenance.
Dumpster fire? Okay, I'm adding you right now.
Are you maintenance or are you combat?
Combat.
Okay.
I'm not even fully expressing myself right now.
Illumi, do you understand?
Hoorah, man.
Yeah.
What does the Air Force say, like the equivalent of hoorah?
You
Fly, fight, win. Or kind of gay.
Air Force says steering wheel.
Yeah, we do that. But it's not like a thing. It's just no slogan. It's only flight, fight, win. That's it.
What about kamikaze? It's not fight, fight, win. Kamikaze it must be.
Well,
they like the planes and the pilots to.
Yep. That's all around supporting the air mission.
Unless it's a do flying the plane, then you tell them. Wait, Illumi, did you fight in the United States military?
Fight? No, I didn't fight
You
anyone.
weren't in my military. You were in another. Yeah, you're in. I heard him say we, Kitty. I heard him say we.
He's in the U.S. Air Force.
Are you sure?
Yes, he just said it.
Okay, fine. I like you a little more. No, he's just infiltrating. Don't let him ride. He's trying to learn and take that information back. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's a pretty anti-Semitic comment.
Piece of shit.
It's the only kind I'm pretty sure you like.
Christians. You act like you love Jesus, but you hate Christians.
Huh? Which Christians? Who's worse? I don't. First of all, I don't hate Christians because some of my best friends are Christian. But when we're talking about Christians among each other, the Orthodox Church anathematized everyone. Everyone's an anathema, so they're not going to paradise. The Western Church literally, responded with the same. The Orientals anathematized them. They're all saying they're all going to hell. Each of the churches pretty much is saying the other one's going to hell. You're really going to come and talk to the external?
It pretty much explains, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Do you understand that? Do you understand that, Illumi?
Yes, we understand that, and that's the case for Moses and Muhammad. You have to believe in them because their way is the only way to eternal life.
Call him Mekael. Call him Hamas lover. Call him a fucking Islam terrorist. Don't call him Muhammad the dumbass, and he can Muhammad will Satan and the Jews.
I just want to say they're only because they're women, and I'm letting it slide.
Muhammad raped a little girl. And he thinks that Jesus is just a prophet.
None of the guys get any ideas.
Going to heaven. That's not real, and you need to know that.
Kitty, all you need to know is how to make me a sandwich.
Okay, you can kick him down now, Ralphie. It's fine. He's a dumbass.
All right, I guess he's your bitch.
100%.
Go ahead, Ralphie.
Good man. So is BB, and so is Dumpster Fire. That's something that you're not.
That's cool.
We can behave, Illumi.
No, don't call him by my name. He's Mekael. He's a piece of shit.
I was hoping to have a conversation, not get chewed out by a bunch of chihuahuas.
Marcus can't stand him. Marcus can't stand you.
Kitty, patience. Hold on. Sir.
Squiggly Lines OS. Welcome back.
What are you, E7 or E6?
E7.
Okay.
So, what direction do you want to go in this conversation? You want to put fruit to the conversation on the title, sir?
Sir, whatever direction you want to take this, sir.
Well, what do you think of the title? What do you want to? Do you think people hate Jews?
Sir, if you don't mind me asking a question,
You
define a Jew, sir.
Hey, Kitty, patience, honey, patience.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, sir.
Well, what everybody calls a Jewish, the culture. Because there's a lot of people that have issues with the Jews, and we used it more direct. So, what do you think, sir?
Sir, if you're talking about demographic we call Jews, or commonly known as Jews, it would be up to that individual. If you're asking me to stereotype a whole community, I can only do that based on my understanding of the rabbinic Jewish tradition and their values. Sir.
Those go down. Come.
Thank you for your input.
I'll answer this. You want me to answer?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyone who believes in Yahweh other than an angel is stupid, and anyone who believes Yahweh is God is a Jew, and I fucking hate Jews because they're stupid.
You're dumb.
Do you know what a Shem angel is? How about you only experience Shem angel?
Sir, direct your frustration with me. I'm the one asking you the question.
No, bitch interrupted me and said some dumb shit about me, so they put her in her place.
My thanks, you asshole.
I'm sorry, you guys are speaking to E7 NCO in the Marines, so I don't know why you guys are not talking to some person.
Sir, here I'm a civilian, my guy. I'm a civilian here, my guy, just like everybody else.
It don't matter, man.
Well, maybe other people who aren't you should talk to me nicely.
But who
you were talking to me nicely.
Whatever your fucking name is.
What's up?
Why are you so ballsy to talk to a woman like that on an app?
Why am I so adamant to let idiots in my world know that they don't exist yet and that I'm supposed to help them exist? I don't know.
I promise you that.
I'm trying to answer your question. You're interrupting me while I'm answering it.
How about this? Can you give me 10 seconds?
Let me interrupt you while you're talking?
Sir, you're pretty quick to be aggressive towards a group of individuals or talk about a group of individuals that don't share the same vision of how we practice our religion. I'm a Catholic man, sir. I believe in Jesus Christ, just like you. But we also understand what the passage is also spoken of. And in that passage says that God himself wants individuals to find him and to believe in him and his son. And not force someone into that route.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then, sir, because where you're going, you already said something wrong, so I have to clarify how your justification is going. Okay, Yahweh is a name. That's what we always grew up knowing. God does not have a name. So the fact Yahweh exists means that's a personification God took on for a short period of time that we don't associate God with because that's not who he is as a true person. That's just an angelic part of him or a piece of him that we don't need to accept that could be evil for all we know.
From water to air, I understand.
Cool. Well, start understanding more. Be with me and let's fucking free ourselves. I don't know why I said ourselves.
Don't direct your frustration to a group of individuals that don't seek Jesus Christ as a godly image. You know,
well, I see Jesus. I don't care if he died on the cross.
Sir, permission to interject.
Guys, this isn't a board meeting,
I'm listening.
I prefer the chain of command, honestly. The civvies never understood structure. But anyways, you are a Catholic.
I'm not running a board meeting. You can jump in where you can. Just be a little.
You're an NCO. You're not running a board meeting when you're out there. But okay, you're leading. You're a Catholic. The Jews, Rabbinic Judaism, their religion or their institution or temple preaches that they executed Christ via stoning and that he is a deceiver and he manipulated the people and he's guilty of worshiping foreign idols and that as a punishment he is eternally in hellfire suffering the worst of torment. Now in light of Jesus Christ being the way, the truth, and the light, and that the Jews are going to be around until Christ comes back. You're Catholic, so I guess you believe in at that point. So in light of that, it makes sense that an enemy of Christ is an enemy of the truth?
No. Why?
Relative to those who believe Christ is the Messiah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but some Christians are like live and let live, and they don't care.
Correct.
But fundamentally,
Christians, yeah, those are going to
fundamentally,
go to everybody
if
else.
we're the king of God and they're the enemy, and they declared themselves enemies of the king, that makes them the enemies of all subjects of the kingdom of God.
Generalization, making stupid generalizations. See, okay, look, there's two kinds of people in this world. There are people that are happy with making broad, sweeping generalizations about everything, and that believe the television and media, regardless of what side they're on.
The only person that is more stupid than Illumi on this app. That is a fact.
And then there are people
that is a fact.
Matthew, that question was
you
correct.
can say you disagree with me, it's fine. It's okay.
I understand what you're saying, and I get what the meaning is, but I'm not going to hold another group of individuals responsible.
Yeah,
I'm not. The way I practice might not be the best. I might not be the best Catholic, sir, but I'm not going to hold a grudge against the Jewish people for what happened to Jesus. Simple as that.
Yeah, we're not holding the children to the iniquities of their fathers. I mean, God can do whatever he wills. However, if them Jews profess what the rabbinic or the institution professes, then that would make them self-confessed enemies of Christ.
Wait, wasn't it the Romans?
No.
It was the Romans.
This is not about persecuting someone over the guilt of killing Christ or crucifying Christ. This is about rejecting the anointed one, the Messiah. So you can go ask any rabbi, if someone were to reject the Messiah when he has come, what should be done with him and what would his step be? And they'll give you the same answer.
But Illumi, look, I know really, really, really some of the best people in the world, okay, Jews. I know really good people that are Muslims. I know really good people that are Christians or profess to be Christians. I know horrific people that are in each one of these groups as well, right? There's good people and bad people in every single one of these groups. Why would you generalize like that? It's like that is the stupidity that fucking destroys the entire world. It's that kind of thinking that's dumb.
Can you tell me what I'm generalizing?
Well, I guess what you're saying now, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying the Jews, if they don't believe in Christ, then they're an enemy of Christ. Okay.
No, I didn't say that. I said if they follow their tradition, which says Christ is a deceiving liar and that he enticed the Jews towards the worship of foreign gods or false gods, and that would make him an idolater, and he's in eternal hellfire, damnation, suffering, the worst of torment.
Yeah, but that's no different from every single religion in the world. Or at
I
least
don't believe any religion is espousing that they killed Christ and that he is condemned.
No.
And that he is in an eternal hellfire. Which religion does that?
No. I disagree with you. Look.
Well, you're going to have to provide the fact of the matter.
Let me finish what I'm going to say, and you can disagree with me. Okay. What I'm saying is...
So there's no truths? You don't believe in facts or truths?
No, I believe that what you're trying to do is simplify the world. You're trying to say all Jews think a certain way, or all Jews within a specific synagogue or a specific
I said rabbinic Judaism. I believe
rabbinic Judaism.
Is pretty clear.
Hold on. Rabbinic Judaism is pretty darn broad. Not everybody there believes the same thing. And I'm sure there's like millions and millions of rabbinic Jews who probably don't give much thought to Jesus, who he was or who he wasn't or anything like that. And so they don't necessarily have a problem with Jesus.
but there probably are some people, and maybe there are some, certainly there's some Jews within Judaism who have a problem with Christ. Just like within Christianity, there's a whole lot of Christians, a lot of Southern Baptists, who say, okay, the Jews think differently from us, but we kind of admire them in a way because they're God's chosen people. And then there's some Christians. Look, my grandfather, right? World War II, he was 15 years old. He signed up, Irish Canadian Catholic. He signed up to go fight the Nazis, right? He was a Christian, and in his religious ideals, he used those to go and try to liberate Germany and, you know, to help try to free the Jews and the Slavs and everybody else that was getting picked on, the Germans. And there's also Christians, Germans, that can call themselves Christians, who are killing Jews in the name of Christ. So the world's just not as simple as you fucking make it out to be. That's what I'm saying. There's good people and there's bad people within everything single
Sure, I
group
don't think
that
you
there is on this
understand
app.
what is being said. Perhaps you're not understanding the words that I'm saying. Simply, I made the statement that if a Jew follows in the tradition of rabbinic Judaism and confesses the notion of Christ being a false Messiah, and at this point in rabbinic Judaism, if you're claiming you're awaiting a Messiah and this isn't Christ, you're practically guilty of believing that, because he is a person who has claimed to be the anointed one. And hence, even if they don't say it out loud or they have the ill sentiment, they're still saying he's a liar. Now, that would be... That's all I'm saying. I'm saying people who believe in that notion that Christ is a liar would be an enemy to a Christian. Now, an enemy to a Christian does not mean you need to engage in hostility or you can't have some sort of contract. But nevertheless, you need to understand that these are people who are directly in animosity to Christ.
Okay, so that's fine, but I don't think, you know, them believing that Christ was not God's son doesn't mean that they have it out for Christians, doesn't mean that they have it out for Muslims specifically, all of them in a sweeping generalization. It doesn't even mean that a lot of Christians believe that Jews have it out for them.
No, I'm sure a lot of the Germans in Nazi Germany were good people.
Well, that's, I mean, there were probably Nazis within Germany.
Like, with what I chose, I'm going to disagree with that, but I'm going to say that their initiative or reason for doing it wasn't wrong, because the Jews we have that rule the world today, all we know about them...
rule the world. They don't rule the world.
No, listen, they're everywhere in our higher political...
I actually will give it to them. We do rule the world, and I take it as a compliment that such a small population, the people
Rafi,
from such a big population.
You're stirring the pot.
I love it.
So I'm going to explain what happened.
It just shows me that we're so much more smarter than you, and you guys are so dumb that we can rule the world, and I love it. Thank you.
No, it doesn't show you're smarter. It shows that if the Romans wanted to, they could come from the same place the Jews came from and destroy all of us. So if he doesn't know that, then I guess he doesn't know what he's talking about. Do you know that, Rafi?
I honestly wish.
Thank you. I appreciate take it as a compliment now.
All right.
I don't take it as anti-Semitic. I take it as a compliment. Thank you, guys.
You know what all you fuckers need to do? You guys need to... you guys need to study up on some Buddhism is what you need to do. Everybody in this room.
You guys have to realize how, like, we gotta stop ruling you. Apparently we rule you. I love it.
Fuck off, Rafi. Right. You can't still do anything.
I love it.
So what I was trying to say is that the Jews actually came from a place called the North, and we don't know what the North is. So if we look at other that happened, if we look at the Crusades and what happened to the Christians, is that Norse pagan people came nowhere and started living on their land, attacking them. We have no idea where they came from. You can't say they came from Greenland. That place doesn't fucking have that many people.
Good question.
It has its own.
What are you even talking about?
Bodie, where are you? Tell me what how much rent do we owe you?
How much rent do you owe me?
Yeah.
Bro,
we're taking up. We're obviously taking.
To seeing Jesus and His real earth.
We're taking up a lot of space in your head. We're taking up a lot of real estate in your head. So we must owe you something.
No, that space is small, so it's fine. It's complimentary.
I just told you what you owe me for rent, bro. I just told you what you
What
owe
do
me
we
for
owe you?
rent.
Tell me what we owe you.
It's something to do with.
I get to see your reaction when you see Jesus on his earth. That's what you owe me
So
for
what do
rent.
we owe you?
Yeah.
Your reaction when you see Jesus. That's what you
All right.
fucking owe me.
You got it, pal. You got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you were hurt. I'm really sorry some Jewish girl broke your heart.
Yeah,
I'm sorry some Jewish guy fired your father.
I want to know.
I'm sorry your mother didn't get a job because some Jewish woman got it. Who knows the origin of your... Every villain has an origin story. Hitler's origin story was he didn't get into an art academy. He blamed it on Jews. So what's your origin story? How did the Jews fuck you over?
Well, I first want to give him Randy. I first want to give him a doll so he can show me where a Jew touched him. That's my main thing.
Well, the first time the Jews fucked me over wasn't the Jews. It was their damn God. And he was like, fuck you, Rob. I'm going to go be a God. That's what happened. That's when it fucked up.
Who was that? Jesus? Because Jesus was Jewish.
That was Yahweh who did that shit.
What makes Jesus is Jewish?
Predestination of Jesus. Ra brought the soul for all the animals. Jesus brought the soul for man. And Yahweh came in and fucked us all over.
Are you trolling or are you being sincere?
And
I'm being sincere. Jesus brought your soul, bro.
Body. And you know what's the best part of it, too? Not only we live rent-free in your head.
Dude, this guy's an embarrassment to other
You worship a
Christians.
Jew. That's even the best part.
This guy's an embarrassment. Hey, Rafi, you know, this guy's an embarrassment to other fucking Christians.
No, he is.
He is an embarrassment.
He worships a Jew.
He needs to acknowledge that, you know, the whole message is that they find him. You know, and like you said to Randy, you know, the funny part is when you see Jesus, dude, that's disrespectful. You know, that's very disrespectful. Have a little bit of, you know, of composure. You know, you might not agree with someone's religion, how they practice it, how they're at, you know, why they operate, they do. But to come on and target them because they're not the same boat you, sir. Yeah, and then have the audacity to fucking project Jesus Christ. Dude, I hope when you pass away, you go to those gates, and when Jesus looks down upon you, and he presents all this shit to you, I hope he turns you around and says,
"You already know what happened."
Yeah, you know, I just gotta say something.
I was with Jesus. I know what happened.
You know, Jesus was circumcised. He was a Jew.
Thank you, Rafi. Thank you for the.
Yeah, you know,
like a little bit more.
Yeah, you worship a Jew.
Anybody who
uncircumcised yourself, you prove no
How do
point.
you feel worshiping a Jew? But seriously, how do you feel worshiping a Jew? Even though, like, you believe in Jesus, right? You know he was Jewish, so you're worshiping a Jew.
Yeah, he hasn't really fully thought it through. Okay, he hasn't really thought it through.
You know, the entire situation is just such a fucking tragedy, Rafi. If you really are objectively scholarly about this, yeah, you had a god down on the southeastern part of the Mediterranean, small group of people wandering around, mostly a bunch of sheep farmers, you know, and they had Yahweh, and then you had one small group of these guys, Jews, right? And the fucking Roman Empire decided, hey, I'm going to adopt it. Without like really getting permission or telling the rest of the Jews that we're going to spread like one specific branch of it, and then they spread it all over the fucking place. So not only did the Christians steal the religion that originally belonged to the Jews, but then after they stole it, they said, and I grew up Christian, right? And I'm trying to be as objective as I can. Not only after they stole the idea, spread it around, mutated it and changed it, brought in a new hero, but then they killed the Jews and the original people who studied and have the origin of this religion, and they said, hey, you're not believing our newer version of the one that we stole from you, and we're going to kill millions of you. It's a big fucking, it's a tragedy, and this is what humans do to each other. We tell ourselves stories, we tell ourselves that my opinion is the right opinion, anybody who thinks differently from me is evil, we're all narrow-minded, and then we group people up and we kill one another, and the whole fucking human situation is a goddamn fucking horrific story.
Matthew, I'm
the Council of Nicaea. I was next. I interrupted him with him talking, and then I was going to talk next. So I got to be next. How are you next? If I was talking before you were talking.
How am I next because of this? Boom. That's called a fucking moderator badge. It's called a moderator badge.
Because he's a Christian that believes in Jews, he's got the moderator badge. That's how it works. How easy is that?
You know, and I'm going to bring that guy back up. But the thing is, how can you come up here, project yourself as a Christian, and then criticize others for the direction that they go in life? You know, at least in their religion. You know, and then it just fucks the shit out of me. You know, this is an individual that say he's preaching on behalf of Jesus Christ. The faith of Jesus Christ that I love. He is my Savior, and I would never denounce him. You know, you guys might not agree with him, but I respect you. You might not have love for the guy, but that's fine, because I still respect you. Because to me, he's everything. But that does not mean I have the right to come down and tell you that, you know, you guys a bunch of fools because, you know, you don't see salvation through Jesus Christ. You know what? I'll pray for you. That's all I can do. But I'll still be your friend. Where's that guy at so I can bring him back up?
Well, there you go. And then I think this is a good illustration of, like, you go into any group of people, I don't care who it is, you're going to find good people and bad people in every single group of people in the entire world. Muslims, Jews, Christians, black, white, Asian, China. Go travel. It's you're going to find that. And I'll just land there, and I'm fucking taking off. See you guys.
Yeah, Matthew's another interesting character, I have to say. He always says something and then he runs.
It just frustrates me, you know. Other Christians have come up here, you know, hell, they might be more swagger in the scripture than I am. Hell, they can decipher paragraph, all the way down to the literature. But the thing is, the reality is, I'm not going to seek ill to you because you don't believe in Jesus Christ. I pray for you, you know. But that's just me being a good Christian. And, you know, I respect you guys. Yes, even Tiger in his own chaotic ways. At least it might not be my way of seeing it or agreeing with it.
Tiger's not allowed to believe anything. He can only believe in communism.
That is true. He got you there, Tiger. He got you there.
He's not a king. The ruler. He's got a...
I think they are barbarians and they don't rule over anything. And in our world, they practically don't exist because they have people. They didn't even have a nation state for thousands of years. So I don't understand this Rafi guy talking so big about himself, and it's dumb. It's really dumb.
What? Sorry, I missed that.
I have no idea. He's speaking.
Yeah, all I know is, I grew up in Los Angeles, California, as well as other places. And one time in my life, I was fresh out of high school. I moved out of my family home, and I was just doing real bad, man. And I ended up almost at a situation where I was living out my car. Two people that opened their doors was an American Jewish kid with Israeli parents and two Israeli students that came. I started to go to college with. It happened twice in my life when I was like 18 and like 23. I just came on hard times, and for all the nationality, I'm an Arab, Greek, Christian, and for all the people I helped from all different colors, faiths, and backgrounds at that age, like. My Jewish friends were the only ones that opened their doors and said, "You can stay with me as long as you can get back on your feet." Like, and for that alone, anybody tries to harm a hair on their head, yeah, we're smoking that pack very quickly. We're piss on his grave, all that. We're not playing. I'm not playing around. So, you know, I look at people how they treat their friends, man. I don't know if you ever had an Israeli friend. Hey, man, some of the most ride or die, not afraid of they're not afraid of shit. Like so the bar fight, they laugh at that. Like they'll shoot them and their brothers and sisters. They help shoot their way out of situations just to survive. So, you know, I just never had friends like that here in the United States. It didn't exist.
Thank you, Rabbi, for that. I really do appreciate that. And thanks for opening it up for us. You know, that's a heartstring story right there. Oh, Rabbi. So, I did a little bit of that chat GBT, you know, and I pulled a textbook key code out of BB's asking. I said, I have a retarded friend who's a Christian who's looking down on the Jews. I said, is that right? And you know what it said? Let me tell you what old ChatGPT said. ChatGPT said.
Yeah.
It said, if a Christian is to hate on Jews, they are fundamentally rejecting the earlier identity and the family of Jesus, which goes against all formality of what Jesus' preaching was directed to. You know, and you know, so when I have brothers and sisters that come on here and try to look down upon the Jewish culture and the religion itself, I tell you what, it can make a guy grab a lot of blood pressure medication.
It's what's cool now. You know that Qatar engine of funding podcasts and these news networks, like they created an anti-Jew algorithm, like
they created a
Nazi. They created a very sick trend. Like they
Yes.
did it to an extent of you go into a room and it's like 100 or like 200-300 phones on, all being worked by AI to repost things and have fake accounts so they could manipulate the algorithms. They spent a lot of money on this, and you know that shit. You know that shit really had a big difference. I mean, you know, like right, it was just the minute October 7th happened, like it was already like. It was ready. It was like built already, ready to go. And then afterwards, that's when all the disinformation campaigns came. And then you had like all the neo-Nazi shit in America kind of coming up, like making these little cornball ass little white trash white boys kind of pop their head up, where years ago they were afraid to because too much of the general public didn't recognize what they're called.
I mean, Rabbi, technically, the way I sound, I could be one of those white trash boys.
Rabbi, you have to understand.
Well, I mean, white trash is like a, you know what I'm saying, like a Nazi, like, you know what I mean?
I'm messing with you, my guy. I'm messing with you, my guy.
That's how I mean. You know, I don't like Nazis because of me just growing up in the jail system and shit like out here. Like I got a lot of, like I always had to make an example out of them because when I was younger, they look at me weird and try to like smile and do little bitch shit because I was with the blacks. So
did you make them your gum? Did you make them your gum?
I'll just say that, you know, I got active, man, and I got off on them. You know what I mean? So,
yes, sir.
Yeah, I shut the yard down a few times behind. So, you know, that's why I don't like them. You know what I mean? But that's just.
And see, Rabbi, I want to tell you my opinion real quick. I think what's happening right now is when something happens, society wants to find a reason to blame. Yeah. When something like the situation at Iran that needed to basically happen, it did. I mean, we've been on for months talking about, and we know the literature, the history, the culture, the chaos, and everything that's happening. And finally, we're now chugging through the action, trying to get to the climax. And now everybody that is scared, I call it scared because, now they're seeing what's happening. Now they can see the change to be taking effect. And so they need to start finding a blame. Obviously now they're blaming Israel. And now because their statements of claims are getting debunked, now they're blaming that it's the Jews. And what's next? Someone has to have a blame. And right now I'm calling the Jewish people the flavor of the day.
It's not that. First of all, the first hour. Do you remember when there was another attempt on Trump's life during the correspondence dinner?
They put a hit on his head. The IRGC.
Correct, but do you want to hear the first thing that the Arabs, the Muslims came in, and the Jew haters, everybody, they're running rooms? It was the Jews, because Trump was about to sign a deal with Iran. The Jews are trying to stop him. So they blamed that hit on the Jews right away.
Well, that's really low IQ. Try to put that.
But this is how quick they were to respond to that. That's how fucked up it is.
Iran is a terrorist. Iran is just a simple terrorist proxy that has fucked up the Middle East, and it goes against the asset and power of the United States. Military force, political engine, and petrodollar. And they are a mechanism for China to play their little war games to destabilize everything that the U.S. has in the Middle East. That's what that is. So, that China, Russia, Iran, alliance is what Trump is trying to beat out of trade and power. And that's why he took Venezuela. That's why everything's going to be better. And, once we start revitalizing the infrastructure there, all that oil is going to go to Galveston. It's going to boom the economy. There's a lot of great things that are happening, but these pieces of shit have to be taken out, man. It is what it is, man. Like they threaten everything that we have. I mean, it is. You want to know what's crazy too, Rafi? What's really nuts? And it shows how you can't just do business with China and think you're safe. So Kuwait in the last 3 years, Rafi, paid the Chinese to come and redo infrastructure, digital infrastructure in the country. They put up AI cameras. They put up security surveillance equipment in commercial properties like hotels. They had all the security in the ports monitored by Chinese software and technology, right? And then of course, the Russians have the drones, and they have, satellites in space, so they're able to coordinate with, they use the assets that they have as far as government-wise to help their technology, build in Kuwait. The minute the war started between Iran, all of those security cameras, the speed cameras, the AI facial recognition cameras, all the data was getting mirrored to the IRGC from Kuwait. All of it. So when the United States contractors that couldn't stay on the base, right, when they had to go live in like private apartments away from the base to kind of blend in, they were using all of these traffic cameras and everything to follow them. And then they were sending drones to the apartment complexes they were staying in, or the Airbnbs and the hotels. So they spent all this money to try to, we're going to have better technological infrastructure. And now you just gave them full transparency of your nation to your enemy within a day. It's a sick game, bro. It's a sick game. They're playing, they're trying to disrupt our power over there, man. That's what they're doing. So enough is enough. They got to be stopped, man. Fuck them. Enough is enough.
No, I agree with you.
I think Vo's going nuts with the gifts over there, dude. Freaking. Like, I don't know if you're blowing, like, kisses to Rabbi,
What?
Rabbi, you got a freaking cheerleader, dude. The whole entire time Rabbi's going, you're just sending gifts. I'm just over here dying, Chloe.
fun.
No, I agree, Ravi.
I mean, I just want to see. I just want to see a good economy come back to the Middle East, man. I don't want these assholes to have any leverage over anything anymore. Enough is enough. Like,
I think it will happen. Ravi, think about this. So before Khamenei bring in, look at the GDP for Iran. It was, look at the economical growth. I mean, look at it. I mean, the data's there. I mean, you can just go back and see the growth under the Shah. You can see it, and if most of the IRGC gets out, well, to say fully out of Iran, I would say you have a better chance of winning that Powerball than that actually happening. But I think it would be contained. It would be there but contained, and that's just me personally feeling.
The IRGC is gonna be there like the KKK in America. It's gonna exist, but they're gonna do it quietly with communities. They're gonna go to rural areas. They're not going to be in those metropolitan areas running shit anymore. They're going to become all like poor and second-class citizens, but they're going to have their ideology.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. They're going to be like you said, the KKK
or a new coup, or if we're lucky, like just a new part of the army turns their head up to say they're taking over the country and they call it something else, but they don't go to civil war. They just kind of rebrand it and shut the fuck up and listen. And not cause so much problems. I don't know.
But look at Iran, dude. What I'm trying to say is, modernly, the growth of the economy of Iran, the people will benefit so much more. They're bringing value to their currency, and also, I mean, they have a good market platform of oil, which competitively Iran can really promote its economics and GDP very rapidly, and that's just my personal opinion. But what's happened? But the IRGC, Rafi, you gotta have the IRGC has been starving its own people, for 47 years, and I think what it is they when you take away control from someone, they just, you see this a lot in fighting. When someone can run his mouth and look tough until you actually get up there and fight someone, Ravi, you know exactly what I mean. Then they start fucking windmilling. Hey, look, bro, I thought you said you could fucking fight. You're the guy on the block. You're over here fucking windmilling and can't do shit. That's what we're seeing right now with the IRGC. Is, fucking Israel and America fucking blasted the fucking face. Now the IRGC is just fucking windmilling fucking fish, hitting whatever they can fucking land on. And so that's how we can tell they're weak as fuck.
No, I just kind of want Trump to do one more good round and just bomb the shit out of him one last good time, though. I mean, I would have done it by now, but I want him to bomb him one last good time, bomb him fucking really, really hit him hard, and then you watch how things change. They only understand one thing, I mean, the economical crunch that we're doing to them, it's big, but the only way that works is if China comes in and says, "Look, we've lost enough money in this situation. Shut the fuck up and go meet with Trump," and it is what it is right now. We could always re-strategize under a different administration in the next so many years. Like, there's tactics that China can do to just tell Iran, "Hey, it's time to shut up." So give them your nuclear waste, and it is what it is. So China will come in because China is their banker, and China's losing the most money by this strait being closed than any nation in the world. So that's the way the blockade can work. But I think he needs to bomb the shit out of them a little bit more. Honestly,
I think
China tomorrow, Trump.
I thought he was supposed to go to China. He was.
Yeah. Go meet with Xi Jinping. I say that if Mr. Pallavi doesn't show up, I will gladly give my vote to Glow. G-Lo, I nominate you for the president of Iran.
Thank you so much. I'll just pass it to Pahlavi though.
Okay. I say Ravi and G-Lo. Ravi and G-Lo.
Well, I'm not Iranian, so I don't think I'm going to be allowed to take the seat.
But you're Western, so, we need that Western influence.
Yeah. I'd rather be in the Gulf, like the Arabian Gulf. I don't want to be there.
I always said, for there to be complete change in Iran, especially after having the Islamic State, if a woman comes to rule, that just shows that there's already a 180-degree flip. Just for a woman to be a president or somebody to rule. Because to them, that's going to be a shocker for all the men that were Islamic.
Oh, that's going to be so fun to see.
This is like, that's 100% flip.
Oh my
there
God.
wasn't a woman president yet in America. Imagine a person in Iran on that flip.
Yeah, and imagine that Pahlavi's daughter, it would be a queen.
Well, if they went to the length of reestablishing the monarchy, yeah.
If that's not listen, he's a transitional leader, so it could very well also be a republic. If people, the majority votes for republic, that could be. People could vote for monarchy. People could also vote for a constitutional monarchy. We don't know. We don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, constitutional monarchy, exactly. Have like a parliament system too, and everything, and all that. So
exactly.
Yeah. No, I mean, they have rights. I mean, it's not like Iran doesn't have a royal family. They do, but it all depends on who you talk to about it, I guess.
Yeah. Everyone has his own opinions.
But I mean, I know there's Shia here that are sick and tired of the IRGC. They don't like them, and both Persian Jews here in LA. Like we have a supermarket called Sabzi here, and there's always both. There's the Jews there and the Muslims. And I swear to God, I left my wallet inside of the cart like a dumbass, and I was getting ready to get a plane to Kuwait. If that shit happened in any other store in LA, my identity would be halfway to TJ or something. Two older women saw the wallet and grabbed it at the same time and gave it to the cash register. So, they're a really good population out here, man. So I want to see that their country get improved. But, man, these people who are in power over there, man, they're death cult worshippers.
Thank you, Robbie.
No, I mean, I always have. My lawyer's Persian, man. What the fuck? Shit.
Aren't we all either paralegals, lawyers, dentists, or something?
I kid you not. And he came from he himself is not religious, but his background was Shia parents, and I asked him, "Man, oh, Shia, yeah, how do you know?" And I'm just like, "I know Arfand, I know." And I tell you, best fucking lawyer I spent to get out of trouble, man. Because I truly was innocent of the charges they wanted to throw at me. When I got him, everything changed. Best fucking lawyer. Best. Smooth. Knows how to dress too. My DA liked him. Like, because my DA was a woman. One going against me. So when she saw him, she was like, "Oh, you got him now? Yeah, bitch. Shut up. You don't want to go to trial, bitch. Figure it out." And that guy was the best lawyer, man. Arvon Aderi, man. You ever get in trouble in LA? Holler at Arvon, man. Best lawyer in the city.
Yeah.
And the food too. I mean, fuck, man. Ronnie food.
It is. I mean, if I say myself, Yeah, it's not bad.
No, it's not bad. It's some of the best food in the world.
You guys talking about the Kubi Day?
Cool. Yeah, all that stuff. The way the stews that they make, the fucking bread, all the bread they bake. Oh my god, they make bread. And then I like the rice that they make with the pomegranate and the saffron. Oh my god, I could eat that shit for days, like war rations. I could just eat it.
Me too.
I remember in London, it was a little restaurant back in the day, man, good Iranian restaurant. I used to go there. I literally I get a whole bucket of that rice, man. It was no joke. It was a very serious addiction. And then the raisin cookies too. Oh my god.
The raisin cookies, right?
Yeah, the little circular, smaller ones. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how to say it. Yeah. Okay. Very nice. Oh my gosh. Sabzi in LA is one of the best supermarkets, and it's an Iranian supermarket. One of the best.
Have you ever had the green plums with a little bit of salt?
Yes. Years ago. It's funny you say that.
They're so good.
Years ago, man. Yeah, they are very good.
They're like sour.
Yeah.
Very good for the belly.
There's like a dish with like lamb that you guys make with eggplant, but I forget the name of it. And I used to have like a little spoiled ass Saudi friend from a very, very predominant family called Alo Layan. And then, whenever he'd come, he's just like, Eric, go to the Iranian, just go. Just take the card and go. Take the car in the card, go. Every day. Every fucking day. Like, because I was the only one he could trust with his cars because I don't drink. He's like, go. I'm like, how I'm going. Go right down to fucking La Cienega, go to this Iranian restaurant. I think it was called Daraband or something.
Daraband, yeah. You know what it's named after? Daraband is a place in Tehran, in the north upper side of Tehran, where it's like a park with a bunch of restaurants and waterfalls, and you can sit in between these waterfalls and have food and shisha and drinks, and and the water is just flowing underneath your feet, and you see the waterfall, and it's amazing. That place is called Daraband.
Okay, so that's okay. Now you're teaching me something that I know. Thank you.
Derbent. I know Derbent very well.
Yeah, Daraband.
Yeah. One of my partners from Derbent. He speaks Farsi, Hebrew, Russian, English.
Wow.
Yeah, and he speaks Kafkazi too.
Have you ever seen
Kafkaz region? So yeah.
Kafkaz. I know that region.
He speaks like 5 languages. So it's funny because we do deals sometimes with Persians, and he just sits there and listens, but he doesn't say that he speaks Persian. And then he goes to me, he's like, okay, they want this, they want that, so be prepared, they're going to be asking for this. He right away tells him. But he translates it in Russian.
Oh, he's being tricky.
Mm-hmm. I take him in a lot of meetings with the Persians. He doesn't ever say, but like he speaks fluently. Like, Kafkaz, even like their language, like the Tibetan language, is very close to Persian. Very close. So we gotta be.
Yeah, we actually have Iranian Afghazis, and they're usually more white skinned, maybe even blue eyed, maybe even blonde.
You also have from a region called close there, Cuba. They say.
Cuba?
Yeah, Cuba.
Yeah. Could be.
It's close to Derbent.
Oh, cool.
I bet one in Kuwait.
the Iran war or the coming, because they were building up, he stated at the beginning. However, what he said, all he says is the same thing. He is repeated over and over and over. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. Well, it doesn't appear that was enough to win confidence of a majority of Americans in the war, at least of the younger generation. Now, it polls very well for the boomer generation, but when you get down to the millennials and Zoomers, it is not. It's not polling well at all. It's awful.
And Joe, sorry to interrupt you, but I think one thing that we're missing here is this, right? Trump is talking about something that's 10, 15 years could be an issue. It's called hedging, right? He's saying, hey, in 5, 10 years from now, this could happen, right? But it's not something that we're seeing at the moment, right? So if people knew, for example, if Iran had issued, some kind of attack, or there was some proof that they had done something, related to American, now it's a different story. Now it's like, okay, yeah, this makes sense. You're going to do it. Okay, this is going to get worse. We got to stop them now, right? But people aren't seeing the problem here because it's not being reported and what's happening. And so they're like, hey, you're assuming they're going to do something. What if they don't do anything? They want to be like, are you going to do the same thing in North Korea? Hey, they have a nuclear weapon. Let's take them down. Let's make sure they can't do it. Like, where does it lie? And so I think his lack of communication, that the other thing is the fact that he went all in with Israel on it, but then, okay, well, why not let Israel lead the show, and we kind of say, okay, hey, you bang up Israel, we'll knock the shit out of you. So kind of say, hey, we got your back, but you lead the show, is also something that bothers people on it. And that's
real quick. I was under the impression early on, it made it sound like Israel was going to lead a lot of this. Am I just...
No, that was the plan. But then I think Trump, here's what I think. And again, you guys know my point of view on this, but, or at least when it comes to Trump. But I think what happened is, and the New York Times reporting, love it or hate it, someone leaked what happened in the Situation Room. And if it's true or not, we don't know, but nobody's directly answering the administration whether it's true or not. It sounds like, basically Netanyahu presented the information, and Rubio and others said it's the same. To Trump said it's the same old bullshit. The Israelis kind of give you some intel about severity that may be true, may not be true. At the same time, Trump has been talking about since 2001, or even before that, in the 90s and 80s, about destroy Iran. Like, Iran is the biggest threat. He's been talking about that forever. So, for people to say, like, oh, he never talked about this, he has consistently talked about that, even in his first term when he assassinated Soleimani and things like that. So, I mean, it's important to understand that, I think when Trump saw that and Israel's going in, and he thought, after what happened in Venezuela, we can go and go out, and I will get, like, America will get the glory on this. I will get the glory on this for doing it. He probably told Bibi, hey, step aside, let us run the show here and do it. And then when it didn't give the results that he wanted, now he's like, oh, shit, well, okay, let's do it. Because I really do think if it was thought out, the first thing you should have done was close the Strait of Hormuz and then go in there and be like, oh, yeah, now you want to get oil out? Fuck you. And, and do it. So it really doesn't make sense. I will say this, though, if you read the New York Times thing, Raising Cane talks about, hey, this same plan was presented to other presidents who were ready to go. And the only issue they had on this was will the American people be able? Every president wanted to do it, but it was, can we get the American people on board with it? And Trump just said, you know what, I'll do it. I'm probably going to be the only one who can, so let's go ahead and do it. If you read the New York Times article.
So I know there's a lot of discussion about how Trump is whipped by Benjamin Netanyahu, that this is really just Israel's war. However, optics-wise of it, when Trump went on the Middle East tour last year, and now that you see the Sunni countries and Israel and the United States of America appear to have all allied in this war on Iran. Iran has been this thorn in the side of the Middle East there for many years. How come we don't, have the same animosity towards Saudi Arabia or the UAE or any of these other countries that are participating not only in the war but also giving us where we have have our some of our bases to launch some of the attacks from. How come we don't hold them with the same animosity that people hold Israel? Maybe I'm just saying things people haven't thought about yet. It's just what I've observed.
But Joe, one thing to realize is before all this happened, did you notice how, when Biden was president, Saudi Arabia wouldn't even call or talk to him? And that's the reason why somebody earlier was saying, oh, look at the gas prices and all that. And it was like, well, okay, but Saudi Arabia wouldn't even talk to him to help lower, to increase production or do whatever, right? So you actually have, right now, I'm hoping Trump tells the Arab nations, because everyone's telling the U.S., oh, do this, we got your back. Instead, he should just say, hey, Saudi Arabia, you just take him out now. We'll close the Strait of Hormuz, we'll do that stuff, you take him out now. We did our part, you take him out. Because Saudi Arabia, it sounds like, wants Iran gone. And you have these allies in the region who want to do it, which is going to be fascinating to see how this plays out and what France and all these other countries, how these Middle Eastern nations treat them, knowing that they weren't willing to get rid of Iran, because Iran is hurting these nations just as much, and it'll be interesting to see how this all folds out.
Clearly, go ahead, Edward. You want to jump in here?
Yeah, I just know because the news outside of the United States look at Israel as being the lead other nations because they know that they're actually in the Middle East. The House of Commons put out an article recently talking about the fact that they look at the United States as backing Israel, because Israel, their military, their everything, is really the lead of this particular war, even though some people think that is proactive. But I look at it completely different because most people today, even Americans, think that, Israel's wagging the tail of the United States, and that's the furthest from the truth. I've been in many times that whole region is surrounded by Muslim countries, right? But if you look at the government in Israel and how they operate, there's a lot of Muslim people that actually in Israeli government, where you don't see any Israelis in any of the Muslim countries' government. So I think it's just me. From October 7th, that horrible situation, all of the missiles that's been thrown at Israel the whole time, they're just trying to get a handle on the region. And I think the UAE, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, I think they want Israel to be in the position. That's why they partner with them. That's just my observation. And when you read the House of Commons, it just gives a completely different perspective from America. What I call mainstream media is not any news at all. It's just the tail of the Democratic Party. That's all I say. I live.
It appears that this conflict with Iran has been a long time coming. I have also heard, Matt, about presidents. I think Trump mentioned this, that, after they would leave office, they're like, man, I wish I did something about Iran. I wish I did something about Iran. And clearly, when we took over Afghanistan and Iraq, that was only staging for the inevitable taking on Iran. So it's unfortunate, though, because it's not popular. Gas prices going up. Elections will always come back to the same issues. What have you done for me lately? What are you doing for me now? Trump and the Republicans made a big deal about the gas prices, and the gas prices are through the roof right now, paying the highest I've ever paid in at least probably 25 years. So I don't know. I think the polling's really bad, and because I'll tell you what it is, because I'm kind of in the tweener generation, is many younger Americans saw this as their opportunity for prosperity, to have their moment when we would have a large growth of prosperity. Kind of, it seemed like we were on the verge of that in 2019 with the economy. Many Americans felt like re-electing Donald Trump would bring back that type of economy. Now, he's done a lot of long-term stuff, $21 trillion in investments. However, I think it's not resonating quick enough. And if we don't do something about the gas prices first, it's going to be a tough midterm. I'm letting people know. What do you think, King? What's our chances in the midterm?
Well, did you hear me earlier talk about the gas prices where I was saying, what he's, in some ways you could call a genius doing is he's did you hear this thing where he's saying he's going to reduce he's going to eliminate the federal tax on gas, right? So, right, so that's going to take off 30 cents on it, right? And then you're going to go and say, well, okay, 30 cents reduction, but look at the gas price, it's still high. And then the question, okay, Governor, I'm asking states to do the same thing. Reduce the tax you're creating on it. And now it's like, when the states say they won't do it, it's like, why won't the Democrats reduce, the Democrat governors of the largest states in our nation, why won't they reduce the costs? Why won't they do that to help the cost of living? It's, in some ways, Joe, it's a genius move. It's a checkmate move, if that's what he does. Because it's like, okay, well, if you want to reduce the cost, are you saying all this time, California could have charged only 20 cents when federal was charging 30, but instead you guys chose to charge more and then try to blame Republicans for it? Like, come on, right? So, I mean, that could be a move that changes things. Just being honest.
I don't know if it's enough. I think we need to see significant change in the direction of the economy.
We will, and I think and there's going to be some major impacts. I think in the next couple of months you're going to see economically from the job market and things like that. I mean, actually, jobs are picking up in certain areas. I don't know if you read that last jobs report based on what was expected and what actually happened.
So, do you think the war will be concluded by the midterms?
I think the war will be concluded by early June. And the reason I think that is, I think the war will be concluded in terms of the way we're doing it. I mean, technically the war's over, but we're dealing with this conflict, continued, kind of blockage and all that stuff right now. Because I think this whole conflict should be closed up by early June. I think Trump going to China also has something to do with this, and I think you're going to end up with a solution to all of this sooner than later.
Man, I like your optimism, but let me tell you, it appears to me like a war of attrition. It reminds me of an internet war. Nothing ever really gets solved. It just drags on for days, weeks, months, and years. And it's until someone's willing to actually stop. I think Trump had the idea that they would cry uncle right away. And it appears like they have no interest in actually ending this because they know they can wait it out. I think one of the flaws that our country has in threats from our opposition and our enemies is that they know they can wait it out for the next president.
Yeah, but can they wait it out? I mean, here's the thing, right? If you're blocking them and you're controlling what's coming in and what's coming out in terms of food and all that stuff, how much can they really block off, Joe? I mean, how long can they survive? And that's the question.
I don't think they can, Joe. I think that I was saying this earlier, and I don't know if you were in the room, but if they have to cap their oil, and I mean their GDP's been destroyed for a year, but if they have to finally cap that oil, they're gone.
Well, and think about it. They also can't get oil. Now they're trying to send oil via trains to China and other places. Like, how do you get it to your customers? How do you get it out? So now you have this surplus you can't get rid of, because if you try to send the ship out, it's going to be that it's going to be destroyed. I mean, this is actually the economic warfare that should have happened at the beginning of this, rather than actually doing it. You would just strangle held them at the beginning this way.
20% on adjacent business and 10% on other.
Is America's only chances really is an uprising from the people of Iran? Because I remember when Trump was calling for it, said, now's the time to rise up against your government. Well, who's the leader now of Iran right now? I think that's kind of the part that is misunderstood. Who would the people even rise up against?
Some like cardboard cutout. It's not
well, Joe. I mean, I think we made a mistake because we had an opportunity when the sun was there to offer them Lindsey Graham and others, but just Trump didn't want to part with it, and that's the problem. Go ahead.
No, I mean it's the economic war that we're going to have to do now. Did you hear me in the room earlier? I was talking about
You can rehash it for me. I'd love to.
So he's kind of shackled, with 80 years ago, our country kind of determining the rules of warfare and what would effectively really shut them down so that they hit rock bottom and the people erupt enough to change that regime. We can't take out those kinds of facilities within that nation that we would have done and have done before in warfare. And, he inherited this new way that we approach warfare that's allegedly it's more civilized. So we don't take out their train depots and their infrastructures and, their communications and their electronic grids. And, I mean, we're not going after them like we could or have done in order to win a war. And I don't think it's about how much we have in munitions or not. I don't think that's the issue. I just think he's shackled that way with our rules of engagement now. So it has to, by default, be an economic war. And you have to hope that they're at a point where they can't sell any of that oil. The other weird thing is, not weird, but I mean, they attempted at these attacks on their neighbors, as they were saying were happening because of there's American bases. And I believe it's not about that. They were going after their competitors to stop the oil production coming out of these other nations. And, it's just interesting geopolitics also, because I also think that whole region is looking not just at them, but where their weaponry came from, who's still, behind them or helping them. There's got to be a resentment towards China to some extent from in that region. I mean, that's another factor. But for us, I just think we're going to have to go full court press on the economics, different than just the stranglehold, the sanctions. It's just that didn't do enough, obviously, but you just have to hope that they have no ability to fund that nation. And that may be where that uprising comes from. At the beginning of the war, it was all about regime change. And that was the loud message that was, going out. And everybody was behind it and thinking we had great success with it. And we were on the, the heels of achieving it. And now you're really not hearing it. Like we heard at the beginning.
I got to say, it is extraordinary, the innovation they're doing, the technology that they're developing.
I hope you're right, because let me tell you, I feel like this could last quite a while. Like, what does victory look like? I guess it's a peace deal or some sort of agreement with them. And according to what he said today, was he's pretty open. It's a non-starter. They're not even offering to resolve it.
They're never going to surrender. I mean, this is not Imperial Japan. They're not surrendering. I mean, that's not the jihadi way.
What does victory look like?
Yeah, well, I was just back to you, Jeff. But Abby,
hit on something in that last sentence that I was wondering, are they willing to just do the jihadi thing and go out as quote unquote martyrs in a sense? You know what I mean? Is that where we're at? I mean, I don't know. Like, they would rather all die than give themselves up to anything the U.S., the great Satan. Right? I mean, I'm being serious. I think that's likely what it is.
It is what it is what's going on. I mean, I have a video I'll put in the chat of all these mothers that it came out on Wednesday. It's all over social media. It's all these mothers over there that are, you know, celebrating the death of their kids because they're martyrs. I mean, it's like a sick culture that feels that way. But yeah, this is not a culture that will surrender. They'd rather, you know, starve their population and, you know, I mean, I just don't see a surrender. And the only way you're going to win is by, you know, the only way you end this is by winning. An agreement's not going to end it, and you're never going to get an agreement with them.
Yeah, it's starting to sound like
cute, but you're really gonna put this to it, your first property in Dubai?
Is the only way.
Yeah, of course. Come, let me show you. This is Greece, the first little community by the new, where prices start at just 3.5 million dirhams. First, you pay 10% down, and then.
It seems like, I don't even know how many times have we been to the negotiation table with these guys. I mean, what are we on? 15, 20?
Uncover the
30?
truth.
I mean,
Hire
what's
Phoenix
the number
Investigations.
we
have a team of over 300 investigators nationwide that have the experience.
To, you know, take care of it. You know it.
Can you seize their oil? I mean, if you force them to cap it, can we seize it? Because that's the lifeblood.
But even then, like we're saying, they will just, I guess they'll just die. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of like I'm trying to say, like, it could be a war of attrition, like Joe's saying. Like, they're willing to go 5 years, I'm just throwing out a number, and have their population just literally die off or something. I don't know. And then, like, say that they actually won, because now, like, all of a sudden, on year 4, we're still there. You know how that goes, Abby? You know, like the whole
I agree, but it's also interesting. I was looking at a quote from George W. that said, he was talking about after September 11th, that the war would be 75 years. I mean, it may take a long time to prosecute this war. Even before you get to the point of ground troops, it's just, we have been at war with them since, you know, it's 47 years. I mean, we've been at war with them in a different fashion, but this may continue on or on.
So, if it does, and it looks like it probably will, my fear is, though, this is such an easy election talking point. Say, look, elect me. I will end the war. Well, we saw Obama do that, and he didn't end the wars. So we know very well people will just run to get elected on this. However, this is an easy win to bring over all the dove voters that don't want war.
And by the way, it's a good point. How does Marco Rubio and Vance juggle this if it's still going, Joe? I mean, there's no way that this can still be going as we approach 2028. There's no way the Republicans will win if we're still in this mess. I mean, in the mess, when I say mess, I meant mess at that point. You know what I mean? We're not in a mess now. We'll get out of this, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, right now you have an enthusiasm deficit. Like, voters aren't. The only thing going for voting Republican is that the Democrats are crazy and have lost their minds. I mean, if all they do is sit quiet and not try that hard, they'll get back into power.
Totally. By the way, that strategy would have worked in 2016, 17, 18, and then of course, you know, all these other years, they should have sat on their hands and they would have won. But go ahead, Joe.
No, that's exactly what it is. Largely because the Republican Senate does not deliver wins for the American people. How can you ask newcomers that have joined the Republican Party over the last 10 years during the era of Trump to go out and vote for their senator, their Republican senator, or their Republican congressman? And in the Republican legislature has delivered big wins for us. So that's why I'm not holding it against people that are frustrated with the Republicans. Hell, I'm frustrated with the Republican Party. I have been for many years. It's clearly, I land right here, the direction of the party is still being ran by the Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell wing. And this has been the thorn in the Republican Party's side for a year.
But Joe, that voter, that independent voter or that moderate R that is turned off, the problem is that their alternative is the socialist Dem. It's not the moderate Dem anymore. I mean, that's the problem. And the Dems are being dumb because maybe they could scoop this up if they presented themselves in the middle or something with the independents, but they're being taken over. Look at the different primaries around the country. Look at the Michigan primary. So, like the Dem primary, Haley Stevens is like a moderate Dem. Not an offensive Dem, and she's running against a whack job that may win.
Yeah, you get like a Clinton, Abby, or like someone that's somewhat, like
the way that I can
moderate.
Is
you know what I mean? Not just completely batshit
stay
crazy.
creative and
The Dems probably
reveling in being
young
young and
easily. You know what I mean?
being a little crazy.
That's what you're trying to get
for
at.
example,
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, they could scoop it up, but unfortunately they're being taken over by this extreme progressive side. I mean, the Michigan primary to me is such an example of it. If this Abdul or whatever the fuck his name is ends up with that, I mean, hopefully Rogers will beat him and the R's will keep that seat, but what? So you're a voter in Michigan. What's your alternative? You're pissed off at the Republicans. You're going to vote for Abdul, whatever. I mean, what's his name? I can't even remember.
Guy with the rug on his head.
I'm sorry to bring up Michigan, but it's like a good example of it.
That's the guy with the rat on his head or something. That's that guy.
He's a doctor. Does he the one? He's extreme. No, I think he's a doctor. Wait, but there is a reverend somewhere, right?
Yeah, definitely.
For a brother or something, it's a reverend or a brother. One of the two. I don't know who it is, but I want to respond to you, Abby. Look, I definitely agree with you that the alternative vote, and that's the only thing the Republicans got going for them, is that the Democrats are absolutely limited.
I look for assets.
But there's a third option.
More than
And
21 years.
They don't go and
Working
vote.
as a sexuality educator
Trump
at Gainer School,
made
I
inroads
was
on getting Gen Xers,
major that I
people
was
that
fired
have
for
not
retweet.
voted in years, back into the system. To expect that we're going to have that type of turnout, and clearly we're not. And I think the Republican Party largely writes it off. I've lived to see the Republican Party become the low propensity voter. When about 25 years ago, it was the opposite, where the Republican voters would come out regardless for the primary or the general. But now it's the other way around, where you have such a fervent Democrat base that I just feel like you'll have people that say, well, voting doesn't change anything. Y'all heard this, right? You hear the black pillars on here all the time, right? I vote and nothing ever changes. Or what is my vote worth? Or,
You can't vote your way out of it.
Yeah, and look, I don't agree with any of those talking points. But what I'm saying is that spreads. And you get more people when Republicans don't deliver domestic wins. All they need to do is get us some wins. The SAVE Act, which clearly the establishment Republican Party is not going to bring up. There are certain things that need to be taken care of. And then when there has been popular legislation, we fumbled the communication side of it. The Epstein law, the most popular law to pass in the last 10 or 15 years. You had all these legislators sign on it, and Trump's White House completely fumbled the rollout of the communication side of the Epstein files. So, man, it's been a rocky, optics-wise, it's been rocky for the low information voter. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Do you think, so I think for a lot of people we use as an insulin. And I think that's listening to them. I mean, they were talking to younger generation, the Gen Z. I think Gen Zers gravitate more towards the left. And then we have these fringe people on our side that will never Nick Fuentes and that caters to, the men in their 20s. And then we have the Candace Owens, which the girls in their 20s, they like Candace Owens. How much of an influence do you think, on the right, who is reaching out besides Charlie Kirk that's reaching out to the Gen Zers for the Republicans? Now that Charlie's gone, who is that person?
Is it really long kind of picking up steam?
Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh are doing, they are doing really, really great. I just don't think that's the
Clearly not the Republican Party. Clearly the Republican Party is continuing to outsource their outreach. It used to be talk radio. Now it's podcast. We're relying on, we have social media anons like us here talking, trying to, when election season comes up, to pluck one or two to our side. But it's clear the establishment Republican Party that is intended to try and talk to you. They have the opportunity. I think that's what one of the big gripes are, is more millennials and Gen Z have voted Republican than in decades of that voting bloc. And you have more crossover voters from the black and Hispanic voters than the Republicans ever had in my lifetime, right? We all know this was true.
We should credit to Charlie for the younger generation.
Yeah, clearly it's not the Republican Party. That's the problem. It's the Republican Party itself is still the country club Republican Party of the old generation, of the boomer generation. Look what Trump delivered. Trump delivered Trump RX. And look, don't get me wrong. I think it needed to happen. However, how does that significantly influence the millennial and the Zoomer generation? We had it captured that we could have ran with the younger vote, with crossover voters. However, what has rolled out over the last year and a half, and I don't just blame Trump, I blame the Republican Party, the Mitch McConnell, the Lindsey Graham wing. I mean, I can go down a list. I'll tell you, when John Thune was put back in, because we had the opportunity then to change the course of the direction of the Republican Party. I knew it would be Washington as usual when John Thune was placed as the Senate leader, that nothing was going to change. This was our opportunity. So don't be surprised when we have to go through another round of beating off these damn communists because we dropped the ball this time.
I like Johnson. I really like Mike Johnson. And Thune I'm not overwhelmed with in terms of like a dynamic leader, but Johnson I think is dynamic.
Yeah, well,
he's from your world. I mean, you can disagree with me. I've just always got a good vibe from.
Yeah, no, he's good as a neutral. He's not a firebrand, clearly.
No.
But this reminds me of the John Boehner house. No different. John Boehner's house would deliver votes and deliver wins and send them over to the Senate, and they would die in Mitch McConnell's Senate. You remember how many times that happened? The same thing. Yeah, I mean, the Republicans in the House are voting on bills and delivering them to the Senate, but the Senate's not taking up anything. The Senate's not moving on anything. This is, and they want to chalk it up and say, well, we don't have 60 senators and stuff like that. Well, maybe if we weren't so focused on things outside of Washington, maybe, and these are where voters start to tend to say, well, why isn't Trump's administration doing more to get or to divide and conquer senators? Do we have no way to peel off Democrat senators? Is that how bad it is right now? That we're so gridlocked that we can't get anything through? I mean, I guess clearly, right?
I mean, it's interesting. I guess you could go state by state and see whether we can knock a few of them out. I mean, I think what's going to be interesting is what happens in Maine and whether Susan Collins can hold on. You know, I was saying this in a room, were you in the room yesterday, that all of New England, there's one Republican in all the states in New England, and that's Susan Collins. Everyone else is a Democrat. Every House member, every senator.
Arguable if she's a Republican.
I mean, but that's all you got in all of New England. Every one of those states.
Yeah. And a lot of this has to do with the Republican Party. You know?
I mean, I think, who's the one guy that was sort of an enigma? Sununu. Right? That they had a Republican governor.
Yeah, Sununu. I think we have a deep bench that has presidential aspirations, but we have the grand old party in the Senate, and nothing changes. And I don't know how we ever get over that hump.
I think it depends on. So, if I had to speak about what's going on in my community, I would say that for all of the people who left or don't really believe in the Republican Party anymore, there's a lot of black people that's coming to the Republican Party, and they're coming for different reasons. And based upon optically what Trump has done already, he's done enough. Even regardless of the war, because many black people see that as a necessary evil, in which a lot of us, I ain't gonna say don't really understand, but we don't have the I didn't have the context, and I'm no measurement, but a lot of us only really know what's going on in our community. And when it comes to the whole Iran thing, we get it, but that's not really something we really pay attention to, you know. So the loyalty, especially the ones who have been so loyal to the Democratic Party because of the whole black power, you know, black people are gonna treat us right. You know, when you get over to that side of social media, now they like, man, fuck the Democratic Party and everything they stand for. Let me try out Republicans. And then when you actually get somebody who does what they say they're gonna do, even if he got into a war, even if he says something, you know, or he may misquote something every now and then, he's done enough so far where we can say, okay, well, he said he was going to do it. At least he went and did it. And he's winning over a lot of black people. And slowly but surely, a lot of black people are dripping on over to the Republican side. So,
Lord, what about black Republicans? Like, do you think Byron Donaldson has a shot with the black community in Florida to get elected as governor?
I think so. And I don't think it's because I think so. You have it's two elements. Number one, he's a black person, and number two, he's a Republican. And when you combine those two elements together, that is what makes him attractive. For example, the guy out in Texas, he don't talk like us, but he's a black guy. He's aligned with Republican core values, and he's not afraid to really say that or conservative core values or whatever it is you want to call it. But the stuff that's coming out of his mouth sounds exactly like what black people traditionally care about. Even the ones that are batshit crazy, they just hate Trump so bad because they brainwashed. But yeah,
I mean, are you familiar with why he gets so much hate from black Byron?
Byron Donalds?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
He does get a lot. That's why I was curious. I mean, he's pretty conservative.
One scene that Steppenwolf never stood a chance against Superman. Suits the Superman
considered
for good.
Somebody
A boom tube suddenly opens behind them.
paid
Wonder
for it by
Woman and Aquaman immediately shift into combat stance, and stepping through the portal is Darkseid fully grown. Darkseid is the ruler of Apocalypse, and in theory, his power far surpasses Superman.
If I'm going to, like, in a very crude manner, if I was to speak about what
Hornless Steppenwolf
has been
staggers
said
back
about
to his
him,
feet, running with rage as he
he
glares
has
at the
all
Justice
kinds of
League.
nicknames. I
Completely
don't recall
unaware
them
of
off
the
the top
danger
of my
behind
head,
him,
but
Aquaman strikes without hesitation. His trident pierces straight
basically
through
the
Steppenwolf's chest.
Chuck and
Superman
Jive
follows up with another
good old
punch.
house
Wonder
road
Woman leaps into the
that
air, gripping the God-Killer
is
sword,
dancing for the
leaving no
APAC
time
bucks.
for
Like
anyone
that,
to react. And with
this
a
is
single
what you're
strike,
seeing
she
with
decapitates Steppenwolf. The severed head rolls
a
across
lot
the
of
ground and
Republicans
comes to a
that
stop. Right
could
at
be a
Darkseid's
minority,
feet. Until
but
the moment of his
even
death,
black
Steppenwolf
community,
never understood why his master didn't lift a
he's
finger
just
to
seen
save
as like
him.
a
The truth
plant.
is, 300
These
years
are,
ago,
it's not
Darkseid
my
personally
words, this
invaded
is
Earth.
what the
As molten
criticisms
lava
of mine.
carved glowing patterns across
Pepe,
the
do you
surface.
know who
Then
lives
he
in
revealed
Florida?
3 mother boxes, preparing to conquer
A lot of
the planet completely.
Yeah,
Erupted.
and they're
Atlanteans,
his constituents.
humans,
So
and the old gods
if he
joined
gets
forces to surround
support
Darkseid.
from his
But Green Lantern
constituents,
fell
his
first,
Republican
killed
constituents,
instantly, sent
like
flying by a single
every
kick.
time,
As Darkseid
and
moved to
I
claim
have
the
such
ring,
pushback with
Amazon
this.
arrows
Every
fell,
time a Jewish
and the
person
gods combined their power
supports
to
a
deal him a
candidate,
devastating blow.
it gets
Ares
called
nearly
APAC.
swept Darkseid
Sometimes
in
it
half with his
really has
axe,
nothing
then
to do
finished
with
by
the
kicking
state
away.
of
If
Israel.
his forces
They're
had
just
been
a
right on time,
Republican
Darkseid would have
constituent
died
that
right there.
likes
300
the
years later,
candidate, likes
he sent
his
Steppenwolf back to Earth
fiscal
to reclaim the mother boxes.
policies,
But what
likes how he
Steppenwolf never realized was that he
protects
had
the
already
corporate
become
interests that
nothing
they
more,
might have. I mean, it could solely be ethnic, business considerations. And if us name is Goldstein, you're going to say that, or people will say it. And it's such bullshit. He's in Florida. I mean, my question was if the black community will rally around. I picked him. You could pick, a different black conservative in a state, but he just happens to have a state where there's a very high population and his constituents.
And I want to be fair, Abby. He was crazy Fishburne.
He's awful.
He's a grifter. I don't really care for what he has to say, but he's very. I'll just say he just fucking hates Jews, and he's a weird guy. But he's been somewhat of a meme online. He's had a lot of support online with a lot of very vocal people, and a lot of I feel like it's a phenomenon that you'll see online. This guy in real life has no chance of winning. But this is only why I've seen it. I literally know nothing about the guy. I don't know how good or bad he is. So I won't comment.
Byron Donalds comes from Southwest Florida. Lee County's demographics is 62% white, 24.5% Hispanic, 7.5% black. That was Byron Donalds' region where he was elected. I don't know if he relies on having to have the black voter for support when he already hails from a predominantly white district.
Isn't that like Naples and Sanibel and Fort Myers, that whole area? Yeah.
The whole area. The whole area. And as y'all know, I've been following Byron Donalds for a long time. He's was big in the finance committee. The guy's good. Have you ever watched his takedowns?
Yes, he's fantastic. I've heard him speak a lot. I've met him a few times. I mean, I like him a lot. And again, Pepe, it's funny because I like him for domestic reasons. Like, I haven't even thought about how he votes with respect to foreign policy. Like, he's just, it's like, I mean, we could look at Tim Scott also. Like, I happen to pick Byron Donalds and I asked the question of Sword, but who's not on here right now.
I think that this troll that has been he's very anti-Israel. They're just basically it's and we know how it is with these bot farms and all of the from whatever fucking Middle Eastern countries. They're all going against and they're paying for a lot of our social media influencers. A lot of these guys are paid whores. They're going to slander him. If some, and I don't know that he could be, somebody who's pro-Israel. Doesn't matter, but he's going to get slandered no matter what because people like him are running against him, and that's just a sad reality. And it's just something I've observed, and I don't know how. The kind of the disconnect for me is I don't know how perceptive the black community is to these kinds of smear campaigns against him and how that would affect him.
I don't know. Where's he in the polling? Do you know?
I personally do.
Yeah, Donald.
He's leading. He's the leading in the primary. No, I think he's got it. I think it's in the bag. I think you might as well already put his picture up in the governor's house.
Who's the Dem running against him?
That's a good question. I'll pull up the names. There is a guy that has made some news. Let me. So Jay Collins, Paul Renner, and then the Jim Fishback guy, which y'all were talking about earlier. Yeah, he's kind of a weasel. And then the Democrat candidates are David Jolly and Jerry Demings.
What is Jerry Demings sound familiar? Was he the mayor? I know, I'm thinking of someone else.
Hey, is the room quiet? I just got back in here.
No, we've been talking.
Okay. Hey, how's it going, Joe? I hope all is well.
Going well, buddy. We were just talking about the Florida governor race.
Ah, okay. Interesting. What do you guys think is going to happen with DeSantis afterwards?
I like with him. I don't know. He's I mean, the fact that he went against Trump kind of, I feel like, hurts him. I don't know. I don't. He's not my governor, so I don't really pay attention to him. But I don't know with him. I'm just going to be fair and say, like, I would have to. Why are Floridians voting for him? I don't know. They obviously like him. I don't see what it is that they like.
I like DeSantis. I think he's done well. I mean, I don't know if you remember the debate between him and Gavin Newsom. Did you see that, Pepe, or no? Or anybody?
I remember seeing highlights of it.
I mean, he did pretty good. I mean, that's against Gavin Newsom. So I mean, I don't know. I actually think that DeSantis would be a little bit more harsher than Trump, if you want to put it that way. Because the guy actually knows what he's doing. He's actually like.
I get it. He's too manicured of I don't know how to put it. Like my impression of him is that he's
He sat on the floor.
He's too much of a politician.
City Hall.
Which in a way, kind of, I just
Wow.
don't. He rubs me the wrong way.
Such an impressive resume.
Hey, baby, I wanted to comment on
You got a hot mic.
producer. You all right, brother? You in the studio? Yeah, Pepe, I wanted to comment on what you said. My phone had died. For the people that said that he seems like an Uncle Tom or whatever the case may be, did they say why? Or did y'all ever get a chance to go deeper into
it's highly dependent on it's not the traditional American Uncle Tom stuff. It has more to do with, you have this guy who's like a conspiracy theorist. He's just like, he hates Jews and Israel, and he ended up coming up with a lot of these nicknames for him, and then of course I think this guy is he doesn't hate Israel, so he has money.
Talking about fuck.
But he basically online he gets a lot of hate from at least that I would see from the black community, the quote unquote America First community, like whatever group of fucking people, and they call him all kinds of names because he's getting APAC bucks, basically, and it's and I do think it's unfair. You have this grifting piece of shit, Fishburne, who I really he says that he's America First, and he's only we got rid of Israel, America would be perfect. Like he's just fucking retarded. It's just total fucking grifter. But I think
Pepe, one more thing, just again to clarify, so it's very clear. AIPAC is a bundler. They do not write checks. Checks are written by American, Jewish, and Christian citizens that support a particular policy. However, in someone like Byron Donalds, he's running for a state office that has AIPAC, by the way, when they bundle, it's only for federal congressional, not any state elected office, and not the executive branch. So money that he's getting right now to run for governor are coming from constituents, or it's coming from people that happen to be Jewish by religion. So all of a sudden, should he not take checks from Italians or not from Jews? It's just such bullshit. They're his constituents. We are constituents. Should I not give my governor money in his election? My governor happens to be Italian, by the way. I'm going to support him.
No,
what
if
the
you
fuck
were
does
running
this have to
against
do
Fishburne,
with the state of Israel? It's retarded.
Yeah, but
it's a state election.
Yes, but Fishburne would accuse you of being a Zionist.
Well, I am, but what's that have to do with me supporting my governor being against crime in my state?
I know. This is why I'm saying it's super disingenuous. And
it makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, no,
and only stupid people would follow that. But even if you want to make the argument that someone's running for Congress, that it is a bundler. It doesn't write checks. It takes people that are interested in a particular issue and bundles their money. That's it. And each person writes your own check, and only up to $5,700, because that's all you're allowed legally to write.
Yeah, but this is the reality, though, is that this is okay. Hating Jews has become like a cool. It's what the cool kids have been doing for the last couple of years. I think it's dying out. Honestly, everybody's sick of it. It's boring to listen to. But if okay, you have a grifter that rides this little wave like Fishburne. He's like, oh my god, you took the Zio bucks. Oh my god, you fucking traitor. You're not America First. You Jew loving, Israel loving piece of shit that just wants money and don't care about everyday Americans. That's his whole spiel. Now, I don't think that the average person is going to buy into his bullshit. But, I mean, that is the attack that they're going to go with. And in a way, it does have real-world consequences when they do these attacks. But if we look at the Florida who's voting in Florida? It's going to be a lot of fucking old people, depending on which part of Florida. But of course, older people have a much higher turnout. And no, this guy, he's not going to win. But it was bullshit. He had to deal with this. It was a slanderous attack. Every politicians take money from every group of fucking people, and this is where I find it really disingenuous. So you can be like, I'm somebody who thinks like Israel should be able to
Okay, but let me give you an example of something. So take Israel out of the equation completely. I have a governor that's running for re-election. He formed a advisory council on anti-Semitism because of how many attacks were happening. And after Bondi Beach, he finally said, I gotta put an advisory council together. I have to make sure this does not happen in my state. Okay? This has nothing to do with a foreign nation. This has to do with citizens in a state that he wants to protect. An ethnic group that he asked to have an advisory council to make sure that they are protected and that shit doesn't happen in his state. Okay, so just stay with me. So people from that community that wants to be protected are writing checks to his campaign to keep him in office because he did something to help their community. It is not different than 10% of our population are Asian, Pacific, what is it? I forget what the acronym is. Pacific Islanders. And he does stuff to protect that community, to stop Asian hate, to make sure that community has resources. So they will support him. So these are communities, and in Florida, I would think Byron Donalds, I'm going to guess, is reaching out to the Jewish community there, saying, hey, you guys are under attack. I'm not Mandani. I'm going to make sure there's a buffer around your places of worship. I'm going to make sure you're safe. So if the community is going to support him, they're supporting him because they live in his state and they want to feel safe in his state. You following me?
Absolutely. And so I do think that, like, for example, there is no reason, in my personal opinion, Jews, they should be, if they wear a kippah, whatever, doesn't matter, even if they're of a different religion, they should be able to go where they want to go, not be harassed, and definitely not assaulted or threatened. I do think that, like, hey, you want to keep these people safe. I'm 100% on board with that, and I do think that that's where there's this with a lot of these people on the far right. You're going to get I would say like 90% of the people that are quote unquote on the far right are just grifters. They're pieces of shit. Like, you really they never get along with other people on the far right. They're like, one of the things that made me not be on the far right was being around the far right. Like, I just thought they were just like such despicable pieces of shit. Like, some of the worst people I've ever fucking met, really. Like,
So what do you consider yourself now?
I mean, I would consider myself, like, I'm actually, I would say, rather moderate. I'm somebody who's not very conformist, so, like, I'll hear a narrative where we're told we have to believe a certain thing, that, maybe one of the most controversial things would be that, like all groups of people are the same and they have the same potential, and it's just like, no, we don't. So you can tell me that, like, for example, we import the smartest people from Nigeria and India, which, genetically, for example, it might be cultural too, but we're importing people where we selected for them to be the most intelligent. That somehow we, for example, people of European stock in the United States are going to be able to compete with them. No, we're not. Ashkenazi Jews tend to do better than us, and East Asians, whatever. African Americans tend to fare a lot worse. I don't. This whole, like, equality narrative that, like, evidence of
but how does that
inform your vote, Pepe. Like in your state, okay, in your statewide elections, in your congressional elections, what are your issues? You have water issues. Big time water issues. What do you care about that fiscally is going to happen in your state? Is going to happen? Do you care if your tax dollar pays for a new stadium or not? I mean, like, what do you care about?
I look well past that, and like, my brain has been stuck on the whole thing about the inequity equals inequality, and there was a study that came out the other day, for example, that showed that African Americans, for example, fare a lot worse on average than white Americans. But if you control for IQ, they do as well as us. What a fucking shocker. And there's this whole equality. What's really bothered me is that when you try to like deconstruct everything, there's not much of a difference between different groups of people that have they've evolved from each other for tens of thousands of fucking years. There's no difference between men and women. All of this bullshit. But it's just like, but there obviously fucking is. You want me to just nod my head in silence and pretend like there's no difference in groups as a whole. Like, yes, there are women that can beat the shit out of the average male. There are black people that are much smarter than 3 of my brains combined. That's fine. But there's this thing where people always want to place people as the fucking oppressor. And one of the problems I have with the far right, for example, if I was going to look at like the National Socialist, somehow, once you get rid of the fucking Jew, everything is fine. Everything is dandy. We will be these strong, tall Aryan kings who will conquer the fucking world. But no, that's never been the fucking case. Like, you guys have always, I mean, we can look at the British. You had a bunch of fucking Normans that came in and conquered them and dominated them and treated the English as second-class citizens. There's never been this fucking Aryan unity or groups of people that were ever fucking equal. It's never fucking happened. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Somebody.
Well, see, I'll jump in there. One thing that I was going to comment on earlier about, black people calling him Uncle Tom and stuff like that. So you're typically going to have 2 types of people that are going to look at him in that type of light. One of them is a Democrat for life, and that type of black person, they can't even explain to you why they're a Democrat. But the answer to that question is that because they were programmed that way. And they're programmed that way so much so to where, and when I say program, I'm talking about by their parents, the grandparents, the culture, things of that nature. And they're programmed to the fashion that if you vote Democrat, you're black, and if you vote Republican, you're white. And it's the most idiotic way of thinking. And thousands of black people, probably hundreds of thousands of black people are waking up to this. And you got to look at some of the things that black people care about. And so, for example, Trump brought on Kennedy. Kennedy is uncovering a lot of shit in the medical field. A lot of black people have kids with attention deficit disorder, attention deficit hyper disorder, and all of them goddamn disorders. And these are the things that are being uncovered that black people didn't even know they cared about because they didn't know. It kind of became so much a part of their life that they didn't even realize it was a problem. And now that these things are getting unearthed and they're getting answers to their question, other than what Democrats usually say, which is what you just mentioned, Pepe, racism. Like racism is the answer for everything. And it's like, it can't be the answer for every single thing because now it puts me in a position where I'm defeated and I can't do nothing to change my own situation. So there's a major shift where people who would look at a ballot and they wouldn't even see Byron
let me just look at everybody. Okay, Trump, he's attached to the he's attached to the Republican Party. From the optics perspective, this is what it looks like how Republicans behave. Okay, I can agree with that. Let's look at their values. Okay, they believe that something as simple as you're either born a man or a woman. Okay, I agree with that. And it starts to build up a mental momentum where the colors are gone now. And now I'm looking at just the words, Republican or Democrat. Then when you step outside of the national perspective and you look at it from a state perspective, you start to see how people like Mamdani is behaving. So that starts to paint a picture of what the Democrats look like. You see how Virginia just got all these damn tax laws. You see how Minnesota looks. And this is what the more educated we'll call them black buyer, if you will, where they're buying into who they're going to vote for. This is what they have to look forward to when it comes to voting Democrat. So it's kind of a combination of, I don't want to deal with that shit, meaning Democrats, but also, well, it's another thing. It's, damn, I can't believe my parents had me thinking this way. So it becomes more of like a disgust type of thing. Like, how the fuck could I be so blind and not view these people just because they were Republican? Okay, well, let's start at the top. Trump is the head Republican. Shit, he laid the tariffs out. Yeah, he might have lost the court case. I may not even understand it, but goddamn, the shit worked. And he said that prices were not going to increase because of the tariffs. Damn, that shit worked. He's actually doing what he said he was going to do. You know, before the Iran war, he stopped all of these wars. Okay, we actually got somebody in here who's doing what they said they're going to do. Then you spin the plate. Oh, Kennedy. Kennedy is over here finding out vaccines are hurting people. Oh, shit, my kid got ADHD. Maybe that's the reason. Like, it's coming home into black people's living rooms as to one possible reason why they might be in the situation that they're in. So now when you start going around and you start hearing people like Jasmine Crockett who say things like, nobody want to go out here and be a farmer. You don't want to be a slave. So you're associating farmers to slaves when there's a huge shift in the black community where thousands of people are now becoming farmers. So now Jasmine Crockett is literally offending her own base. It's just some of the most idiotic ways of communicating that they're pushing black people away. And the Republicans are like, well, this is what we believe in, you know, in a unified approach. So it's a combination of both as to why I say black people are transitioning from the Democratic Party and they're taking not only just their vote, but they're taking their loyalty to Republicans. And 9 times out of 10, they're not going to get it back for at least another 5, 6, or 7 generations. Because the same approach that our parents took with us, we're going to take the same approach with our kids. We're going to say, don't vote for them. You see how crazy they is? Look at how their kids, their kids believe that self-expression is walking around with different colors. They believe that you can be born as a him, her, z, zer, they could be cats, they could be like all of that shit is going to be associated with being a Democrat. And it's just never going to work out. So I don't see them bouncing back for a long time. But, the story's still...
I will agree with you. Where kind of like the hard part about that is that if you look at the approach that Democrats have been taking for the last, 10 years or so, and you do see it on the far right for sure. It's where they do scapegoat an enemy, and we are going to get this parasitic group of people, these horrible people, and we go get like white people, and they'll use a lot of euphemisms like the colonizers, whatever they use. And they basically, it's just like, once we get into power, it'll be amazing. And we know where the far right will do it to other groups, but
a very cheap way of, in fact, it's a way of not actually trying to solve a problem. It's just, you're literally doing the easiest thing. You're just like blaming somebody else for the problem, and you're just going to, trash them. And that is one of the things where I do think that you get black conservatives, which I disagree with a lot. But Edward on this app, I think he's a very decent, moral man. Very conservative man, much more conservative than I am. But I mean, he does, for the most part, have like kind of like a roadmap for like how you're going to run your own life. I think you would want to individual to listen to. But yeah, I don't know. I have lost a lot of hope for America. I'm just going to be honest. Like, I'm a rather nihilistic person. I don't see things the way I used to. I mean, when I would engage with black people, for example, I was known as like this huge mega racist. It's just like, oh, okay, these people are going to call me names. I'm just going to go ahead and throw insults back at them and, be very disrespectful and just kind of like how I get treated. But at the end of the day, I realized this is just like, it's petty bullshit, but I found, comedic value in doing it. But I don't know that like some of the biggest problems I see in the United States is that like we can look at a lot of the division we see in this country. It's going to come from people, large donors in countries that do not have our best interests in mind. It could be because they just have their best interests in mind, whether it's Israel, but countries that want to fucking take us over with their religion, like Qatar. How do you stop the paid whores in our country from being influenced by these people? Like this Dan Bilzerian faggot, who's I don't know what the fuck is. Oh, he does. But he travels to Qatar with the former leader of CARE, and this guy he's of Armenian descent. And he's somehow like a symbol of the West, of preserving the West. Like, no, he's a fucking piece of shit. I don't know. We have I don't know how to solve this. Like, it seems like such a human problem where people are just greedy, they're corrupt, they'll sell their own people out, even their fucking families out, in order to make it.
We start one issue at a time. So the question from Abby that kind of got us going down this path was, what is your top issue? So if Abby was to ask me that question, my number one issue has and been for a very long time immigration, illegal immigration, also too much legal immigration, and I know I'm further extreme on that than many people on stage, but I want to see a moratorium on immigration. My second biggest issue is the economy, and my third biggest issue is abortion. Abortion's murder. So I can rattle off what my top political issues are of the day. What are your issues, Pepe? Like, what's your number one political issue that you would like to see changed in our...
First, not to be divided, and for us to continue our course. I understand we're at a very special place in time where after World War II, we were not competing with Japan and Germany to the same extent that we are now. A lot of countries have industrialized that we've had to compete with. But for us, like, you could say it's a lofty goal, and I would say somewhat not realistic, but my whole thing is for people to live the American dream. If I had to sum it up, that is literally for Americans to live the American dream. That is it. That is literally... If people could do that, any of the shit regarding race, any of this stuff, like, it doesn't matter. Can we continue on in this country with our children having, I don't have children, which is, kind of ironic I said that, but could the people that inherit this country have a better life than us? That is literally what motivates me. Simply as I can put it.
Do you think that's kind of why we're divided?
Go ahead.
The idea of, the American dream that would mean something different to everyone, right? It's subjective. Right, Covers?
To an extent.
Yeah.
All those platitudes. So, but I think I don't want to gloss over your very first point you said, though, which I thought was great. You said unity. I'm paraphrasing it. You said you don't want us to be divided. You're saying as a country, domestically, that was your very first point you said.
Yeah. I do think we're a very divided country. We seek to, whether it's politically, by race, by whatever, we do seek to fight in a very tribal way, where I don't see this as being a good thing. And people like me, I think somewhat reactionary, are going to fight for my camp, my people, and that is where I know I'm not the only one. But how, like, I personally don't know if this can be solved, and that is one of the things that I've cared most about. Literally, this is what I've cared the most about for years. Aside from personal stuff, at least.
See, my position. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
My position on that is I do not want unity with the left. I often have seen over years that the Republicans and the right wing will play to the left wing agenda that will compromise our values and our interests to get along with the Democrats and the people on the left. And that's partly where we're at today. I think these people want to kill us. I don't even think they want a country with us. Seeing what the Democrats in Virginia are doing, where they're going to lower the age, or they're floating the idea of lowering the age to get rid of the Supreme Court justices, the Virginia State Supreme Court justices, just because they ruled against them. These people are awful. And
you're absolutely correct.
Is unity. Yeah, I don't think we can have unity. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not willing to capitulate whatsoever with these individuals on the left. The people on the left I see as wanting to destroy us.
Give me my
and I don't just mean us as people on the right, but even our fucking country. And I don't really. That is where the big issue comes in. How do we deal with these people? I mean, we're so divided.
Gold, I can
see it. Right. I don't know if there is an actual solution.
I think Trump's began some of it. The defunding of some of the universities. I mean, these ideas really spread when parents send their children off to college.
Yes, sir. Nubis, come forth.
Many people grow up in a family that's very loving, but all these crazy ideas about 72 different genders and shit like that. It's now throughout the internet. So I mean, there are other forums where you can now learn it. We have a decentralized culture, and I think that's really what we're kind of adjusting to. Is I'm an older millennial, and I think many others that fall in that gap are older. We grew up in a centralized culture where we largely had, may there be differences regionally or also racially, things like that. We largely watched a lot of the same, we all watched MTV, for them to, but we got to see that, we all listen to the radio, and that's why we'd watch the same movies. Those cultural references all affected us certain ways. However, today, our culture is decentralized. And the internet has a lot to do with that. And I don't think it'll ever go back to, I think that's kind of a 20th century relic, centralized culture. So I think we're kind of adjusting to that, and we're flopping around like a fish out of water trying to figure out the path forward on how do we get a direction with our culture.
Let's see, my top three would be immigration, abortion, and education. And I kind of tie immigration and education together because I have a lot of friends in the recruiting staff and the recruiting business, and one of the things that I learned was that anytime the U.S. talks about a skill gap, all of these other countries will create a curriculum throughout kindergarten through 12th grade, and they will literally produce the talent that the U.S. needs. And it's like, well, if other countries are doing that, why the fuck can't the U.S. do it?
Right.
If we have
other people, other countries using our curriculum.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they can't, but in one sense, it's the benefit of the American Empire. The fact that we are such a gravitational pull in the world, for people literally changing the curriculum for kids from 5 to college to suit our economy. If that doesn't show American hegemony, I don't know what does.
Yeah, you got India, pretty much everywhere we're shipping jobs, those places, I know these places for sure, India and China. What's the country underneath India? The little island. No, it's the one.
Taiwan?
Yeah, all of those countries, they're literally from K through 12 or whatever their equivalent, I guess they call it primary and secondary or whatever. They're literally having these kids go to school for various IT, cybersecurity, everything that the U.S. professes that we have a skill gap. They okay. Hey, so let's engineer this curriculum and start producing this talent so that way they can go to America.
And you know what, Sword? A number of the professors that are at, like Wharton, at our top business schools, are Eastern European. They're not U.S. born and educated. If you take a look at the professional staff at our best business schools that are producing are ultimately our business leaders in the country, and our corporate giants coming out of those schools, they're not taught by Americans.
So we've essentially outsourced our education as well, not only our jobs, but our education. And the thing is, we could produce those people here with people in this country. The problem is that if we try to use the same teaching methods that they use overseas, or go back to the methods that we used to use, that might be too harsh, and the left would claim it wasn't inclusive, or that it was racially motivated, or that it was somehow based in racism. And
Alan,
part of our
professors.
responsibility is born to the right for exiting itself from academia in the 80s and 90s.
Well, Marshall, they can't survive in a university right now.
I didn't say they couldn't survive. I'm saying professors who are conservative have chosen to leave. That's not my point. Instead of having William Buckley 2.0, you have nothing.
Let me respond, please. What the right did or did not do has nothing to do with what is being taught
in urban areas, and specifically go back to something called New English and New Math. I'm not talking about the right. I'm talking the way they decided to teach in this country fucked it up. My aunt is a...
You didn't blame parents for that.
Yeah.
That's a parenting problem.
No, that's not a parenting problem.
Yeah, it is. If you don't bother to show up at your school meeting and protest your curriculum, that's absolutely a fucking parenting problem.
They didn't teach grammar in elementary school. They didn't teach grammar. They didn't teach parts of dissent.
That's not my point. If parents were more active instead of making excuses for their kids and telling teachers that their children didn't need to learn, it would be a lot different.
Okay.
Marshall.
In our land,
Marshall. The 2 points you've made, I agree with. Yes, the right ran away from education, and yes, parents need to do more. Absolutely. You and I are in agreement about that, but that is tangential to the argument. The argument is, my point was that if you try and impose standards that actually make a difference, you get so much complaints from the left that you can never make those a reality. And we're going back, and look, I'll give you an example, because actually that's a good point you brought up.
And when it's not just friends, it's teachers. I have a friend who's a teacher. They used to teach in the Rio Grande Valley. She wanted her students to write 4-page essays, and the school district told her she could only make her students write a half-a-page essay. Part of that's a problem. Part of that's a participation problem.
Yes, but
they all
what the students are participating in is crap. That's the
emotional
problem.
learning.
Now,
I don't disagree. I'm saying it's partially crap because the parents aren't paying attention.
My point, God damn it! Tennessee was 49th in the station, in the country. They threw out all of the bullshit from all of the latest teaching methods and inclusion and everything else, and they went back to, remember, hooked on phonics. They went back to that, and they're now in the top 25. From 49 to top 25. If you're feeding the kids crap, you're going to get crap. That's the point I'm making.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying the key decision makers aren't paying attention.
I want to interject after Alan.
Yeah, thank you. I know, but I'm making a point, a specific point, and you're going off in left field.
Okay, then please connect it. What am I missing?
Hold on. I wanted to interject. We got Joe B on stage. She knows more about education than I ever will. However, look, Marshall, blaming the parents is overlooking that largely about 15 to 20 years ago, there was an agenda in many school districts to change over the administrators into these gay, liberal, lesbian, butch dyke principles. And they ushered in an entire agenda that we've watched play out. This stuff about the different sexualities and genders started in schools. It wasn't like parents had an option to vote on it. They forced it on the kids, bro. This is an agenda we're dealing with.
It's also school boards. School boards get elected. Wait, hold on, Marshall. School boards get elected. Boards of regents get elected. Marshall, school boards get elected. Boards of regents get elected. School superintendents get appointed. Governors appoint heads of education departments in states. It becomes political. And then you try to survive as a Republican teaching in these jurisdictions and in these places that politically have a school board. Look at some of the videos coming out of North Jersey where they passed these policies, and take a look at who's on those school boards.
Faith in Raymondville, Texas.
Okay, so
before I was born.
However, they're political. They're political, and if you're a Republican trying to teach, you then also get outed by students that don't like your political opinion on something, and next thing you're in the middle of a scandalous situation because your politics are different, or are conservative. I mean, there's just story after story of this.
I'm not denying that happens. I'm simply saying the check on that is parents at school board meetings and people throwing out the bombs at elections. If they don't throw out the bombs, then why do they get that curriculum? You then also have to look at the state. You also then have to look at the state.
Boards of regents are elected in states. There's statewide elections. The boards of regents, correct? So you can get saddled.
We're having one where I live.
Okay, you can get saddled with some pretty bad regents that then make these decisions. I mean, even if you have impassioned parents, I mean, you also have school boards that it becomes super political. I mean, just you can look at the bigger cities in our country. Look at New York City, what they're going through in their school district. Look at California with the ethnic studies that they call.
Marshall, I am very
proud.
Marshall,
that's not the point I was making. I had a friend who was a teacher for 15 years. And I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I wanted to comment on what you said, Marshall. So, I will be honest with you. So, they do the school board meetings now are via Zoom because they don't let the parents go in the schools anymore, even to volunteer for our kids' events. Any Halloween parties or this or that. The parents are not allowed in the school. Okay, talent shows were not allowed in the school. So it's Zoom, and I'll be honest. Via Zoom, there's only 5 of us that are in these once a month Zoom meetings for the school boards. But I can tell you that this curriculum that every year they roll out the same bullshit curriculum and they just word it different, but it's the same thing. And I mean, I'm heavily involved, and there's I feel like the parents don't. Maybe there's just not enough.
You've definitely seen this gymnast
in my area.
On your For You page. This is in your experience. You don't need a powerhouse logo to go viral. While athletes at big name schools had national TV deals and full media teams behind them, Sydney was at Southern Connecticut State University on a Division II program, grinding with nothing but her phone, raw talent, and unreal flexibility. No hype. No spotlight, just consistency. Then everything changed. She posted one clip, the W pose. She drops down, folds her legs into a perfect position, and holds it
Hold on, real quick.
Impossible.
Hold on, Marshall. That's a great point by Ann. Look, 3 in 10 children, 30% are raised in single-parent households. Marshall, how do you expect single-parent households to be able to be active enough to be able to do this? So that whittles it already down to 70%. I think there's a lot to say about that. We're worked to death just to try and afford our lifestyles. How do you also, there's a little bit of responsibility when people take taxpayer money, that they need to be accountable. And I realize the parents have to do it. However, we can easily blame the school districts and the administrators for doing this. We haven't put enough emphasis on getting kids increasing their actual test scores in reading and things like that. I mean, it's only gotten worse the more money we throw at this shit.
Which is why my criticism was never money criticism. It's a criticism of participation. If people, for whatever reason, decide not to participate, then they get the government they deserve, not the government they want. And yes, people just please just let me finish.
No, but what if
please just let me finish?
Maybe the problem is government in education.
Oh,
that's not my place to decide, and that wasn't the point I was trying to make.
Hold on, Aiden. It is
Come on, I got interrupted. I was trying to make my point. Can I make it?
No, we're having dialogue. It is our place. You just said, hold on, if you're going to hold the parents accountable for their participation, how can you then say, well, it's not my place to have any say it?
You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth.
Hey, may I finish? Because you would get the end of my statement, and maybe we would agree if I was allowed to finish the thought. The thought is, instead of having 5 parents, you have 10 parents. The school board is the lowest level of participation in our system. And yes, parents are busy. Yes, there are one-parent households. But if there are only 5 parents in that room, and if when teachers try to assign and raise standards, that the school board shoots them down because the parents complain that their kids are getting held high standard, then how do you produce children that are able to survive? Because I'll tell you, going through the system, it doesn't work when people don't participate. And the answer can't be that our choice is somehow left to people that don't have any time. If it's 5 people in a room, like Ann, who, by the way, Ann, I haven't said this in a while, but I always admire that about you. You always put your money where your mouth is. If Ann's the only one showing up for her kid, and the teacher wants to do something so hard,
I need your shoes.
And
since no one on this app actually organizes
how do you make that change?
I got the answer, and I'll pass it to Ann right after this. She wants to say something. You said Ann always puts her money where her mouth is, except when it comes to education, where the government gets to dictate where her child goes in the requirements where she goes. What they should do is, rather than the money being attached to the school, wherever that head count is, it should be given to Ann, where she can send her child to where she wants to send her child to be educated.
Yeah.
Voucher. Yeah, so I'll pass it over to Ann, but she's not able to because of how government in many states, now I know some states have fixed this with the vouchers, but many states it still is not fixed.
I didn't mean Ann like physically put the money with. I know she does that. I meant like Ann is an involved parent. She goes out of her way to make sure that's done. She doesn't make excuses, right? More parents like that mean school system.
Hello, I'm Brian Tripp.
And I'll be honest, like on the past 4 years, there's a shortage of teachers right now. Like at Liberty University is doing this
we operate in Texas
program
exclusively.
where
We're a small
if
company.
you want to
We're
be
a
a teacher,
family-owned
you
company.
can go
My
through
son,
this
after
I don't know,
graduating
this
in Division I
2-year
college
program. It's
football,
like
works
not even a year and a half program to
Vice
become a
President
teacher,
of
a full
Marketing.
licensed
You
teacher.
may have already
They're
talked
so
to Mike.
desperate, shortage
If
of
you haven't,
teachers
he's
because
always
they're
available
how
to
many teachers
take your
you're
calls.
required to teach the curriculum that
Another
the
important member of our team is
school district that you
Jonah
work in.
Hansen.
You're required whatever they
Jonah
want you
is
to
a
teach.
wonderful young man. He's
And they're
very
teaching
sharp.
things that are, I mean,
out of line, ahistorical.
Is this
I
illegal?
think my biggest issue is they do this emotional learning, and it's very cringe. But yeah, and so there's people that are not aligned with goes against the values. They don't want to teach it, and they're not appreciated. So like people that complain, cheered. So yeah, so there's not. So basically, all the teachers, majority of them, they are okay with teaching this kind of stuff. And the ones that aren't left.
Yeah, and my friend left. When she was not allowed to assign a 5-page essay double-spaced for a student, she quit. Because you can't, you can't, in my state, where I live is the poorest region, it's the most people in public assistance, but it's also the most underprepared for college. And it's because our standards are low. As George W. Bush said, he was right. The bigotry of low expectations tanks students.
Here's the thing. All of that is true. But if you look at Eric Weinstein, Eric Weinstein, and what happened at Evergreen College, it was a great college. The students loved it. Everybody was getting along. And they got a new dean, and it poisoned the college. All of a sudden, you had all of these protests, and they ended up getting kicked out. They were one of the highest rated teachers at the college.
Yeah,
this is what we're talking about. It doesn't matter if you're an involved parent. It doesn't matter if you're spending
at the university level. No, at the school district level, yes.
2 hours a week, doing work 50 hours a week. They're teaching garbage in, garbage out.
Yep.
And that's the problem.
Then answer me this.
Going back to my original point. Colleges go, all of those education systems overseas, they see what they need to compete, and they make sure their kids do it.
How do we fix that in our country?
Say that again?
If parents can't be involved in a parenting issue, how do you fix the fact that universities are doing that? What do you do?
It's not just the universities, it's K-12. What do you do?
Yeah, I got that point. I'm asking, what's the practical answer to the problem?
Practical answer is you need to get those people out of the education system. And if that means homeschooling, as tragic as that is, then it's homeschooling. But that appears to be the only option.
Wait, the one-parent households can afford to homeschool?
Or Republicans need to do what they did. Now that they've got an administration that isn't going to go after them the way the Biden administration did, they need to go after the school boards and create the same mess they did at city council meetings back in the early 2000s.
The federal government needs to do the job of the public.
What do you mean the federal government? No, I mean the Department of Education, I think, needs to be shut down.
No, I wasn't asking about the Department of Education. I'm asking about your solution. Your solution sounded like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like your answer was the federal government needs to come down on these school districts and make them teach the right thing.
Well, no, that kind of would help, but that isn't what I was saying. I'm saying it. Number one, going back to local control certainly would help, but I think the main thing is to get the left ideologues out of the education system. Period.
I don't disagree with that. Education is far too liberal these days. But how do we do that? I'm sorry. I'm trying to be a victim. I just want to know how we solve the problem.
Well, no. It's a valid question, and my answer to that is: remember, Republicans in the early 2000s started raising hell at city council meetings, and by doing that, they ended up getting people on their local governments elected, and then that translated into county governments and state governments.
So I'm simply suggesting the wrong level of political power with which to deal with this. It's not at the school district level, it's at the city level.
I feel like it's the Federal Reserves.
The Federal Reserve doesn't have anything to do with education.
I feel like all the money leaves.
Doesn't have anything to do with it.
Hi, I got a question for you, Marshall. Why are you such an oppositionist to just regular conservatives and regular maybe libertarian values? Is it a personality thing? Is it a borderline personality thing? What is it that makes you actually not want to fight the Democrats and you just sit here and complain about Republicans complaining about the Democrats? I'm just really confused.
This guy called me crazy. Come on.
I'm trying to have a genuine conversation here.
Because out of all the people on the stage, there are 3 people that actually contribute massively, maybe 4 or 5. Out of everybody in this room, Marshall's one that actually goes and knocks on doors. The rest of us either bitch about it on Clubhouse or go to RNC meetings and fund, I guess you would say, priorities in order to achieve those elections. But everybody on this stage, Marshall's the only one that will go door knocking.
Probably part of the agenda.
I door knock.
Agenda he has. That don't mean that you're
Why do you think
if you ever door knock?
I door knocked for Dave McCormick this last election. I flew to Pennsylvania.
Have you ever door knocked? Have you ever tried to resist the liberal elite intellectual Democrats? Hello?
But Abby, if you ever door knocked, you wouldn't get past my door. I'm just letting you know.
Okay. Oh, it's hard. Door knocking is not an easy thing to do, by the way. I look up to Marshall he's good at it.
And while I give Marshall all the credit for his efforts, and you too, Abby, door knocking is not the only metric by which we judge whether or not a person can have an opinion about this, nor does every person reveal everything they have done in this.
That was good.
So
That's
we
fine.
can eliminate that as the reason why we should or should not listen.
But I know, Joe and
That's not why we centered this on me. We centered this on me because fucking what's his face decided to center me.
Marshall,
I was not the conversation.
But you know, Marshall, I give you the utmost respect. You know, I give you the utmost respect for your background.
I know. I just I don't like being the center.
I just want to know how.
And the only reason I was the center of the conversation.
Marshall, how many other people turned a blue district red? You did that. Everybody else on stage managed to do that because I failed. So how many others did?
Why would you want to turn them red? For what reason?
We definitely moved a significant percentage of our vote.
Yours or my contributions, but Marshall literally turned his district down in there that was blue for 100 fucking years. He turned it red. He actually did that.
What? Why did he turn it red for? You're just being very vague. To me, I feel like these things.
Why would he turn it? Because exactly what we've been talking about on stage. What are your priorities? If you can figure out what your political priorities are, you might figure out what your party is and why you may need to take a blue district and make it red.
I think a lot of people are misled about where things are going. And I don't know where you guys are at with Trump and him being taken over by Israel.
Sweetheart, lovely man, whoever the hell you are, you're way off on what our conversation is.
No, I was asking questions. I said I don't know where you guys are.
Well, you don't know, so that's not actually what we were talking about. We were talking about priorities.
No, Young, you're doing the fucking Glenn Beck thing where
and Young, keep your anti-Semitism in check, so we can continue to talk about Republican priorities.
I didn't say nothing yet.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
you absolutely did. Yeah, but you can keep your Jew hating to yourself.
You don't
Can we
even
go
know
back?
what actually a Jew is actually probably.
Really? Okay, so Marshall, how long did it take to turn? Can we go back to what we were talking about? It is really exemplary to take a district.
It took about 10 years.
10 years
It took about a decade.
And do you think it's solidly turned now?
No, it's at the presidential level and the senatorial level, it's red. At the local level, it's very blue.
Let me ask you, Marshall, did you knock for Donald Trump?
No, not for the Republican cause, but not for the president. If I ever got asked for the president about the president, if we're honest, I didn't give my personal opinion. Right, that's not my job.
Yeah,
right. My job was to prepare. Let me answer very. My job was to prepare people to vote. And so if they asked about the president, I always told them that I would vote for the guy.
Did you hand out anything a brochure about him, or just the local? Like what physical paperwork did you give?
A local congresswoman and a state rep and a state judge.
See, when we handed out for McCormick, we also handed out for Trump. Like when we knocked,
No,
we had
we don't.
documents.
We don't mix.
We had like a flyer, and we had a flyer for McCormick, but we also had a flyer for Trump.
No, we don't mix. We don't mix it here in the way we do it.
How does Brad attribute you turning a county or a region blue from red, and it occurred during a presidential cycle? I'm just curious, where's the connected dot for me? How are you responsible for doing that?
Oh, Congressional District 15 turned red. Congressional District 15 had typically been held by a Democrat, but my Congresswoman Monica Cruz managed to turn it red for the first time in the district's history and had a vote for this for the first time since Richard Nixon.
We wrote on which wave? What cycle was that? Which year?
Oh Lord, I think it was 2018. She wrote in on the popularity. She got reelected in 24 on the wave of Trump. So like she votes with Trump, but like her at least local appeal is that she's managed to pass 4 bills, a couple for veterans, one for like water and drainage farmers, and one for like medication. And it's been the first time somebody in the Rio Grande Valley has passed a bill for the public in 40 years. So by turning the congressional level red, it also helped us promote the president. Now, while I never directly promoted Donald Trump, the ability to get people to vote red on a congressional level meant they had to go past the presidential level. And if they were going to vote red for Monica, stats show, at least Texas stats like UT Marist and the Dallas polling and Dallas Morning News polling, stuff like that, you have a greater chance of getting them to vote red at the top of the ticket. If they're going to go down the ticket and vote for Monica, they have to pass Trump. And more than likely, if they're going to vote for Monica, they're going to vote for Trump. So that's how my work connects. Brad, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
From my understanding, though, typically voting is down ballot, not up ballot, right? I haven't really heard too much.
No, I'm not saying that it's not. I'm saying like getting somebody to go down ballot and think Republican. Stats and political behaviors show in voters that they're more likely to vote at the top of the ticket for that party if they're going down the ticket to vote for the same party. You're more likely to vote for Trump if you're going to vote for Monica, basically.
How many votes did she deliver? Like, what was generally? What are we talking? 20,000. We got 20,000 votes on her.
So her first win was like 5 points. Her second win was by 8 points, and her third win was by like 12.5 points, something like that.
And she's still in office. She's been doing well.
Yes, sir. Like I said, she passed bills. She's the only rep in the Rio Grande Valley to pass legislation for the valley in 40 years. Since our former Congressman Ruben Hosa, who was tied in real well with the establishment in Congress, both Republican and Democrat, was able to get stuff from the Rio Grande Valley.
Marshall, if Donald Trump were to give you a call and offer you a job to work in his administration, maybe shaping policy, would you join the Trump administration and work for Donald Trump?
Hey, Abby, what's your question?
So I'm trying to find on my phone when we went to people's homes, but we had an app that really kind of told us everything about each house and their voting patterons, and
so
like you weren't going blindly. Like we had a lot of information.
There are several apps.
I'm trying to.
There's one we have called Added Impact. There was one we had called Campaign Sidekick. There was one I used called I360.
So wait, what you're saying is you wouldn't work for Donald Trump because you don't actually like Donald Trump. Got it.
Yeah, so I360, I worked for that when I helped manage a state rep or a state senate campaign. we had a lot of trouble within our state senate campaign, so I'm like not as big a fan of it as I was, say, 5 or 6 years ago. I find Numenor and the Avid Impact app in Texas to be a little bit more accurate than, say, i360. But i360 is still really good software. So, yeah.
Do you use it to knock on the doors?
For those unaware, what this means is, like, when I go to the door, I click on their house, and it says, for example, Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez live there. Mrs. Gonzalez is 56, and she tends to vote Republican. Mr. Gonzalez is 66, and he tends to vote Democrat. And your target list is Mrs. Gonzalez. So I knock on the door, and I talk to them, and I ask for Mrs. Gonzalez. We have a conversation, and at some point, she either says, well, Marshall, I'm happy to vote for Monica, or, thanks so much for your time, I'll talk to you later. Like one of those two things. But that's kind of how the day app works.
That's like 1 out of every 3 doors, because you knock on 3,000 doors just to get 1,000 conversations, right, Marshall?
So, Abby, did that answer your question?
It's sort of, I mean, we had a lot more info than just that. And pretty much targeted those homes that we, that was a high percentage. We were going to have success with it.
That's our software, too.
Yeah.
Like, I'm in the persuasion model, so I'm getting independents and moderates. But once we transition to a GOTV model, all I'll be getting is the base.
That's interesting.
Marshall, the worst part that I hated about i360 was the fact that you would like go 1 or 2, and then the next house wouldn't match the data that was in there. It would just be like.
I found that too. I found that the data in i360 in Texas often did not match the people.
That's interesting. Brad, were you going door to door for Donald Trump? I didn't know you were actually going door to door using software. How many conversations at the door fronts did you have, Brad? Did you beat Marshall?
So, Eddie, does that
Did you beat Marshall?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's interesting. The other thing that we talked about this in rooms, it matters what state you're in. My state has ballot harvesting. So we did.
Mine does too. We call them politiqueras where I live.
That really made a difference. I mean, we were able, and this last cycle, the Republicans really took advantage of the harvesting. And I think that helped really bring in a lot of votes. How many?
Wait, Abby, before you go to that next question, could we just jump back to education real quick? I didn't get to say what I wanted to say about education. Because through property taxes, we collect $1.2 trillion a year, and Department of Education has a budget of over $200 billion a year. And so when we're trying to figure out what's wrong with education, it could be all that property tax money that the liberal elite Democrats collect on the backs of every American every single year to fund their communist teacher unions. Sorry, I didn't want to jump past that little point there.
Right.
No,
we can't avoid it though. Like,
of course we can avoid it. We can make state law, and we can do what I was doing and just ignore it.
get rid of property taxes?
In my state, no. The government in my state is funded 3 ways: through oil and natural gas sales, through property tax per quarter, and through property taxes, which seem to increase ever more, but which the state legislature seems to be on a path to eliminate, which means the Texas government loses lots of funding.
Easy way.
That means the communist teachers lose all the funding. That'd be great news.
I'm not saying we shouldn't have cheap property taxes. What I am saying is the Texas government can't do what it's currently doing without the property taxes. We have to eliminate the amendment in our Constitution that allows no income tax and have an income tax.
I got an idea. How about banning public sector unions? We used to have a ban on this years ago. Breaking up the teachers union, I think that's a great idea that was raised. These are public employees. Good public employees be able to unionize. We used to 100 years not allow this. So we should probably go back to that model because these unions have captured our government.
Absolutely. Who do you, I used to work at the IRS, and I was in the National Treasury Employees Union. And guess what? Push came to shove after paying union dues for 5 years and getting sexually harassed and physically threatened at the workplace. Well, guess what? They decided not to represent me in the EEOC case. So I had to do all the work myself. And that's fine, because these unions are nothing but integrated into the organizations themselves. They protect and conceal to keep the scam going. We need to shut down 80% of the government. It's completely broke and serving no purpose. Why file a tax return? They can just send you a fucking bill. The whole thing is a scam. The taxation industry, the education industry, these fake Republicans like Marshall and Brad here who go around and act like Republicans, but they're really just Democrat shills. I meet these guys all the time here in Illinois. They don't fight the Democrats. They're fake Republicans. They're nothing but liberals themselves. Marshall proves it day after day here. Brad the Viking Warrior here on Clubhouse is the same thing. And that's all they do. They're just grifters. They're not really conservatives. They don't care about fiscal conservatism. They don't care about eliminating the liberal elite intellectuals who are ruining. All right, I am complete. I've landed my plane.
One of those people who doesn't like Lindsey Graham. It's one of interesting. We had an interesting election in South Carolina. People trying to depose Lindsey Graham. There was the Project 2025 guy, Paul Bands. It ran into a lot of people in this state suddenly deciding they don't like Israel, which is interesting. Probably not reported on much, but it's a lot of people specifically trying to get Lindsey Graham out for that reason. But the usual normal reason people don't like Lindsey Graham is that he's kind of a rhino on other topics. So
doesn't he yield a decent amount of power in the Senate? I mean, as a constituent, we had let me just say this: we had Harry Reid for years, who was just awful. And you had to hold your nose. I mean, he ran against a very fringe Republican, and a lot of Republicans did not want to support that candidate. So they kept Reid in office, but he also, and just like Graham, I mean, he ended up as the majority leader. So this small state that we are, population, had this incredible power in Washington. So we kept him in. I mean, I would think in South Carolina, Graham is pretty senior in the Senate, and there's definitely an appeal to that, correct?
There are videos where people will go to his hometown and just boo for 7 minutes straight, because the accusation is that he spends only 1 month of each 6-year term actually interested in South Carolina. I'm not saying I believe the accusation, but the accusation is
pretty true.
The accusation is that he will lecture the people of South Carolina when there's a hurricane about how people have it worse in Israel. And actually, the election got pretty ugly. It's just a very small state.
He's pretty focused on Iran, though. I mean, it seems to me his foreign focus was a lot more on Iran.
The truth is, no one likes Lindsey Graham. Nobody in his voting district, nobody in the country. Everybody hates Lindsey Graham.
The guy that was speaking, Lindsey Graham is more focused on geopolitics and foreign policy than he is states. You have a right to complain about him, and as such, the people do have a right in Carolina. However, he has pushed various Republican agendas across the finish line on a national as well as geopolitical level.
The guy takes orders for F-45s over the telephone calls when prank calls call him and they say they're from Turkey and want to buy jets. The guy is a Raytheon salesman. Hello?
And I wouldn't listen to people on Clubhouse that tried to campaign on Clubhouse to win a fucking seat in an office that they failed. I'm just going to throw it out there.
I will.
That's the great thing about ad hominem projection. That's a you problem, Brad.
That's not ad hominem. That's what you did. You fucking ran for office in Clubhouse. Don't dodge it now.
Anyway, I asked him what the state dog was, because I had just seen something on TV about that particular dog. He knew right away. And then he just started telling me stuff about South Carolina. He's not so far into his state. I mean, I guess I agree with you. his focus, and he was on foreign affairs for so long. But has he produced for the state of South Carolina? I mean, just
yes, he has. He's extremely parochial.
So extremely parochial. The guy's indebted the country $40 trillion. He's ruined the nation. He's a traitor. He's a schmuck. He's an F word. He's a P word. An F word and a P word. You can figure it out, right? F word, P word. That's what he is. F word, P word.
As a consequence of being such a senior member of the Senate, it means his state gets a lot of things. In the same way that John Cornyn, being a senior member of the Senate, means that John Cornyn is able to bring the meat home for Texas. Right? Senators, to a really big degree, should be parochial. Right? They should.
Parochial? House of Cards with Kevin Spacey. That's who we're talking about. F word, P word. A P word. He's a P word and an F word.
Chosen by the state legislature usually was to represent the trading interests of the state, right? So senators really do have a place in representing the large business interests. And
yeah, he works for Raytheon. He takes orders over the phone direct for new fighter jets, personally.
Are you not getting me ignoring you? Like, I'm ignoring you because what you're saying doesn't matter in your optic. Like, at least have the decency as a former candidate to wait till somebody's done speaking. So all I was saying was it's extremely important for the people of South Carolina to consider the seniority of Lindsey Graham and what he brings home to the state. I'm not saying he's a perfect guy. I'm not saying he's a guy that cares about domestic issues super well. But I am saying the senators should be parochial. They should care about their state. And if you have a senior one, they can bring a lot of meat home for the public. And that should be considered when people think about getting rid of them. If you get a junior member, they're a backbencher for years.
Wouldn't you say, Marshall, that people in Senate that are involved in foreign affairs, like you could make the same argument about Tom Cotton too, that most of their public persona is about their position on foreign affairs, and would people argue he's not good for his state? You know,
if I were to ask you what are the top earmarks and pork products that came out of the Congress people, you won't even tell me who it is and how much and where. I already know these numbers. Number one pork product was in Jersey for $150 million by a congressman. If that's the type of meat you're talking about bringing home while the national deficit skyrockets past $40 trillion and monthly annual interest payments exceed $100 billion. $100 billion. That's $3.3 billion a day.
Currently, you also have his whole disaster relief. Granted, I think it still wasn't accurately done, but he did bring that money going home. And his water infrastructure project that he brought that massive, I forget how much money, he put that at the top of the list and made sure that was going on. So Carolina does owe him some because he doesn't really necessarily forget him. His primary focus is always when he takes a soundbite, it's always on foreign affairs. And I agree, he should.
Yeah, he hangs out with Reza Pahlavi and goes to his little soirees. Oh, you don't like the truth about Reza Pahlavi and Lindsey Graham's relationship?
And just screaming it.
That's okay. P words and F words. You all know he's a P word, right? Lindsey Graham's an F word too. F word and a P word.
Should really just.
Governor in South Carolina, is it Nancy Mace in that race?
Yes, she is.
Right.
But I don't
My
think she's,
sister in the long gray line.
But she's an interesting character in the state politics.
Nancy.
Quite eccentric, but I think she's a positive figure. But they're currently I think tomorrow they're going to redistrict when it goes. So the maps of who runs what part of the state might completely change. So I don't even know how they're gonna.
But here's the crazy thing, Joe. And others. Wait. Here's the other thing, Joe. With it, get rid of Lindsey Graham. Who replaces it? Who's the power dynamic that has as much pull as he does?
Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about. Lindsey Graham has significant challengers. Lynch is a businessman from South Carolina that is significantly challenging him. He's got two others, Paul Dans and Patrick Herman.
Paul Dans exited.
Yeah, he's good.
He's out. He supported Mark Lynch, right? Mark Lynch is now moving up. Right now, it appears like at least Lindsey Graham will have a significant challenger. What makes this different, though, hold on, in previous years, Lindsey Graham has never really faced
I agree with all that in the campaign world. But without Lindsey Graham, think about this. Would Trump have been able to push his agenda through? Like, Lindsey Graham has been one of the...
Lindsey Graham has been a heel in Trump's presidency.
A lot of things that, like, Lindsey Graham has been able to stave off he helped in staving off 2 fucking impeachments. He's also been one of the chorus boys. Like, to be honest, like, but you put a junior senator in there, Lindsey Graham, you take him out, okay, right now you're looking at power. Like, who hasn't?
Okay, Lindsey Graham tanked the midterms in 2018. He put up a bill that had no chance to pass of getting rid of abortion. Do you remember this? And there was such outrage that the Democrats used that to campaign off of, to push the 2018 election into where the Democrats got support from it. Lindsey Graham's responsible for doing that.
See, I push back on that one. I think Trump won out on that one, because he gave abortion back to the states, and like we just have to own it. Like, I'm pro-life. Wait.
That's after the fact. Hold on. The ruling of the overturning of Roe versus Wade occurs after that. This
correct.
Is before that.
But Trump was never on board with that. Like, that wasn't part of his agenda. He never really was.
So why did Lindsey Graham put it up?
Because
it was to tank. It was to tank the Republican support.
No, it wasn't, because that's actually what he believes in. Like, that's
hold Trump down.
No, that was literally what the Republican Party had, like, wanted. Like, a significant number of that at that time. Remember, there was a lot of support for that on the Republican.
The timing of it, he knew exactly what he was doing. It was just.
I think that's a I think that's a conspiracy theory. I think he really thought he could get it through. I'm fully aware. We all lived it.
In the Senate,
come on. I mean, he advocated for that for the longest time. So did a shit ton of Republicans advocated since Reagan's era.
I don't disagree. They hold the position. I don't think they actually support it. But
I mean, that's a whole different thing. They do cheer it on all the time. Lindsey Graham went up there and thought, you know what, we're going to put this on the ballot and actually create the divide. His problem was he didn't read the tea leaves. Like, at that time, I think he was looking back towards, like, you know, there was going to be more people that were anti-abortion. The abortion bill, the Democrats got their one and done, and actually it benefited Trump. Like, in reality, they blew their entire wad in that midterms. And then they had to push Joe Biden across the finish line, which you got 4 years of Democrats, which now gave us 12 years of Republican rule possible. So now you have 12 years of Republicanism versus, you know, having a fucking, I don't know, who would have been up on the neck? Gavin Newsom after Trump's second term. Like, now you have a chance for 12 years. So, yeah, maybe he mistimed it. Maybe he was going with, like, hey, we have power, we can push this through, and he really wanted to do it. And a lot of Republicans were backing that. A lot of evangelicals were backing that. A lot of coalitions were backing it. But at the same time, it benefited Trump.
He's the chairman of the budget. Did you know he was the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee? I didn't realize that.
I remember specifically that the timing of it was done to tank Trump. This was what was talked about. It wasn't like there was major support for it. It's not even there isn't even major support for banning of abortion when you poll Americans. So I'm in the minority for that.
I honestly think he thought it could be a last-ditch grab.
Okay, but then move on. You got the big, beautiful. I'm trying to say he's the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee. So he got the beautiful bill passed. So I would say he redeemed himself.
Well,
with respect to other legislation, he also went after the JCPOA. He fought that like tooth and nail. I mean, but staying domestically, he got Trump's legislation through. And that's the question. What I was asking, how do you vote out of office your senator that runs the budget committee? I mean, that's powerful.
Trump bent the knee to the establishment Senate Republicans this term compared to him bucking them in the first term. The Senate Republicans showed them that they run the show in Washington. And to get anything done, Trump had to come tuck his tail in between his legs and side with them and continue going with some of what they wanted to do. Here we are with the Iran war and stuff like that. So, look, I just see it differently in the sense that
but Trump wanted to go after Iran. Like that first term.
It's clearly also Lindsey Graham has wanted to go to war.
But Lindsey Graham never advocated for like a Newland or a Bolton policy. He's advocated for like more of like stronger like fucking sanctions. That's what he's pretty much.
No, Lindsey Graham, it's famous for saying bomb Iran. He goes on Fox News all the time talking about how we should just bomb Iran. He's been doing that for over a decade.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to look at his actions in the Senate.
When he's not on television. But
you got to look beyond like Fox News. You got to watch him on C-SPAN.
His public position on Iran has been to go to war with Iran. When no one else was for the, publicly doing it, Lindsey Graham was. This is literally Graham's war he's been wanting to do for a decade.
I think back in the day he used to be friends with McCain.
This a lot.
Is that right? He used to be friends with McCain, and he and McCain shared that view. McCain used to come around South Carolina. There's a video of him in Murrells Inlet, which is near Myrtle Beach, and he campaigned in 2007 when he was against Obama. He was caught singing "Bomb, Bomb, Bomb Iran," and the Democrats didn't like this. Obama, I think, made a point, but in hindsight, he was quite wise. But I think Lindsey Graham I would say Lindsey Graham seemed to have bridged the McCain world with the Trump world.
But Democrats wanted to bomb Iran. Like, the Democrat policy was always to be tougher on Iran. In fact, that was their campaign slogan is, we're much more tougher on Iran than the Republicans. That was literally their, like, I don't know, for 25 fucking years, that's literally been their entire slogan. Like, Hillary Clinton said, I'll blow them up. Obama, even on the campaign trail in 2008, said, I will deal with Iran. I'll solve it. And they won't be able to do any of that stuff. He was like, I'll draw a red line in the sand. That didn't go over well. And so we're sitting here going, yeah, the Democrats were kind of soft. No, they had a different approach. Hillary wanted to blow the fucking Iran off of the planet. Then you had the Newland approach, Bolton approach. And Trump backed down on he used Bolton as a proxy, like a pawn. Like, hey, if you guys don't fucking act right, I'm going to bring Bolton in. I'm going to execute his plan. And they were like, oh, no, we don't want this. So now, all of a sudden, Trump is dealing with Iran. But he always said that he was going to deal with it. Lindsey Graham saying, yeah, we should go to war with Iran or whatever. Yeah, the Fox News bites, that doesn't mean shit. You got to actually watch the Senate floor. And you got to actually watch what they say when it comes to like War Powers Acts and what they give their speeches on. You have to sit there and pull that in.
What did he really say then, Brad? If you're saying because he's had the public position to go to war with Iran for 15 years.
He can't go to war. Like, first off, it's Lindsey Graham. He can't unilaterally go to war. Like, that's absurd.
I don't even know what you're arguing.
But he's never advocated. In fact, he put measurements and he was like, we need to find a way to deal with Iran. He had bipartisan support. He was cheering on bipartisan support. Like, I mean, it's just absurd not to, like, recognize that. Like, he had Democrats and him and, like, fucking Cruz and everybody else cheering on about, like, we need to deal with Iran. Like, all of these guys used to sit there and have the same fucking stream of thought. Like,
it's what I said. It's the establishment Republican wing of the party. Trump had to play ball with them rather than buck them in the first term. Because let's remember when Trump badmouthed McCain, Lindsey Graham became a thorn in Trump's ass. So look, this all goes that I pushed back on the position that Lindsey Graham has been great with Trump. No, I think it's the opposite. I think Trump had to play ball with Lindsey Graham and the establishment Republicans, the Thunes, the McConnells. And I mean, that's how I see it.
Of course he had to play ball with them. I mean, that's part of our system. The president is not a king, so he can't fucking just do things.
I realized the mummy was
But no, it's not. He brought them to heel. Literally, you're watching it right now. Like, Indiana just flipped completely. Everybody that was, quote, established Republican or incumbent, everybody that Trump endorsed, 9 out of 10, fucking came up and won. Like, overwhelmingly. So, like, all of the tea is written on the walls right now. Like, it's all, the signs are glowing. Like, hey, Trump has actually officially took over the Republican Party. It is what it is. Whether you like it or not, whether you hate him, it doesn't really fucking matter. But his policies and his agenda are there, and Lindsey Graham has helped push the majority of his fucking policies across the finish line. I don't like the twat waffle, but I can tell you what, I appreciate the fact that, hey, I don't have Lindsey Graham really fucking around like Mitch McConnell played the fucking footsie games with, but I can sit there and go, you know what, Lindsey Graham? At least you're fucking whipping up votes, making sure people are following his fucking agenda, and Trump seems to have you on lock rather than the other way around.
What votes are they whipping? What has the Republican Senate done?
Did they not put constraints on, they didn't put any constraints on the fucking president for the Iran thing, right?
He played within the 60 days. So once they...
But I mean, they had that vote 4 fucking times, and they didn't fucking put constraints on. Who do you think solidified that? Do you think it was just, they unanimously? No, these fucking twat waffles all fucking talk together. They all fucking whip each other up.
So I mean, other than the big beautiful bill, what has the Republican Senate delivered?
Literally judges,
White
Supreme Court,
White House security, the immigration enforcement.
Seriously?
No, they did money. Hold on, for immigration enforcement, they did money, right?
So you need to pay those people. You need the money to actually go. Go ahead.
But other than the big beautiful bill, what's some other policy the Republicans
on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing a 20%.
You're kidding, right?
I'm not. I'm literally not. Like, other than the big beautiful bill, what policy has the Republican Senate pushing through? Because they're not. The House is voting on bills, and it's dying in the Senate.
But I mean,
Okay, so the tax policy.
I mean, you got all your appointments.
Border security.
That was big beautiful bill.
Border security. Government funding. They finally got that through.
We did the big beautiful bill in the first 100 days of Trump's presidency. What have they done since? Look, I'm a Republican. I'm just calling into question that the Republican establishment in the Senate hasn't let a lot of stuff go through. They're not focused on any new domestic policy outside of the big beautiful bill. I get it. And look, the big beautiful bill was very comprehensive. It did a lot. It funded ICE for 4 years. All that stuff was very clever. But they really haven't done anything else significance.
I mean, they supported the tariffs, the DEI restrictions. They helped the energy and regulation rollbacks. They did election. No, he can't do that unilaterally. Like, you understand that the Senate and Congress can actually fucking pull that back, right? Like, that power doesn't solely rest with him. So he does need senatorial support. The same thing with his energy and regulation rollbacks and the reconstruction of those. He also did the Senate also did the workforce changes. I mean,
housing affordability.
Yeah, I mean, the Laken Riley Act. You had a number of things out, and also the appointments. They're appointing fucking judges left, right, and center. But those go under the radar.
But this I know.
Water infrastructure, the nuclear modernization. Bringing all the nuclear plants back online again.
So deregulate.
Buy gold and silver, sell stocks and cryptocurrency.
But you know what it takes to deregulate. Like you have to sit there and you have to get those passed through discussions. You got to go through committee. That's not like an easy thing to just roll back like tens of fucking thousands of regulations and say, oh hey, they ain't doing nothing. Like the calendar's pretty fucking full.
Then the question is, do you think this has been a successful Republican Senate term?
Yes. So far, yes. Like, they have given the latitude for Trump to actually execute his administration because he couldn't get it passed through Congress thanks to the Dems because it's a narrow margin. Hell, it's even narrow in the Senate, really, if you want to be honest. So, like, what they have done is just shielded Trump to allow him to effectively go ahead and do it. While they've basically targeted areas that they actually could. I mean, I don't know what you want them to do with a narrow margin. Like, you need the Marshalls of the world to put fucking more Republicans out there, but you're arguing against a Marshall, and then you're saying, well, I want to get rid of one of the biggest powerhouses in that fucking Republican Senate, but I want this other guy who will have no pull, no power, no fucking connections, and no ability to sway votes. You want to replace Lindsey Graham. Like, I'm with you. Fine, get rid of Lindsey Graham. But tell me who's going to take Lindsey Graham's place. And it's not going to be the newly elected senator that's going to be able to have that power. Who is it? Thune? Like, Thune's got power, but you can't chip away all the leadership and say, hey, you know what? I want to get rid of all these guys because when they're all junior, guess what? They don't have the power. They just don't.
I also want to say something else that they did. I mean, if you watch the hearings and you see also in the beginning of this administration, a lot of the exposure of people that were in different agencies that were brought in front of them. I mean, maybe that was part of the Doge thing, but that coupled with kind of getting rid of or making sure that the progressives within the Senate did not get their policies through. I mean, a lot of what they did was also on the defensive, not just what they passed, but making sure what didn't get through, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get where it's coming from. I'm just going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of voters that have the same opinion that I do, that the Republican Senate has largely sat on their hands. They haven't delivered enough wins. I'll give you an example. We have right now a bill that's supported by 80% of the public, and they're not moving forward with it, the Save America Act. It's been pushed heavily by Mike Lee. It's not moving forward. It's heavily supported by the American people. John Thune says it's a non-starter. It's not even going to go anywhere. It's been voted on many times by the House. It's not going to go anywhere. So there's definitely a disconnect with the country club establishment Republican Party and the voters that vote Republican.
And daughters of Alpha and Omega. Upon the situation.
They don't have the 60 votes. What do you like? They're right. It's a non-starter. They don't have the votes. And then on top of that, you're going to have the filibuster. You're going to take their time. You're going to take their calendar away for other agendas. They just do not have the votes. The problem is that you don't have the votes this term. Unfortunately, that's just the way the map and the math work. Like the Republicans are going to retain the Senate. Like there's really like a less than 1% chance that they're going to actually fucking lose it. Like even fucking Edmund could fucking run this fucking campaign for the Senate and actually succeed, and that's saying a lot. So like the idea that they're going to lose this. No, I mean, even the Democrats don't have a real big playbook. That's why they're not dumping as much money. Look at where they're spending that. They're trying to win House seats.
They're now body control.
Yeah,
in the chamber, the Senate will remain Republican, or at least more like as your dad tells you, more likely. The House is going to go Democrat.
Well, I don't know about that because the maps are kind of changing. I still say 50-50, flip a coin, and that's how you can tell. And it's going to be 4 + 4 or -4, one way or the other.
Okay, so there was one time in Texas history, 2001, we had a 1-seat majority in the House. The next election, we retained a vast majority of representatives. We currently have a 1-seat majority in the House. So you could be right. Maybe a scenario in which like that 1-seat margin grows.
Correct. And so I'm sitting here going, yeah, like the Senate, just unfortunately, yeah, I wish the Save America Act would pass. I mean, there's issues I have with the bill itself. I think it could be a lot more. Trump is really good at running on vagueness and allowing interpretation to be like fought out in the courts. But at the end of the day, I still think that this would be a good thing for America. But when we look at it, he just doesn't have the votes. Like, where is he going to get them? What contrition do you want them to do with the Democrats to get them to switch sides and vote for it? Like, you have to play that math.
Okay. Listen, they have the votes to get rid of the filibuster.
And if you get rid of it, why would you do that?
The Democrats are going to do it when they take.
No, they won't. No, they won't. They will absolutely.
They've argued.
Harry Reid didn't do it.
They've argued for 20+ years they want to get rid of the filibuster. They've never done it. Here's the problem. Here's the reason the Republicans don't do this. If we do it, we get the SAVE Act and maybe 2 or 3 other bills. But then, when the Democrats are in control of the chamber, they will be able to force everything and their mother down our throat without our consent. And it won't matter. And it won't matter because we got rid of the very rule that would have stopped them from doing it in the first place. And if we think it's inevitable, then we should look at the last 15 to 20 years of them promising they would do it. They've never done it. And they don't, currently the way the map is arranged, they don't have enough members who agree to get rid of it to actually vote for it.
No, listen, it was down to 2 senators, them overturning it last time. It was Sinema and Manchin, and they're no longer in the Senate.
Guy from Philadelphia.
Let me finish my thought. Okay, so we're not dealing with the Democrat Party from 20 years ago. This isn't Harry Reid anymore. You see the newly elected Democrats in Virginia and what they're floating the idea now of changing, enforcing retirement state Supreme Court, the Virginia State Supreme Court. I get it. But this is the ideas of what's coming from the Democrat Party. And do not think that the slippery slope exists and that they're promising. And we're not dealing. It was 2 votes shy from happening last time. I think now that they're going to get the votes, it will happen inevitably.
If they get rid, so think about it. They have to be in power to get rid of the filibuster. So they have to actually go ahead and do it. The Republicans are not going to give up that they will be able to use and force the Democrats to actually give up and force them to take time off the clock to end the fucking filibuster. The weird thing would be to sit there and go, hey, you know what? Let's take what little time on the calendar there is, remove the filibuster, have these arguments. Let's go on for a fucking, like, what it would be, Marshall? Like, at least 3 months? Arguing about it. Yeah. And so take all that time and say, hey, you know what? We're going to dedicate it to the filibuster. And then say, hey, we're going to get rid of it. No, let the Democrats burn through that. Like, why would we even conceive of doing that? Because I don't want them to spend 8 fucking months, or, well, I think it would be 3 or 4. Marshall thinks 8, somewhere in the middle. Why would I want to do that during our term when we can actually pass things? Like doing, like, we got rid of the DEI cuts. Okay, some people don't like them. I happen to think, they're kind of point on some of those things. Some of the funding mechanisms, the D-rates, those were kind of fucking important to us to help stabilize energy production, things along those lines. You're thinking like just ending the filibuster. But again, I'm telling you, it would be stupid of us to waste our fucking time doing that. Let the Democrats waste their time doing that.
It's really hard to get the 60 votes, by the way. It's just next to impossible.
Yeah, because the Democrat Party doesn't want a country with us. Many of their supporters want to kill us. Even some of their politicians have advocated for killing Republicans.
I was talking to, we have an issue in our state, obviously, and it actually is in your state too, because you have the same thing legalized there. In the big beautiful bill, they screwed over the losses versus wins in for people that are in casinos and gamble. And there are casinos all over the country. It's not just Nevada, it's New Jersey, it's Louisiana, it's many states. And they one of the senators from Nevada, who's a Democrat, brought it up and could not get the 60 votes, even though this is an issue bipartisan that affects many states and many industries and constituents in those states. I think she got like 57 or 58 votes and could not get over the 60 threshold. I mean, it's just really hard, and that was a bipartisan issue. And it's just, and it's also hard, as what they say, to get something onto the floor of the Senate in general.
It's hard to get someone within an agenda, but the other point about the filibuster is it is the protection of minority rights in the Senate. As convenient as it would be to get rid of it, the founders really genuinely intended for there to be.
The founders didn't create it. The founders never created this.
No, the founders did not create it. So what was created? It was created in the early 1800s as Senate rule. And the reason it was created was because there was no way to end debate in the Senate chamber. The getting rid of the filibuster doesn't just change it to a 50+1 calculus. It makes it so debate is absolutely endless. So the filibuster doesn't get rid of the ability to talk endlessly and hold the floor. What it does is get rid of the rule called cloture. Cloture isn't go for 60 votes. No. My point is the chamber, if you get rid of the filibuster, runs by endless debate. Despite the son of a bitch and corrupt motherfucker that guy was the first dude since 1865 to get the chamber to run in a functional manner. And part of that problem was continuous debate without end. Right? The ability not to be able to know cloture stopped the Senate from functioning well. You know, maybe it's a time, maybe it is, if the Senate decides to go to a place where cloture is done. And it's endless debates all the time, no matter what. But I have a feeling the American public would get very frustrated very quickly if the Senate of the United States was not able to end debate on a matter that they disagreed with because they got rid of the filibuster.
Like her fucking funding.
Exactly. So you'd be able to have a filibuster on a mandatory funding bill, right? So you want to fund the military? Well, guess what? They can endlessly filibuster that bill. And as long as they can talk, that bill gets held up. There's no ability for cloture. There's no ability to end debate. There's no ability to stop the passage.
Okay, you made your point. You don't have to keep repeating it. Listen, what we deal with today is if one senator objects for the unanimous consent request to move forward, then they don't even have to debate. Okay, so what we're dealing with, what we're dealing. Oh, come on now. What that is Rand Paul. Rand Paul does that all the time. Let me make the point. Okay, what we had previously was endless debate where they actually had to go on the floor and debate this. However, now what we're dealing with is where they don't have to go debate. So it's not like all of a sudden everything's better because of this rule. They should have to go on the floor. We need to get rid of at least the zombie filibuster where they can just avoid even debating the topic.
But
I agree that you should get rid of the part of the filibuster where you're allowed to email a parliamentarian in the Senate and put hold. Because Rand Paul does that all the time.
Who did it? It was Rand Paul that actually started that bullshit. Literally, like you do realize that twat waffle actually is the reason why we have that format today.
He objects to literally anything with a list on it. Anytime the government puts a list together, if it's people list, a list of places, if it's a list of anything, Rand Paul objects. It makes there be a bill read, and then he objects to the bill read, and then he objects to the unanimous consent, and he can't pass anything. Right? You want the Senate to function, stop people like Rand Paul from the zombie filibuster, which I agree with you, Joe. Get rid of the ability to parliamentarian. Make people hold the full.
Marshall, he's only filibustering because he's questioning the spending. You just want the spending to be ignored and kick it out the door. What is wrong with you? Hello?
It's a function of the U.S. Senate. If the Senate can't function, which it can't.
We're talking about why he filibusters in the same way why you filibuster. And Viking filibusters here on Clubhouse. You guys are the fake Republican filibuster hypnosis guys on Clubhouse. Texas Republicans. This is what filibustering means. Let them project their filibustering. Please proceed to filibuster. Hello?
The real thing that this comes down to is yes, the Republicans can't pass a Senate Act because you have to have 60. You can't because you have to have 60 votes.
Joe, you have every right to be mad and upset at it. Wait, you have a right to.
No, you don't have to talk for me. I can talk. Look, the zombie filibuster was not invented by Rand Paul. It's been around and it's been used heavily since.
No, but Rand Paul is the greatest user of it.
Hey, can I talk, bro? I let y'all sit here and make your points. It's been since the 1970s and 80s. It's been heavily used. So this is a cop-out to blame it on Rand Paul. This has existed for over 50 years pretty regularly. And look, voters are frustrated with the Republican Senate. You can make excuses for it. However, it doesn't change that voters are frustrated with them. And that's why I think Republicans shouldn't rest on their laurels come midterm.
I'm sorry, we shouldn't.
By the way, there's a 1962 movie.
50+1 chamber. It was never, it's not meant to function that way.
Marshall, you're going to have to eventually figure out where you're going to get your hearing aids and find out how much it's going to cost for your hearing aids, Marshall. Kmart, I hear, has good deals.
The zombie filibuster came in and it dominated in the procedural reforms of 1972 to 1975. Are you pushing back on the dates that I've listed?
No, sir, I'm not. In fact, you and I agree that getting rid of the zombie filibuster would be a good idea. I think the filibuster should still exist, but I think the ability to email the parliamentarian and put a hold on legislation should absolutely be eliminated. Brad, I really genuinely don't believe we ought to eliminate minority rights in the Senate. I don't think
we should get rid of it. It would be detrimental to us. Like Biden had problems. Do you remember all the times that actually the Senate Republicans kind of thwarted Biden's agenda? Do you remember a few of those? You want to end that and give it to Kamala Harris? You want to give her the Senate on full tilt?
Biden's agenda, like giving Stacey Abrams $2 billion at the end of the day, passing out trillions of dollars in COVID scams. His agenda, you mean his frauds, his scams, his larceny, and the Democrat pilfering of our treasury.
Oh, Joe, to make your argument, there's a 1962 movie, very famous movie called Advise and Consent with Henry Fonda. And it's basically about drama in the Senate. And one of the famous scenes in the movie is the lengthy filibuster and just the drama and how the filibuster screws everything up there. But it's a great movie. I don't know if you've ever seen it. But it's 1962 that came out.
Look, this isn't what the founders intended. I understand why they do it, and I understand why they went with the zombie filibuster after what happened during the civil rights era in the 1960s, how awful some of that was. It's because the politicians don't want to go on the record. because the longer that they can advocate for their position silently without ever being put on the record, we can't, as voters, hold them accountable for taking positions we disagree with them on.
Fully agreed. I think you hit the nail on the head.
Look, Abraham Lincoln was one of the greatest filibusterers this country's ever had, next to Marshall Rankin and Viking here, who apparently need to get their hearing aids checked because they pretend that people don't exist and they just talk as if they know everything. But they don't know what a good filibuster is. So I'm going to tell you what a good filibuster is. It's somebody who won't sit down and let guys like Marshall filibuster hypnosis you until focused on stupid shit. Not priorities, not paying down the debt, cutting spending, being pragmatic.
Probably make the agreement people have in debates, like getting that stuff in committee, would probably make this a lot easier. So I really do, violently agree.
Filibuster.
Idea to get rid of the zombie filibuster. You're right there. I think the filibuster itself should stay, but the zombie filibuster absolutely ought to go. It's outlived its usefulness.
Well, you have a lot more faith in the Democrats not, jamming through their agenda.
No, it's not that I have faith. I just don't think the Republicans being the people to get rid of it, the narrative after that would be good for us. If we then insist later on, guys, having your shit shoved down our throat, the answer will be, don't look at us, you fucking did this shit, not me, I'm just operating by your rules. Right? If we maintain that the filibuster should be there and the minority rights should exist, then we maintain
That just says the same thing every day. It's so stupid.
Democrats be the people that want to be authoritarian, not us.
Well, look, we've hashed this out largely. My animosity is still with the Senate Republicans, and it has been for decades. It's been one of my biggest gripes is the Mitch McConnell wing of the party. Sure, a blind hog stumbles upon an acorn every once in a while. They get some victories here and there that I support. They don't necessarily represent the interests of the grassroots right-wing populists, and they haven't. And I think Trump wasted an opportunity. However, he learned his lesson the first go around in Washington, that if you want to get anything done, and if you want to have him support, you better play ball with the major players like the Lindsey Grahams. Now, I agree he is a major player, but we'll see. We'll see what happens if the Democrats, as they prepare for life with the Republican Party after Trump, will they stab Trump in the back? I don't know. Look,
I don't know, but I'll buy you a beer if I'm wrong.
These Republican senators are snakes, bro. They go with the wind at any time they have an opportunity, and they only look out for their own ass.
A couple of things, Joe. Like, I have my contentions with Mitch McConnell. There are things that, I can go throughout history and say, yeah, I don't agree with Mitch McConnell, and we could all beat up on Mitch McConnell, but to sit there and say the motherfucker didn't hand us the courts across the nation and the Supreme Court, that feat alone has to give me all right, dude, I get it. I didn't like some of your antics. I didn't like some of your bullshit. I didn't like some of your positions, but you gave us a fucking monumental. And to be fair, Mitch McConnell gave the progressives a win. He gave them states' rights over abortion. The progressives are just too stupid to realize they won on that front. But the overall thing was that he actually got, you have to look at what the Supreme Court has overturned. Get rid of Roe v. Wade, but the Chevron decision, you have all of these different things that they went ahead and did, and you're sitting there going, all right, now it's back in Congress's hands where it belongs, and you basically have Mitch McConnell to thank for that. You literally have him. Well, you also owe Joe Biden a smidge of gratitude, because thanks to him and then the whole board with his Bronco, Yeah, you owe the Democrats like a round of applause. So for all you Dems in the room, you should definitely thank the Dems for creating that shit show that you didn't like. So, Mitch McConnell gave us a not just a victory, but he gave us a multi-administration victory. Now, think about this. If, like, Vance or Rubio loses next term and a Democrat's in office, it's a conservative court, a constitutionalist court. Now, they can't legislate through the Supreme Court to get their doctrine in. So, we're kind of protected. Like, Mitch McConnell put up a security net, and I gotta hand it to the man. He's a fucking genius. I don't like it. Yeah, it is.
He is the court.
Yeah,
He was the guy when Bork got stopped. He was the guy. I don't know if anybody besides you or Joe has ever listened to the speech that he said to everybody. You'll remember it.
Yep, and he got it. He got it all the way. And we won that side. Like, it took us literally decades to get there. And we fought tooth and nail, and Mitch McConnell never gave up. He never stopped. He kept charging forward. He kept playing the politics game. And unfortunately, it is a circus. You have to recognize for what it is. You have to figure out how to politically outmaneuver your opponent to get your agenda across the finish line. You're thinking, like, a lot of people tend to fall into this trap of thinking, like, Republicans can rule forever. There's going to be Democrats. And they're not all bad. Like, some of their policies are not 100% bad. But you have to recognize that when we are absolutely against the policy, we want the mechanism to be able to say, no, stop that. And we now have it. Mitch McConnell set that up. He gave it to us. Now we can do that for at least, I don't know, maybe a decade more. And now we're pretty good. You now have Trump, who shifted a lot of the Republicans over. Hats off to him. He's got, a little bit. But the time frames that you're asking about, you also have to remember there are moderates. And unfortunately, MAGA at that time wasn't going to win elections. You needed the moderates. You needed conservatives. You needed every other entity outside of MAGA. So if you, as MAGA, couldn't win on your own and you needed help, then you have to realize you have to give something to that side. Trump recognized it. Everybody else recognized it. And even Vance recognized it. And he's not even MAGA, to be honest with you. His policies are definitely, they cross over, but they're not necessarily in alignment with MAGA if you actually listen to where his stances are on things. But he's, Rubio, he's more of he shifts a little bit over, a little bit more to the center as well. You have to play with the center. You have to draw votes in from the center. If you can't do that, you lose. Hats off. My case in point, my evidence to this is Kamala Harris's campaign. If you cannot pull the moderates, you will fucking lose an abysmal failure.
Yeah, Trump created the largest coalition for the Republican Party since the early 1900s. He created the largest youth vote for the Republican Party since Richard Nixon's landslide in 1972. Right? The coalition we grabbed was huge. It makes the case in presidential elections for a very broad ticket for the Republicans. Enforced by our principles, obviously, but absolutely perfect principles, but a broad 10 that gives us a broad enough coalition to win every time. Like, he did a really good job in 24 at that.
Yeah, so the coalition's cracking. But look, I want to move this just a little bit. Wednesday, there's going to be a major announcement about the 2020 election. Kash Patel's been on the record talking about this, that they're going to be releasing information about that the 2020 election was stolen and that Trump actually did win it. Now, how would it make people feel if it come to find out that it wasn't only Democrats but also Republicans that had their hand in?
Then I have to eat a whole lot of crow, because I've said for at least 5 years.
Well, you've been going hard. You've been going hard on it wasn't stolen. You got a lot of crow to eat. Something goes up.
This is going to be released by Kash Patel. I think it's Wednesday, but maybe let me look at that. I'll look again at it. Do you remember? Did you hear about this, Matt?
I saw little bits of it. I just haven't had a chance to follow up on it. But so they have an official date now, kind of like on.
I think so. I think Cash was on one of the Sunday shows and said this this weekend. That let me pull it up. I'll get some more details for you. I'll nail it down.
I was curious, like what. He obviously didn't give out too many details because I'd be curious to see how he will end up showing that part of things. You know what I mean? I wonder what it actually looks like. That I wonder if it's direct evidence or if it's kind of like the whole like subtle evidence of something fishy was going on. Interesting.
What he has said is that he's promising arrests. That there will be arrests that this leads to.
Damn. I mean, I know a lot of people call this crazy when it came to this, but all we've asked is if this is true, this is like tragic. I mean, this complete undermining of our democracy. I don't know what you even do. I don't know how you even recover. They better not hope that they have like a ton of good evidence because I don't know what you do. Like if I was said, yeah,
we crush them politically. We get rid of the filibuster and jam through our agenda.
Yeah, I mean, is that
either them or us? That's
yeah,
what
I was gonna say. Will that activate that? I mean, I don't know. If this comes out and it's like we're looking at another side that's literally looking for our demise. It might just trigger something like that, right? Like it's just like let's just all go ham and get the filibuster, I don't know.
I've been calling these Democrats, these are slime.
Fuck Trump.
I'll tell you what, for a long time.
The dopamine.
Okay, AJR, thank you for adding. And I just feel like we're at a boiling point with these people. I mean, they want to hold their boot on our throat. And I'm just, more concerned with the Democrats' authoritarianism. And look, maybe my solution's wrong. Maybe we should save face, turn the other cheek, like we've been doing for many years. I just feel like that if and when the Democrats ever get power again, they are going to seek retribution. They have promised this. And we saw what they did to Trump supporters.
You can't get the money
first
from property and sales
ban,
tax.
all the way down to the voters, banning us from social media. We saw what they did to the Tea Party, people that organized Tea Parties in America during Obama's term, where he punished them by using the IRS to go after them. We have seen that many of these Democrats are, they don't want a country with us. They advocate, they cheered on the murder of Charlie Kirk. And I don't have the solution on what to do outside of my natural instinct of saying we better do something before.
So you believe that Charlie Kirk is dead?
How do you? Yeah, we're not going to go down that conversation clearly, but we're not going to talk about it if that's what you want to talk about. What we are talking about, though, is the allegations that the 2020 election was stolen and that arrests are going to come out. Kash Patel talked about that.
Do you believe that Epstein is dead?
What happens to the electors that were arrested in Nevada? There's a bunch of them, they haven't released, like they haven't dropped the charges. It was appealed. You know which ones they called fake electors?
An alternate slip. I remember when that happened.
Yeah, it's an alternate. They still have charges against.
That's supposed to be legal to be able to put up alternate slates.
I know.
To do.
But it's I think it went all the way to the state Supreme Court here, and they upheld it.
Damn.
Charges.
They did that to people in Michigan too. The Biden administration was going after them. I don't know. I think things are real bad with our country, and that I'm not sure we really, like, we're clearly in a cold civil war with these people. Do people agree or disagree?
Oh, I feel like it is. I mean, it started on a lower level of just people arguing. Now it's really splitting families, and people are not hiring other people. It's gone up to the next level.
Is there anything more than undermining our democrat process of electing our a duly elected president by the people, to undermine him with Crossfire Hurricane? We already know they did that.
Exactly.
We already know that a coup was attempted. We already know that they spied on Trump's campaign. Now, if it comes out and arrests occur about the election in 2020 was actually stolen, I mean, where do we go forward from here? There are some of us that have been pretty convinced that this is how it's been, and now it's only getting worse. So if we allow these people to have power again, what are they going to do to us next time?
Well, that's what I was trying to get at, is I don't know what you do going forward, right, Joe? I mean, it's like...
Right, I don't know.
Like, who wants to live with people that completely take away everything you believe? Like, I don't even know, like... I don't know what you do. I think, unfortunately, we go down the road we all don't want to go down. I mean, I don't know. If you don't want to live with people a certain way, I guess either you separate from them or you in a different way. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That's why I'd say the 2020 election and the allegations and everything that was leveled against the other side really needed to be resolved in a lot of ways. It can't just be simmering around like this. And it looks like, I don't know, we'll see what Kash Patel has. But, I mean, I guess the only good news, if it seems like it's not, like, totally direct evidence, like we have literally, if we have people saying that what they're doing certain things, that would be really bad, you know? But if we have, like, you know, there was a suggestion of this and that, and, you know, maybe we can avoid a lot of a huge mess of things. But man, they come out and they're just like, we have this particular individual who is working with this individual, and they literally were changing things, and I don't even know, like, just wow. And then you got Trump. You have Trump. Go ahead. No, I was just gonna say we have Trump, who's been completely maligned and completely removed from having a voice on this matter. And who knows what he'll do? I mean, I don't even know what he will do. I think this is real personal to him, this whole 2020 stuff. I don't think he's ever going to let that go. But go ahead, Joe.
It should be personal. It should be personal to voters as well. I mean, this completely undermines our system. We don't have a country if we don't, or we don't have a republic if we don't have this system. Look, do you remember? It was about 3 or 4 or 5 months ago that, I guess it was at the end of last year, so maybe about 6 months ago, that the feds went in and confiscated the ballots from Georgia. Recently, Georgia tried to get the ballots back, and they're not releasing them, and the court has come out and said that the feds don't have to release them back to Georgia.
I was wondering where that was right now. So I have a feeling this is all part of it. This might be okay, we have something moment, and then, like, and here it is, you know, like, here's the evidence, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's probably all tied together, right? That's kind of what you're thinking?
Well, look, if they can't name who or what organization is behind when they stopped the counting across the board, or it was like 6 or 7 states, all at the same time, they stopped the counting in the middle of the night. Never seen that in my life. And staying up all night watching the elections from the beginning to the very end in the morning all my life. They stopped the counting. Someone made the call. Who organized that? Who was behind that? Those are traitors. That's the actual term of traitors right there.
That's true. And by the way, you mentioned Republicans. If it turns out, I think that really kind of woke up some of the guys that we know as Republicans in this room. Like, because it was Kemp, right, who was the man behind the curtain, so to speak, right, in Georgia, right? You got it all right, right?
In Georgia, yeah. Kemp, I don't know if he was behind anything. However, he failed to act on stuff.
Exactly. But he could have looked the other way, and that's considered acting.
Well, this is what led to some of the boil up after the 2020 election. Is Trump called Raffensperger, which was the Georgia Secretary of State, and Raffensperger was the one that came out and said the phone call that he was intimidated by Trump, that Trump said something along the lines of, well, can't you find the votes? And he felt like Trump was trying to buy him off or whatever. And that news story took off, and it made it look, and that was the beginning of the framing. This was prior to January 6th, but this was the beginning of the framing that Trump was trying to, he wasn't going to leave the White House. He was going to undermine our system by, he's an authority from that Raffensperger phone. Some of us don't forget this shit.
I agree. I'll never forget it. That's mostly why I support Trump. What went down. I'm sorry, but it just is. I mean, January 6th or not, it doesn't really matter. So, like, what the fuck happened here, you guys? There's really some pretty good evidence. I'm not like somebody that just goes along with everything. That some funny business went on. There's no way you can't look at this and go, what the hell? Like, especially with it was Philadelphia again, all this is coming back, where they boarded up the windows, that whole deal. Remember that?
Where they blocked people from watching them count and stuff.
And then COVID itself, like, there's no way there wasn't cheating with the whole country doing mail-in ballots. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, they completely changed the system. What they did was usually the ballots get counted in the voting district that you're in, and then it all gets reported from that. What they did was they took these major city centers and they said, well, we're going to, rather than have these individual polling places where they do the vote counts, we're going to bring everybody into this one big arena, and then we're going to vote for this entire region right here. Well, this is what they did in Atlanta, in Detroit, in Maricopa County, just to name a few. So there was definitely an organization behind this. January 6th only occurred because of this. And I think that oftentimes gets overlooked. If the theft didn't occur, we would have never had a January.
That's correct. Correct. And of course, I've heard people say, I won't mention names, is like, why are we still talking about this? I mean, I can't think of a more problematic issue that's never been resolved. You know what I mean, Joe? Like, we're not doing this, what is it? What are we, 6 years after the fact?
Maybe so.
Just for shits and giggles. Go ahead, yeah.
Well, no, maybe some people think we should just let this go. We'll let the Democrats have a pass on this. We'll let this go. We don't need to worry about it. They'll never do it again. Let's have, look, I sure as hell don't believe that. I think, though, if we don't punish the people behind this, and I don't know if it's a Democrat or a Republican or both, but if we don't punish it, then they will do it again to us, and they'll do it even more. And our system will never, it'll always just be a bunch of bullshit.
Well, it will always be doubt. You can't have doubt in a democracy. You know what I mean? You can't have this suspicion that that's the only thing that keeps this shit going is trust. I mean, like, literally looking in and saying, okay, that was fair. We got what we wanted. The other side played a fair fight.
Hello?
And, like, there's winners and losers. But when you're completely rigging the actual winner, there's like no faith, like, in the system at that point. Like, I don't even know how you. I don't even know how you. No one on this app actually organizes anything. Nobody's ever accomplished anything from this app. And if I get I wouldn't even bother voting anymore if it turns out that someone just completely fudged everything, at the basic level. I mean, it's like literally, and it's like at the voting machine level, like somehow. I saw something about that. I don't know if you read that. Again, that's popping back up. I know there was, like conspiracy theories around that. It kind of looks like the stuff is touching the internet. Again, like a lot of funny shit business going on. And I don't know.
And so we're walking.
I don't know. I don't know how you like actually go and vote the next time. I don't even know what that looks like.
I do fear that people just check out of the system. And if they check out, that hands the Democrats out. We don't have a strong enough base to win elections without getting low propensity voters involved. And that's just the reality of it. We could easily become a party that rules the House for the next decade or two, but struggles to get our voters out to win majority elections.
I didn't think about that. Where we're constantly have ownership of the House, but not the presidency. That's what we're looking at, right? The failure of that, right?
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate
Because they're going to set it up that here's the Republican Party's finally gaming the system in their favor by putting together voting districts that are going to give the Republicans a hell of a good shot at holding majorities in the House over the next after the next census. It's definitely going to be very favorable to the Republicans hold on to the House. And if we can just get there before a Democrat president comes in power in 2028, I think 2028 will be, we can put the nail in the coffin of this woke Democrat Party if we're able to hold on to the White House. If we're not, man, I tell you what, they're going to open the floodgates of the illegals and let them all back.
More money than my husband practicing law. He was the Attorney General of Arkansas. I could not get a credit card in my own name. If you went to the bank to get a loan,
Somebody
you had
down there did
supply a
like
baby
you said,
saying that you were never going to have a baby during the period
Yeah.
of the loan.
Like
In many cases, you had to have your husband's permission to start a business, and he did not have to have his wife's
And what do you
permission.
think of all this?
doing
My
that.
husband said I
Is
all
there
my cards
like
at the
some
business
law
loans.
about that?
Bella
What's
actually
that?
was able to pass legislation
You know how
that allows women to
like
have
I
their
was
own
in the
credit.
audience. How did you in the audience?
Huh. Yeah, what are you doing in the audience, Ann? I make you a moderator.
I got married.
No, I don't know. Who's Ricky in the audience? He wants to chat. Come up.
We have the office. You guys are brutal.
Podcasts were only
Well, what do you need? Are Brad and Marshall still doing the Rhino? Or in your
Look,
Marshall,
realistically,
I don't know about Brad, but go ahead.
they're just not populist right-wing supporters. I mean, they Marshall is very by the book, and he sees the world by the book. Like his arguments about the education earlier in the night is like, oh, the parents just need to hold them accountable. And it's like, look, man, not everything can be done by the book. That's a lot easier said than done. And man, I don't know about Brad. I'll reserve.
Brad's a funny cat. I mean, you know me. I like Brad. Obviously, he is. Brad is very knowledgeable. I don't take that away from him. He knows a lot of stuff. I don't know. I think Brad can go probably either way when it comes to it. Like whatever gets if you were looking for short term. And Marshall, like you said, he does go by the book. He's very much that kind of person. There's nothing wrong with that. I guess it's our job to convince the folks, I suppose, right? Besides moderates, but yeah.
Matt, they pushed back on all my prognostication. We've been talking for like 5 to 6 years with these people, right?
Yeah.
And I largely get tons of pushback from Brad and Marshall. But I just want to say for the record I've come through with a lot of predictions in the future about how politics were going to play out. And look, I wouldn't count. I don't believe in this. We have the chance for 12 years of support. I didn't believe it when Trump won the presidency a year and a half, or almost a little bit longer than that. But I don't know, man. I think we have some Republicans that just support the status quo, and they don't want to take risk. They don't want to push outside of what we're familiar with. And it's natural for right-wing people to stick their head in the sand. And I've seen it for years. The Republican Party, one of the biggest complaints that we should have about them is that they do nothing. They just go along to get along, and but they don't really pass significant policy that affects the culture. And I've used this in debate often, and it's like you can't really pin any of the racial discrimination or any of that stuff on Republicans because they don't ever pass any laws that has anything to do with that. They don't really pass laws. That's a good point. Now, financial stuff, lowering taxes, they play it very safe. And when the Democrats understand that to force generational change, you have to max it out and push that Overton window with sometimes extremism. However, over a period of time, your extremism becomes common thought or commonplace. It's kind of like 30 years ago, gay marriage would have been unheard of. Now it's just common thought. It's common, it's commonplace throughout civilized society, right? So if we ever really want to make significant change, we need to push hard on issues and rules. We should not play safe. We should want to be advocating to get rid of the personal income tax. Trump's idea about if we can raise $800 billion in tariffs, 90% of the tax-paying population would not have to pay taxes. Like, these are the ideas that if we pushed through, we would get generational change. Yeah. Rather than we suffered, I'll land right here. In the 20th century, we suffered under massive progressive changes between what Woodrow Wilson did, the New Deal, the Great Society. We don't have anything like that in our, the last opportunity we had was Reconstruction, and they killed our president before we got to really enforce it. They had it for 30 years, but they weren't. The world, America would be a much different place if they didn't kill Lincoln when they did. And we haven't really advanced that type of cultural change, and we're living largely in what the Democrats of the 20th century have built.
I don't disagree with that. And you can't know what works if you don't try it, right? That's one thing, like you're saying, you gotta push the boundaries a little bit. We tend to play the safe game and just kind of feel comfortable, get uncomfortable. I think Trump has tried to do. There are some things that he's tried to do to really push that, like make us feel uncomfortable, let us get out there on the front. And if we fail, we fail. But if we grab a win, then we know it works for everybody, right? That's the idea. Is you rack up wins, and like you say, you can get that's generational and keeps you in power. I mean, all it takes is one. And you gotta try it though. You can't just be safe, doing the same old, typical Republican, not willing to do something because somebody will call them racist or whatever. You got to get out there. You got to work it. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, you have to look at it as a battlefield of ideas. That you advance your ideas, and even if they fail, the next generation can pick it up.
Okay, so if Trump's tariff plan in getting rid of the income tax on the lower 90% population fails, which it will fail. I mean, there's not enough support for that. We'd get pushed back by the Brads and Marshalls on that idea, you know. So we just wouldn't have enough support for it. However, if you plant seeds now and fail at it with the Trump presidency, we could have a president in 10 or 15 or 20 years from now that would be able to advance that idea. You have to look at it through the Overton window. The idea should be thrown out and advanced as far as we can get it, even if we fail, and take that risk now and let the next generation lift it up and advance it. Because look at what the Democrats do. You can see how the Democrats advance their ideas through the generations. Each one pushes it one step further. Now, there's a reason why they do that. That's how they stand out of their monolithic crowd. And that's a whole nother story we can talk about one day. But Republicans don't do that. Republicans tend to want to play safe, hope we win the election by the skin of our teeth, you know, and we need to advance cultural change.
But by the way, I would rather lose doing the right thing. I think that's like one thing that, you know, as much as people think that Trump is all about him and politics, I don't think that's always completely true with Trump. I know this is a huge stretch, but I do think Trump does things, like I just said, where he wants to do right, even if it does cost him anything. Like, I think he would throw the midterms just to do the right thing. I had that discussion in this room. I don't know when that was, 2 weeks ago or whatever. I think we were trying to figure out, like, what's the balance on that, doing the right thing and supporting your party. I don't know if you remember that conversation, Joe. I don't know if you were here, but maybe I'm completely, you know, maybe there's two things going on. Maybe Trump is self-interest, you know, has self-interest in other things. Like, I don't know, like we said, maybe in the money game. But when it comes to politics, I think maybe he doesn't really care for politics and rather just do the right thing. I don't know if anybody else has that impression. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being weird about it. Maybe I'm in a cult. Maybe I'm in a cult, Ann. Maybe I'm in a cult, Ann. Go ahead, Ann.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say he definitely wants to go down history as the best. So I know that. Well, but with that being said, like, he has to have the support from the American people. So I think he's in it for himself, but I also think that he's in it for us too. So I mean, it's a win-win. Like, he is gonna, he wants to go down as the best president ever. So I think, like I said, I'm like, have high hopes. Like, he's not going to screw us, because that would be like a bad look on him. And he definitely survived it.
That's true. By the way, is that a bad thing? I mean, we always get told that he wants to go down as a really good president, and I've always been told like that's a bad thing. Like, why is he working toward that? I don't know. This app, you get that impression. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't a president want to work on doing things that he feels will make him the best president? I mean, I don't know why that's so like shunned upon. You know? I don't know.
I think what you're raising is this great question that should a politician govern by the polls, or should the politician govern by their gut? I think every politician is faced with that, and I don't know. Look, I've seen it extreme both ways. Clintons, they were ruthless by governing by the poll, whatever the poll said, and you would think, you know, well, our politicians work for us, and they should go with what the people want, and things like that. And I don't know, there's this fine line between that. And I do think Trump uses his gut over the polls.
Didn't you say though, wasn't that you would govern differently the way that you want to be governed?
Yeah, like, I think No, that's clearly like oftentimes, if you really think about it, if you've ever been in positions of power, it's like how you want to be governed versus how you would actually govern other people.
And since no one on this app actually organizes anything and nobody's ever accomplished anything from this app, and if I get
he was on the rise up, starting back in 2012, and over the years, right? And when he's actually in power, and also learning from his mistakes over the years of being in power, right? Changes how he approaches things. But clearly, I do think there's this difference in, especially every person, wants to be governed largely different than how they would actually govern. Thought about that, Matt? Have you ever thought about if you had power, how would you actually govern? Like, you advocate for these positions of how I want to be governed, but how would you actually execute them? Or would you just fall into, being a tyrannical leader?
I might turn into a tyrannical leader the way things are going. I don't know, Joe. I don't.
You have to try to read books, gentlemen. There are books on governance. I mean, you could read Machiavelli, you could read Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. The truth is, less is more, and Trump overturned and regime changed the government with just a feather. So there's something mystical, magical, powerful, and Trump has always branded himself, and everyone is essentially Trump branded, meaning that when you think of Trump, it's that gold hair, red tie, blue suit. Like, the guy has conditioned us to a very high degree. But as America, the big thing really is the culture issue and the debt and the military industrial complex, but also the medical industrial complex. $4 trillion, that's $400 in fraud. Everybody in here knows there's fraud in the system, and it's rampant. And doctors and health insurance corporations and medical groups and big pharma, they rape the country for trillions. The COVID-19 response is like a $10 trillion fucking response. It's bullshit. They've looted the treasury tenfold over. So, they have essentially wasted generations. That's pretty unholy. It's pretty fucking disastrous. Hello?
Yes. COVID definitely did. Real big number.
Yeah, you're spot on, Edmund. It's the boomer generation, boy, they've really passed the buck on to the next generation. And I love boomers, but man, I tell you what, they went through the greatest moment of prosperity ever for the peasant class in the history of mankind. And I don't know if we'll live to see that. And was it worth it all this money that they have spent? They've spent us into oblivion. And I think, like, it's been and I've said this earlier, and I'm kind of torn on it, but I feel like we've passed the Rubicon. Like, there's no way to return. Like, if we don't have the most powerful military in the world, it all falls apart.
Well, not necessarily, because you got to look at the other two major GDPs in the world, which is India and China. Those are the top three. So all rising tides raise all ships. We just have to make sure we don't go to war with fucking China. And we got to make sure, if we do, India is on our side to fully invade and take out the communists. But, hopefully we won't have World War III. But, World War II is a good indicator that we will have a World War III, or we are already in a World War III. And the fact that Zelensky is a goddamn fascist who's not elected, holds no open elections, but sells U.S. manufactured drones on behalf of Silicon Valley and Palmer Luckey, it's like, we're living in an alternative fucking reality here that most people don't know that you're actually living in, which is that the CIA has $100 billion a year budget. And they've been doing it for fucking 50 years, 100 years, basically. So, when does that shit end? When do we as taxpayers keep funding top secret paramilitary operations globally on behalf of pretty much private business interests? But you know, it's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is, like, is this the society you want? Because if you listen to the Democrats, they want to put MAGATs in re-education camps. They want to arrest Pete Hegseth. They want to arrest Marco Rubio. They're the bigger fascists. If Trump was a fascist, he would do what they want to do to him and everybody else in America.
All right, so yeah, no, I get you, Alistair. Francis, welcome to the stage. I didn't know if you wanted to speak on what's being talked about. We're open to any opinions. You can just do whatever you want. I don't know if you're there. Are you there, Francis?
Yes, I'm honored to be on stage. Just give me a little bit more time before I open my mouth.
Yeah, no worries, no problem. Poo. I don't know your name. You've been on stage before. Welcome to. Do you want to say something? Go for it. Otherwise, carry on. Actually, AB, I don't know if that guy was snoring. What was he doing? Joe, do you know?
Yeah, making noises or something. I went into a room last week and I got invited up and I just hit the yes and I didn't know the microphone was still on and I had background noise. Damn, they kicked me out of that room in a freaking heartbeat. I was like, I see how this is. It's like, well, I'm just going to rule with an iron fist, man. When these people start fucking around, bro, now I don't remove them. I just kick them down to the audience because I know, but damn, bro. Like, let me tell you how bad it is, Matt, when you don't run rooms like this happens. Bro, it's awful.
No, it's really. I told Matt that.
It's
really bad, man.
And like, there's no place to even have a little bit of content. And I get it. Look, I understand some of the characters. I've been around here as long as you have, so I understand the political dynamics with some of it. But man, I tell you what, like, just to have a place where we can just share what happened this week or what's going to happen in the week with the news is all we're looking for, you know, because like,
I try to do both, like, because you can't just have hours. What are we on? I don't even know. I'm way past 24 hours this room.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just have like serious conversations for 24 hours. Like nobody is up for that. You know what I mean? You got to have a little bit of both, Joe. And sometimes you catch it when the room's pretty out of control. So you're like, where's the serious discussion the other night?
You have no idea. Like every day, me and Joe are like, okay, why the hell or that? Where's Beaver? What are they doing? Why are they? Don't do that, guys.
I know. I try. And Joe saved it last night. Joe, remember, we literally died on the moment. Remember, you're like, I'm coming up. I'm modding the room, and ever since then, we got back on track. That was pretty funny for the most part.
Well, the constant when your rooms aren't going, the constant is crash out. Like every room, everywhere you go, it's the what do they call it? The Oppression Olympics, and racial struggle sessions, and like it's just it's so awful. And so like that's always the constant. And I get it. Like we got to have some comedic breaks. That's why look, Alistair. I think he's low key hilarious. The way he was trolling. And look, I didn't say nothing when Adams was tearing into Brad last night.
Oh God, that was incredible! Holy shit!
Oh my God!
You guys must have just on mute. But you guys have just been really having a good time, you two. Holy shit!
Here's me not getting in the way of that fire.
I don't mean to like. It's like.
Wow.
Like the last week, Brad's finally stopped. Getting on my ass. He used to scream at the top of his lungs at me every time I was in a room.
Literally every time, yeah.
So I'm trying my best to like.
I don't know. I thought tonight you'd do it because you guys were not getting along.
I thought it would spill over to Joe at some point, but somehow Adam sucked that all up. You know what I mean?
I know. I gotta thank Adams once in a while.
Fuck United States. We're gonna fuck it.
Okay, thank you.
God, these people. I wonder why she was pissed. Yes, Peter. Yes, Peter.
Oh my God, Peter! No one can understand you.
By the way, Joe, that's mostly me. I'll confess. What I do is
You know me. The number one rule is everybody gets to speak. Like this guy. Oh, this guy's back.
You're a fucking feminine. You're a fucking idiot.
Put his shirt on. This guy gone again? I can't look. Oh yeah, he is gone. Okay. Joe, what I was saying was I pretty much give everybody a chance, like a one chance, like that guy. No, I don't really look at profiles. I just throw them up here, and then like if they're not gonna participate, then I just toss them down. So that probably is kind of annoying for you. I just want to.
Yeah, no, we do like a little bit of like.
He's feeling punches strong.
Me and Matt let a thing every time, and everyone gets all pissed off.
That's cool, man. I've ran rooms. I know what it's like. And you don't want to get to the point where you're cutting people out of the rooms, because all of a sudden you're going to look around and there'll just be a dozen of y'all in the room. And
you got it right. If you look at the opposition rooms, they're pretty low on actual people because they've been scarred up and like it's just mods. You know what I mean? Left.
Yeah.
So yeah, exactly. My secret sauce. I'm just gonna give it out. Not that it's like too much of a secret, but if you let everybody speak, you're gonna have a room. It just is. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
If you don't
some
like
people
them,
get on your ass that way, like Matt, and I know that they get on you. That's how it used to be with me. If I let, like, then it was always like, why did you let them say this to me? And it's like, dude. Like, y'all are adults, and I used to take it really personal, and I used to, like, try and, like, accommodate everyone. What a waste of time that was.
Well, that's what the Democrats say. They say it's too dangerous to have the debates. So they are really the biggest echo chambers, the biggest hypocrites, the biggest fascists, the biggest supremacists, the biggest fake intellectuals. And, you know, that's why we have to essentially defeat them through the law and start making arrests. And until we have sheriffs and federal prosecutors and state prosecutors willing to actually put criminal politicians who are not fiscally conservative in jail, because it's all a grift. The NGOs in every major Democrat city are pulling the same scam that the USAID and all those NGOs pulled, it just on a micro level, but it's still in the fucking hundreds of billions nationally. So it's a huge fucking grift. And we need 100 Cash Patels. Can he clone himself in India and bring a clone, Cash Patel clone army here to make mass arrests? Because it's not just the illegal alien invaders we have to arrest. We have to actually crush essentially the criminals in the political system who, have taken advantage. The biggest thing from the COVID-19 was the PPP loan. That was $1 trillion government program. And look how many people they're arresting left and right. Every day some new fucking person gets arrested.
That's very much true. Yeah. Edward, hey, you're up at this late? Edward, what are you doing?
Yeah, legitimate people like me can't get $1.
I'm up late because I have a project tomorrow. I'm going to be at a nursing home for 12 hours. So I had to prep all the food and stuff. And my wife decided to go to sleep, so.
You're sneaking on Ed. Ed's all sneaking on the clubhouse this late.
yeah, well, she's sleeping, so it's all good. But, Alistair, you forgot one group. Because, you talked about all of the leftists and everybody else. You forgot the race hustlers on the Democratic Party, because that's all they talk about. It's pretty sad. They're the dividers, but they call everybody racist, but they're the ones who always want to highlight everybody's color. It's kind of interesting.
I know that's what Ban does. He goes, "You don't support gay black men? You don't support black women? Hello!"
I think Edmund is the most misunderstood character on Clubhouse, because if you listen carefully, he's not wrong in what he says. He just has the bold vision to get it out there and say it. He takes the risk of saying it because, look, Lincoln, he locked up a bunch of Democrats. He locked his opposition up, and that may be what we have to do with this cold civil war we're dealing with the Democrat Party. I don't know how we continue to exist with them in the future if it comes out that they are responsible for the stolen election in 2020. Mr. Edward, that's what, right before you came in, there's supposed to be a big reveal by Kash Patel probably on Wednesday about the stolen election.
We know what happened, whether they ever tell us or not, but there's nowhere in the world anybody's going to tell me. A lady that did not get 2 points. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah? Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah, hold on. I'll put in the audience.
Yeah. So a lady that did not get 2% for her run for president, and a guy that was half dead got 81 million votes. Yeah, okay. I know you can tell me a lot of stuff, but that right there will never happen.
Can you just hear me or no?
We can hear you.
Oh, yeah.